Got it unmuted before I took my drink. Haha. Hi. Hi, Sleazy. Hi, guys. All right, we are hopping back into Winter's Wish because I have free time. We're going to see if I can get to the routes tonight. That's my only goal. So hopefully I can get to their routes because I have Christmas gifts to wrap. We did go Christmas shopping today. I think I've been talking about that for a couple days. So we did that. So now I have to wrap the presents because we are really bad about getting things done fast. I don't know. Sometimes we're early. I don't know. Not every time. The music gets real intense. I went ahead and got it set up and ready to rock. So we've done... Oh, interesting. For a second, I thought it was acting like there was another step. Time management. Yeah, time management for us can go either way. We can either be really on top of things or we can be really behind. There is no in between. There is neither. All right. Actually, I don't know if I took screenshots of this. I'm going to screenshot these in case I do make reviews and I can use these as my examples of things going on here. It's like, I'm really good at doing things sometimes. That's just the end of the sentence. All right. Town of arts and beauty, flashy district of theater, brothels, and gambling focuses on Kinji and Otaro. We are going for Kinji, but we are going to do the same thing I did for the last route, which is as I play, whichever option the character likes, I'm going to save and then do another save for the other characters. So we'll get all of it done at one time. All right. So since we need like a little bit of a recap, so this is going back in time. In this world, she's staying at the Onowaban base, and she's just now decided where she wants to go. So a day after I decided to work in the entertainment district, I participated in a meeting with the others who had the same assignment. Also, do I sound okay? Please let me know. Everything has took me way too long. It took me over 30 minutes just to get started today because I kept getting distracted. I also left my phone 2 places. Just getting ready to start my stream. 2 different places I left it. I came in here when I don't have a cell phone, went and found it, set it down again, and then left the room, and then came back and went, I still don't have a cell phone. Sounds good. Awesome. Thank you, Sleazy. All right. For some reason, the meeting was called when the sun was just about to set. Oh yeah, we got Yubuta as our captain for this one. Fortunately, we have a new companion joining the entertainment group. I'm Leah, and I'll be working here from now on. I look forward to working with everyone. So Kinji is the oldest of all of the vessels, according to his own words. He said it, not me. Feeling is mutual. Excited to work with you. Thanks, Otaro. You evil bastard. I lowered my head nervously, and the 2 of them gave me a warm welcome. Among them, Otaro, his eyes sparkling, leaned forward. Leah, you really came. I'm super happy. It's gonna be so much fun. Yeah, I bet it is. Thanks, I'm so happy to hear that. Oi, 何を浮かれてるんだ? まさか昨日、俺が言ったことを忘れたわけではないだろうな. Man, look at this. What a scene. What are you so happy for? You haven't forgotten what I told you yesterday, have you? 娯楽街だぞ。朝から晩までアホどもと良いかが好き勝手している街で、よくそんなのんきなことが言えるな。This is the entertainment district, a town where idiots and Blightfall run free from morning to night. Don't think for a second that this will be easy. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. I've heard from Otaro and Kinji about the problems in the entertainment district. I also believe I understand. But still, I want to do my best. After a lot of consideration, I had chosen the entertainment district. It had the highest number of Blightfall appearances among the 3 districts. On top of that, it has a peculiar area even in Edo. It had its host of issues, but I couldn't ignore it. I couldn't ignore that it was the place that needed my power the most. Honestly, I feel like the 3rd option, which someone told me there's a secret like route, I'm assuming maybe that's one where she goes like, shouldn't I like maybe visit every district once in a while, like every other day is a different district? Saying. And though the people appointed to the entertainment district are peculiar in their own right, they also gave me lots of advice. I feel like I'll be able to accomplish a lot if I'm here.
なあ、せっかくこの子が俺たちの組に来てくれたんだし、お祝いしない？俺最近いい店を見つけたんだ。
I have curiosities also for this route too, because Tojo made a comment that sometimes the vessels will date, but not really because they don't have feelings. And so I'm curious if it is Kenji, because Kenji's the oldest. Because they haven't mentioned anybody dating in any of the routes so far. So since she joined our group, why don't we celebrate? Guess who found a good store recently? That's right, it's me.
大太郎、ふざけないでください。これから仕事だというのに、そんな時間あるわけないでしょ。
Otaro, please don't joke. We have work later, and you know there's no way we'd have time for that. Huh? We have work after this?
そうです。他の区画とは違って、娯楽街はこの時間帯からが本番ですから。
Yes, we do. Unlike the other districts, this district really becomes active from this time of day. Is that so? No one told me this was a nighttime job. I looked out the window once more and saw that the surroundings were already enveloped in the dark of night. Normally this would be around the time I'd be preparing to sleep. To think that even their working hours are different from the other districts. Don't underestimate the entertainment district.
それで清彦さん、今日はどうしますか？お嬢さんがいるのなら、普段通りというわけにもいかないでしょう。
Kyohiko, what shall we do? Since we have the young lady here, I'll assume we won't be doing our usual task.
それならまず娯楽街の案内をしてやってくれ。何をするにしても土地勘を身につけないことには話にならん。
It makes me want to have long bangs, but I hate when my hair gets that long. In that case, guide her around the entertainment district first. She won't be any help until she becomes familiar with the area.
娯楽街の担当になるのなら、夜の姿も目に焼き付けておく必要がある。表向きの職を決めるのはその後だ。
Aye, aye, Captain. If you're going to work in the entertainment district, watch the nightlife, burn it into your eyes. We'll talk about your cover job later.
その最中、一族の力で気づいた点があったら後で報告しろ。遊びに行かせるわけじゃないからな。
And Leah, during that time, if you notice anything with the clan powers, report it later. We're not sending you out to have fun, understood? Right, I understand. You jerk.
方針も決まったことですし、移動しましょうか。
Now that we're done, we've decided our course of action. Let's move out, shall we?
おーし出発！ほら、置いてくよ。
All right, let's go. Come on, Leah, before we leave you behind. But wait. And then we, the entertainment district team, enthusiastically made our way into the nighttime city. We are going on an adventure. The entertainment district at night. Ooh. As soon as we entered it, I could almost trick myself into thinking I had visited an entirely different city. Amazing. It's completely different from the daytime. How should I put this? It's really sparkly?
おお、その反応新鮮だな。俺はもう見慣れちゃったけど、印象はだいぶ変わるよな。
Ah, that's a new take. I've gotten used to it, but it does give off a pretty different impression, doesn't it? It's pretty. When I stood there like this, I could fancy myself as nothing more than another member of the cast helping create the fantastic sights. And accompanying that sensation was the feeling that the many things that would normally trouble me were small and insignificant. The entertainment district sure is marvelous. While in thought, I looked around and noticed something. Now that I think about it, I don't see any children at all. Is it because of the time? Right. Though I occasionally saw elderly people, there were no young kids at all. I didn't hear the cheery voices of children or sobs of babies that had been coming during the
お
daytime.
察しの通りです。夜の娯楽街では、元服前の子の立ち入りを禁止しているんですよ。
No minors at night, got it. Precisely. The entertainment district at night forbids the entry of those who have yet come of age. A ceremony signifying that a boy has come of age. It's gonna be girls too. Just to be clear. Wait, that says coming of age ceremony. That's not even what this...
子供におすすめできない店が増えるので、 自分の行動に責任を持てない人は門前払いするようになっているんです。
There's been an increase in shops that are not suitable for children, so anyone too young to be accountable for their own actions is turned away. Shops that aren't suitable for children? I wonder what kind of places those
それ
are.
と失礼ですが、あなた年はいくつですか？
Also, I know it's impolite to ask, but how old are you? Actually, how old are you indeed? I'm 19. I didn't even know how old she was this entire time.
意外です。言動からしてもっと子供なのかと思っていましたが。
Is Kenji just saying that to make us feel better? Oh, that's a surprise. Judging by how you act and talk, I thought you'd be younger.
ま、その年齢なら問題ないですね。
Well, your age should not pose any problems. With that, Kenji gave me a smile that implied something more. His eyes were narrow, and the strange lasciviousness exuding from his expression made my heart skip a beat.
ん？今どうして目をそらしたんです？
Why did you look away just now? I'm sorry, it's nothing.
まあ、いいでしょう。とりあえず、
Kenji doesn't
大
know
門
he's
の方に行
beautiful.
きましょうか。夜の娯楽街ならではのお店を見ることができますよ。
All right, let's head to the front gate, shall we? You'll get to see a place that only opens at night in the entertainment district.
あそこは特に派手だよな。じゃ、早速行こうか。
Oh, that place is especially fancy. Cool, let's head there immediately. Okay. Guided by the two who started walking off comfortably, I pressed on through the entertainment district. After we walked through a towering gate, we saw what lay ahead of us. There stood a uniquely structured street with rows of buildings of the same look and style. This was a brothel in the last route. What? All of the buildings had wooden bars installed on the first floor. Beyond that, a great number of women were lined up. Still a brothel. Everyone was wearing glamorous clothing and had beautiful makeup on. Hanging from their necks were wooden tablets that looked as if they were describing the name of a product. Apparently, most of them were form
こ
folk.
こが遊郭と呼ばれる場所です。田舎育ちと聞いていましたが、名前くらいは聞いたことあるでしょう。
My modest eyes, Kenji. This place is called the Red Light District. I've heard that you grew up in the countryside, but I'm sure you've at least heard of it before. A division containing brothels authorized by the shogunate and sanctioned off from the surrounding area with fencing and ditches. Yes.
じゃ、早速ブラブラしてみるか。店、議論に入らないで歩いてるだけでも結構面白いんだよ。
Then let's go right ahead and wander around. Just walking around without entering the place. The brothels? It's fun on its own. Brothel, a place that employs courtesans and sells guests the opportunity to be entertained by them. What a poetically nice way to not say what they actually do there. The Red Light District, a closed-off district where places making their livings from selling women's gathered in one place. Women sold their bodies to pay off their debts, and the men would purchase them. It's said that the tale of love takes place here only for one night. I've heard rumor about the Red Light District when I was living in the village, but I never thought I'd see a place like this.
あら、もしかしてあれ、錦さんじゃない？浮世絵で見るよりもいい男ね。
Oh my! Could it be Kenji? He's more handsome in person than his Yukio act.
本当だわ。錦さん、今日はうちに寄ってってよ。たっぷりご奉仕するわよ。
You're right. Hey Kenji, why don't you come on over? I'll give you the night of your life.
いえ、遠慮させてもらいます。
No, I'll pass.
あら、冷たい。今日くらい羽目を外してもいいじゃないか。
Oh, how cold. Why not let your hair down for one day? How's that
結構
sound?
です。
I'm fine, thank you.
もう釣れないわね。じゃあ、大太郎でもいいわよ。
Jeez, what a stick in the mud. Fine then, Otato.
じゃあってなんだよ。てか俺、そういうの興味ないって言ってるだろ。誘うなら他のやつにしろよな。
What do you mean, fine then? I've already told you I'm not interested in that stuff. Go seduce someone else. Perhaps it was because it was in the business of selling bodies to my eyes. The red light district had become a crucible of emotions. The courtesans beyond the lattices tempted the men, while the men appraised the women, though that was all there was to it. I felt conflicted. Not only that, but there were so many emotional imprints. Otaro is super cute. He's the last route I'm doing. I'm also convinced he's the bad guy. He's also one of those locked routes that you can't go through. Correct. How do you know he's the bad guy? What do you mean correct? There's so many emotional imprints. You haven't played this game. Each of the brothels standing along the street were covered with webs of pure black threads. Judging from how they attracted, I keep trying to say attract when I know that's not the right word. Judging from how they attached to the brothels, as well as the sheer amount of them, they were likely born from a significant number of emotions. Alright, here, I'll leave this with you. At that point, as if he had just remembered, Otaro handed me something. It was a tag made of wood. In the middle, there was a number and a mark signifying that it came from the red light district. This tag is...
これは切手って言って、女の人が遊郭から出るために必要な通行証だよ。肌身離さず持っといてね。
It's called a stamp. It's a permit that women need in order to leave the red light district because a lot of the people in the red light district are slaves. Oh, you were saying correct to crucible. Okay. I was all like, what? How do you know? Make sure you keep it on you at all times. How terrifying. A permit required for a woman to leave the red light district. Oh, I see. Thank you. Wait, if it's only for women, does that mean men don't need it?
ええ。男性の出入りは自由なんです。切手は遊女が逃げ出すのを防ぐために用意されているものですから。
Men are free to enter and leave at will. The stamp was designed to prevent the courtesans from running away because they're slaves.
遊女は年季が終わらないと遊郭から出られません。ここに閉じ込められたくなかったら、決してその札をなくさないように。
Courtesans cannot leave the red light district until they finish their terms of service. If you don't want to be locked up in here, I recommend you don't lose it. I understand. I'll be careful.
もう、タツさんたら、くすぐったよ。
Tatsu, that tickles.
こら、おまじない中だから我慢して。
Come now, I'm in the middle of casting a spell. You have to stay still. As I nodded at Kenji's advice, I heard some mushy voices from right next to me. When I looked in surprise, a man and a woman were holding hands in front of a brothel and talking about something. Oh wow. Okay. She's giving a little bit of gothic vibes with a touch of something else, I'm sure. And she's got a choker with her little thing on it. Okay, even more interesting. Wasn't he in a different route? Am I crazy? I'm probably crazy. Judging by her clothes, she was a courtesan, and since the man didn't have a sword, he was probably an ordinary citizen. The courtesan was around my age, and our height and physiques weren't that much different either. Are we gonna play the princess and the pauper here? Wait, the prince and the pauper, not the princess.
ルリコだから3回だね。8の字8の字8の字っと。
Ruriko. So 3 times. Hachi, Hachi, and Hachi. The man appeared to be using his index finger to write words on the courtesan's palm. After repeating that 3 times, he squeezed the woman's hand shut as if sealing something within her
君が
palm.
これからも健康で、ずっとずっと幸せでいられますように。
I pray that you'll be healthy and happy forevermore. And there, the man instantly released the woman's hand.
はい、おまじないはこれでおしまい。
There you go, your spell is complete.
ありがとう。タツさん。大好き。
Thank you. I love you, Tatsu. Perhaps it was her way of thanking him. As soon as the courtesan's hands was released, she hugged the man tightly. Not only that, but she even gave him a big kiss on his cheek.
こら、こんなところで。
Oh, come now. We're in public.
いいの。タツさんは私の色なんだから、印つけて女よけしておかなきゃ。
It's fine, honey. You're my swine. So I don't know if I said that right. So I have to mark you so as mine to keep other women away. Someone you're romantically involved with. Just like she said, the man's cheek was marked with an iridescent color that decorated the woman's lips. Wow, she's so forward. Is this what the red light district's like? I couldn't help but stare at the provocative interaction unfolding before me until someone said, "Snap out of it." And then, perhaps noticing my gaze, the pair suddenly turned to face me.
おや誰かと思えば大太郎さんじゃないですか。
Oh, if it isn't Hotaro.
あれタツさんじゃん。今日も遊郭通いしてんの？
Oh, wait, is that Tatsu? I see you're wandering through the red light district again.
ええ。愛しい彼女と会うにはここへ来るしかありませんからね。彼女の顔を見ないとどうも落ち着かなくて。
Indeed, I have no choice but to come here to meet my lovely girl. I just can't seem to calm down unless I see your face.
もう、タツさんたら。大好き。私もタツさんに毎日会わないと生きていけない。
Tatsu, I love you. I can't live with either unless I see you every day. How is she casually saying such embarrassing things? God, how dare this woman stand here in front of me and confess she's in love so casually?
大太郎、こちらの方は
Otaru, who is this?
ああ、この人は辰之助さん。桐間屋っていう屋号で両替商をしてて、うちの見せ物小屋とも取引してんだ。
This is Tatsunosuke. He works at a store called the Kirima Exchange and exchanges money. He also does deals with our show tent. Kirima Exchange, one of the Edo exchanges in one of the currency exchanges in Edo. Tatsunoku is the young master of the shop. Kirima isn't his last name. Kiri means cash and ma means middleman.
ああ、あなたが桐間屋の若旦那でしたか。桐間屋の評判はかねがね聞いております。何でも飛ぶ鳥を落とす勢いだとか。
So you're the young master of the Kirima Exchange. I've heard great things about that place. Some say it's growing as quite the place.
あ、いえいえ、それほどでも。
No, you flatter me.
申し遅れました。僕は娯楽街で役者をしております。金次と言います。
Apologies for my late introduction. I'm an actor of the entertainment district. My name is Kinji.
あなたが金次さん。あなたのことはもちろん存じていますよ。まさかこんな形でお会いできるとは光栄です。
So you're Kinji. Kinji's so popular. He's so popular. Of course I'm aware of who you are. It's an honor to meet you in this fashion.
あ、こちらはルリコと言います。この遊郭で遊女として働いているんですよ。
This here is Ruiko. She works as a quota-san in the red light district.
よろしくね。
Nice to meet you.
それでそこの女の子は誰なの？もしかしてどっちかのこれ？
Ah, so who's the girl over there? Is she perhaps either one of yours two special someone? Ruiko smiled mischievously and raised a pinky. Even I knew what that gesture means. I don't. No. We don't have that sort of relationship. That would be impertinent of me.
微笑ましいですね。
How quaint.
なあ、金次。俺たち恐れ多いんだってさ。
Hey, Kinji, she said it'd be impertinent. Get a load of this.
目上の者を敬える。いい後輩じゃないですか。大太郎、あなたもお嬢さんを見習いなさい。
What a good junior, respecting her elders like that. Otato, you should take some notes.
やだよ、俺そういうの嫌いだし。
No way, I'm not into that kind of stuff.
恋仲の子じゃないの？じゃあみんなどういう関係？
Oh, our characters also have the exact same hairstyle except hers is up. Is that intentional? She's not anyone's lover? Then how do you all know each other?
ただの知り合いですよ。今日はこの辺りを彼女に案内してあげていたんです。
We're just acquaintances. Today we were here to show her around.
彼女は僕たちの知り合いのお嬢さんです。最近江戸に越してきたばかりなので、仲良くしてあげてくださいね。
This is Leah. She's our friend. She moved to Edo just recently, so please be kind to her.
そうなんだ。
I see. It's nice to meet you all. That iridescent lipstick is wonderful.
ああ、笹色紅のこと？これはね、江戸中探しても私だけしかつけてない特別な紅なんだよ。
Ah, you mean this safflower rouge? This is a special lipstick. I'm the only one in Edo who wears it. A special type of iridescent lipstick used exclusively by Ruruko. I'm gonna eventually call her Ruk, since it's still unknown outside of one area, the capital. Is that so?
だってこの色の出し方知っているのは私だけだし、みんなには内緒なの。
Is she gonna get sick from her lipstick? Because I'm the only one who knows how to make this color. I haven't told anyone. Is there some sort of secret to it?
これからよろしくね。って言っても、私は遊女だからここでしか会えないけど。
I look forward to getting to know you. Well, I'm a courtesan, so I can only meet you here. While saying that, Ruruko placed a hand on her chin a little awkwardly. Because of that action, my eyes were naturally drawn to her neck. Just like the other courtesans, she had worn a wooden tablet hanging there. Ruruk, I see that you have your wooden tablet attached to your neck.
そりゃそうよ。ここの形人は人間と区別がつけやすいように、みんな首から木札をぶら下げる決まりなの。
Well, of course, all the form folk here carry wooden tablets on their necks. It's a rule to make it easier to tell us apart from the humans. Ruriko motioned around as if she were telling me to look.
形人って元が道具だから、人間と違って病気とかもないし、いろいろと楽だから遊郭では重宝されるのよ。
Form folk are originally tools, so unlike humans, we don't get sick. We're convenient in a lot of ways, so we come in handy at the red light district. In a lot of ways. At first, I didn't understand the meaning of the words, and I remembered that this was the red light district and gasped. Oh, I see. I thought I understood a courtesan's job, but I hadn't wrapped my head around the specific details. It was something that I'd never properly thought about until now, so I couldn't help my face reddening.
だけど、形人だと逆に大変なところもあるんですよね。
On the other hand, things can be more difficult because they are form folk
例えば
too.
身請けするとき、人間の遊女なら身請け金を支払えばすぐ一緒に暮らせるんですけど。
Buying freedom for a courtesan, for example, if she were human, all we'd have to do is pay her bondage fee to start a life with her. But buying freedom, paying courtesan's ransom, aka debt, on her behalf, which allows her to leave the brothel.
形人の遊女の場合、道具の主人を上書きする必要もあるから、その分時間もかかってしまうんですよ。
In the case of form folk courtesans, you have to overwrite the owner of the tool, so it takes more time.
あの作業は手間もかかるし、お金もかかって大変だよね。
Not only is it a difficult process, it also costs so much money.
おや、随分とお詳しいですね。もしや身請けのご予定でもあるのですか？
You two seem awfully familiar with the topic. Are you going through the process? As soon as he asked this, Tatsu Nosuke and Rurukyo looked at each other while blushing. It was almost as if they were confirming each other's
はい。
thoughts.
実は今度、ルリコを身請けすることになったんです。
Aw, are you two gonna die? To tell the truth, I'm going to be buying Ruriko's freedom the next time I come.
やるじゃん。
Oh, nice. Does that mean the two of you will live together from now on?
そのつもりです。私はまだ妻もいませんし、ルリコさえ良ければ嫁いできてもらえればと。
That's the idea. I don't have a wife right now, and as long as Ruriko is fine with it, I was hoping she'd marry me. Nice.
なんだか まだ実感が湧かないな。タツさんと夫婦になれるなんて。私、ちゃんと奥さんできるかな？
It still doesn't feel real that I could be married to Tatsu. I'm way too close to my table right now. I wonder if I'll make a good wife.
大丈夫だよ。ルリ子と一緒にいられるだけで、私は天下一の幸せ者なんだから。
This does make sense because I was thinking this in the last route. They usually don't mention things unless it's something that might come to fruition later. They were talking about how sometimes four folks get married, and I'm like, to people? And I was like, oh, I don't know any form folk that are married to a people. So you'll be fine. Just being by your side would make me the luckiest person on earth.
タツさん。
Tatsu!
ルリ子。
Ruriko. And then Tatsu no Suke and Ruriko stared at each other with passion in their eyes. The first pair of human and form folk lovers I'd ever seen, entwining their fingers together like it was second nature to them. Looking at the two of them, I started to feel that it was strange to care about our differences in species.
二人とも。どうやら僕たちはお邪魔のようです。
You
さっさと
two.
退散いたしましょう。
Seems that we're bothering them. Let's hurry and leave, shall we?
賛成。
Agreed. We gave the pair of them a last glance and then continued our tour of the red light district. But to make a long story short, Tatsunosuke and Uruko were just the start. Because in the red light district, things that would never happen in other places are considered the norm. The courtesans calling out, appealing to the lust of the men and women passionately entangled with each other in front of the establishment. Alongside all of that, threads bearing deep colors and black threads flitted about our surroundings. I'd seen so many scenes that I never even imagined up until this point of my life. I was at my wit's end.
とまあ、ざっとこんな感じですかね。奥の方にも義郎や引き手茶屋はありますが。
Did I get shy and start looking down? Like, what's happening? That's about it. There are brothels and escort tea house in the back, but there's more or less the same as this. Escort tea house. Tea house is in the red light district whose role is to lead customers to brothels.
一応聞いておきます。あなた、何しているんですか？
I need to ask, what are you doing? It's just, there were too much information for my eyes to take in. At the time, I was covering my eyes with my hands in order to narrow down my field of vision as much as possible. I could see Kinji's befuddled expression from the narrow gaps between my fingers. I knew it looked pathetic, but if I didn't do that, I just couldn't handle the stimulation.
予想はしていましたが、まさかここまでとは。そんなことでこの先どうするんです？
I had my predictions, but to think it'd be this bad. What are you going to do if from here on if you're like
なんで
this?
したら、あの議論の中でどんなことが行われているのか教えてあげましょうか。
Or if you like, why don't I tell you what sort of things go on in that brothel over there? Go ahead, it's okay. I'm well aware of that. I'm sorry.
まあ仕方ないんじゃない？今まで山育ちだったんならこういうの見たことないんでしょ？
You can't blame her, right? She's been living up in the mountains till now. She probably's never seen things like
それに
this.
他人の感情も見えるんだろ？欲にまみれた娯楽街じゃ慣れるまでいろいろ大変だと思うし。
And you can see others' emotions, can't you? And in an entertainment district full of desires, it's probably a lot to take in. Otaro. It was something that I should have explained myself, but I was extremely grateful that he did it for me. Then Kinji also looked around as if he noticed for the first time.
あなたの特殊な力を失念していました。僕たちとはまた違ったものが見えてしまうんでしたね。
I forgot about your special powers. You see things differently from the rest of us, don't
初
you?
日から疲れさせてしまっては 今後の任務にも関わりますし。一旦どこかで休憩しますか。
To tire you out from the first day would affect your later mission, so shall we take a break somewhere for a bit?
はいはい。それなら俺、いいところ知ってるよ。
Okay, okay. In that case, I know a good place. At Kinchi's suggestion, Otaro confidently raised his hand. And we're going. The place Otaro took us was...
じゃーん、鳥羽です。
Boom! It's a gambling house. Yet another flamboyant decorated building. Even the rooms that we were taken to had nest of emotional imprints. Perhaps they were the leftover desires of the many people who came here.
あなた、よりにもよってこんなところに。
Otaro, here of all places.
なんで？ゆっくり座れるし、好きなだけ遊べるし、休むにはもってこいのところじゃん。
Why not? You can sit for as long as you want and play for as long as you want. It's the best place to take a break.
あなた、ただ単にここで遊びたかっただけなのでは？
Are you sure it isn't just because you wanted to have fun here?
あ、なんだ、バレてたか。
Darn, was it too obvious?
まったく。今日はお嬢さんの見学も兼ねているので許してあげましょう。
Unbelievable. We're here for the young ladies tour today, so I'll forgive you this one time.
ただし、次に同じことをしたら、あなたの腕はこうなりますよ。
But next time you pull something like this, expect this to happen to your arm. Kenji took out a towel from his inner pocket and twisted it tightly for us to see. Though it didn't look like he was using that much strength, the towel made disturbing, rippling sounds. It looked like it was about to tear.
冗談だよね。俺の腕あんな風になるの？
Huh? You're kidding, right? My arm's gonna turn into that? Note to self, never ever get on Kenji's bad side. Hey, by the way, a gambling house is where you make bets, right? Isn't that illegal?
ああ、それなら平気だよ。表通りにある鳥羽は幕府公認の店だから安心安全。
Oh, no worries. The gambling houses on the main road are ones recognized by the shogunate, so they're safe.
裏でこそこそやってる奴らと一緒にすんなや。こっちはちゃんと幕府に上納金だって払ってら。
Don't let me in with those people sneaking around in the back rooms. We pay our taxes to the shogunate nice and proper. I'm sorry. At that point, a large man dressed like a scoundrel came over. The one arm protruding from the sleeve of his kimono had a flashly camellia tattoo. His intimidating attitude and appearance made me shiver in fear.
ちょっとおやっさん、あんまり脅かさないでよ。夜の娯楽街初めての子なんだからさ。
Hey Pops, don't scare her too much. This is her first time visiting the entertainment district at night.
あんた鳥羽は初めてか。
So this is your first time visiting a gambling house then, huh?
かもだな。
What a sucker.
ご主人、今なんと。
Sir, what did you say just now?
いや、何も言ってねえよ。
What? I didn't say nothing.
で、今日は何してくんだ？道具は大体あるから、花札、チンチロリン、長藩、何でもいけるぞ。
So what'll it be today? We have most of the games. Hanafuda, Silo, Chohan, take your pick.
何かやってみたいのある？
Leah, is there anything you want to try? You can't just tell me what the names are and expect me to know I've never gambled
で
before.
は花札なんていかがですか？絵柄が華やかなので、女性でも目で見て楽しめると思いますよ。
Okay, I'm gonna Google it. So how about Hanafuda? The art is colorful, so I think it's popular with women as well. Let's Google Hanafuda. Hana, which means flower. Fuda, I don't know what Fuda means actually. Ah! Oh, I know this. Okay. I've always wanted to learn to play that actually. It's got a bunch of little cards. It does have flowers on them. I think it also has the seasons on them if I remember correctly. I just didn't know the name of it. Kenji picked up a thick stack of cards from the pile of curios that the gambling house owner brought over. When I peered at it from the side, there were lots of bright pictures of various animals and flowers. Wow, you're right, it's so pretty.
決まりですね。
Then it's decided.
じゃあ、花札で何する？花合わせとか恋恋は役から覚えなきゃいけないだろうし。
So what do you want to do with Hanafuda? You need to memorize hands to play games like Hana Awaza or Koi Koi,
おいちょ株が妥当だろうね。
which means Oichu Kabu is probably the way to go. A game played with Hanafuda cards. That doesn't help. Oicho Kabu, you say?
なんだ知らねえのか。なら簡単にやり方を教えてやるよ。
You don't know the basics? Fine, I'll teach you.
まずはこうして親がバフだとして3枚です。お前らはこの中のどれに貼るのかを決めるだけでいい。
First, the dealer draws 3 cards for a board like this. All you need to do is decide which of the 3 you want to bet on.
この札には最大2枚まで決め札を追加することができる。
You can add up to 2 additional cards to this.
最終的に貼った札の合計値の1の位が9。株に一番近いやつが勝つっつう遊びだ。
Whoever has a total number whose last digit is closest to 9, the Kabu wins. Wow, that seems easy. If that's all there is to it, I could play it too.
よし、ならやってみようぜ。おやすさんも参加するか？
Alright, let's give it a shot. Pops, do you want to
当
play?
たり前だろ。親がいなくちゃ賭場として成立しないだろうが。
You bet. A gambling house ain't a gambling house unless there's a
ちなみ
dealer.
に掛け金の分配方法についてだが、
By the way, about splitting the bet.
初めてのやつがいるみてえだし、今回は分かりやすく1位になったやつに他のやつの掛け金全額渡すってのはどうだ？
Since there's a newbie here, how about we play it simple this time? Whoever's first gets the whole pot. How's that sound?
では全員敵というわけですか。僕は構いませんよ。
So then everyone's an opponent? I don't mind. Do I have to bet money on this?
あなた何を言っているんですか？賭場なんですから当たり前でしょ。
What are you talking about? This is a gambling house. Of course there's money at
それに
stake.
勝ちさえすれば数倍返ってきますし、損はしませんよ。
But that's only if you win, Kinji. Kinji, that doesn't always happen. As long as you win, you can increase your return several fold. You won't regret it. Will things go that smoothly? And I don't think it's good to use money I received on gambling. Then could this round be a trial and I just watch you play?
ねえ、あんたが抜けたら意味ないじゃん。気にせずドカンとやっちゃおうよ。で、ドカンと儲けよう。とりゃ。
Wow, look at these pair of bad influences right here. What? But there's no point if you don't play. Just let loose and have some fun for a change and then earn lots of money. Bam! That's how gambling works. Really? To my surprise, Otaru took out an entire content of his wallet with a brilliant smile. Though the majority were 1 mon or 4 mon coins, it seemed that there were Ichibuken coins mixed in there as well. Ahem, boo. A type of gold coin in circulation during the Edo era. You're gonna bet that much? Are you sure?
平気平気。掛け金多い方が勝った時面白いしな。
It's fine, it's fine. Besides, it's more entertaining when you win big. But what if you
負
lose?
けないから大丈夫だって。
Me? Lose? Don't worry about it.
悪あがきは見苦しいですよ。諦めてあなたもさっさと掛け金を出しなさい。
Leah, don't be such a poor sport. Just accept your defeat and make your
賭け
wager.
事の恐ろしさを知ることは、娯楽街の真髄を知るも同義です。これからここで働くのなら必要な経験ですよ。
To understand the danger of gambling is to understand the essence of the entertainment district. It's a necessary experience if you want to work here. I understand. If it came down to this, then there was no escape. This time, everyone was a rival, so I had to take out quite the wager in order to match Otaro. What should I do? I took out all the money I have. No, at this point, I have to resolve myself.
腹は決まったようだね。で、 お前らどれに貼る？
Seems like you've made up your mind, so which ones are you betting on? At those words, we looked once again at the cards dealt on the table. 1, 8, 9. Until we decide which one of these cards we would bet on, the competition wouldn't start.
あなたは初心者ですし、ここは譲って差し上げましょう。
Leah, since you're a beginner, we'll let you have
そう
first
だね。
pick.
先に選んでいいよ。
True, you choose first. Thank you very much. Since this is a serious competition, I'll just take up their offer. Oh, they're so cute. She looks so serious. She's like, all right. But which one should I pick? There could be an up to 2 more cards added onto this hand, right? If I have to get the last digit close to 9, then would it be better to pick a big number? I'll take 8.
そうですか。大太郎、あなたは？
I see, Otaro. How about you?
なら、ここは1にしとくかな。
Then I'll pick
では
1.
僕は残りの9ですね。
Then I'll take the remaining
決ま
9.
ったようだね。じゃあ最後に親の札を出しといて。
For the last card, I'll draw one for the dealer. The owner placed a card face down by his side. What is that
親
card?
用の札だ。今回俺はこれに貼る。勝負を盛り上げるためにも親の札はあえて見せない決まりになってるんだ。
It's the dealer's card. This time, I'm going to bet on this one. It's a rule not to show the dealer's card to make the match exciting. I see. So there's one more unpredictable opponent. I thought it would be easy, but it's actually quite difficult. I need to pull my blankie up. While I was thinking that, the owner placed one more card for each of us with a practiced hand. Are we playing this actually secretly just blackjack? Should we just play blackjack? But strangely this time they were dealt with their numbers facing
まず
down.
は追加の1枚目だ。これは貼った本人にしか見られない。早速確認してみてくれ。
This is the first additional card to start. Only the one who bets on the card can see it. Check it out. At his prompting, everyone silently picked up their new card. It's an 8 again. That's 16. 8 plus 8 is 16, so that means my hand became 6. I have to make the number close to 9, so I might not be that great.
さあ、もう1枚札を追加したいやつはいるか？これが自分の手を変える最後の機会だぞ。
Does anyone want to add one more? This is your last chance to change your hand. So if you can choose if you want to take the last card or not. What should I do?
はいはいはいはい。おやさん、ちょうだい。俺もう1枚ないとやってけない。
Here, here, here! Come on, Pops, give me another card. I'm begging
よ
you.
し、いいぞ。
Alright, no problem. While I was trying to decide, Otaro energetically raised his hand. Apparently, the last card would be handed over face up. The owner tossed a card labeled 4 to the overly motivated Otaro. But at that moment...
最悪。
This sucks, man. Does that mean he was like at an 8? Because he was at 8 and you add 4, that makes him a 1. That'd make it the worst hand you could possibly get. Otaro arched back and continued on until he was lying on top of the tatame. I peered down at him from the side and his eyes looked surprisingly dead. What's wrong, Otaro?
マジで微妙。ほんと微妙。俺この先どうすればいいんだよ。
It's not great. Looks real dicey here. I don't know how I'm going to live with myself. Don't give up on life.
無理。一文なしじゃ三途の川さえ渡れない。
No way. If I'm penniless, I can't even afford to cross the river Styx. Then Otaro started rolling and rolling around on the tatami while still on the ground. No matter how much he looked at it, he was definitely sulking. What should we do, Kenji?
放っておきなさい。よくあることです。
Leave him be. This happens all the time. All the time, huh? But judging from this reaction, he didn't get a good
そこ
hand.
の兄ちゃんはどうする？
What are you going to do, mister?
いえ、僕は遠慮しておきます。
I'll refrain from taking one. Kenji ended up with 2 cards. Does that mean he's already has a good hand?
おや、何です？敵情視察ですか？
Ooh, what's this? Observing the enemy, are we? No, that wasn't what I...
いいですよ。教えてあげましょうか。
It's alright. Would you like me to tell you? Huh?
伏せられた札がいくつだったのか知りたくありませんか？これさえ見れば僕の手もわかるでしょ？
Don't you want to know what the number on my face down card is? If you saw it, you'd be able to figure out my hand, right? Is it alright if to do that?
構いませんよ。ただし、
Yes, I don't mind. However,
交換条件として僕を喜ばせてみてください。
in return, you have to try and make me happy. Make you happy? What do you mean by that?
そう。そのくらい自分で考えなさい。
Who knows? You should figure that out yourself. And then Kenji looked at me as if he was testing me. Perhaps it was due to the subtle angle of his lips and the corners of his eyes, but his expression was as sensual as ever. What should I do? What would make Kenji happy? Since he's a man, should I do something sexy like what I saw earlier in the red light district? Oh my god. No way. There's no way he's expecting anything like that from me. So maybe if I do something from my past experience that'd make someone happy before, then from the back of my mind, I remembered a memory from my youth. Oh yeah, a shoulder massage. Would you like a shoulder massage?
はあ？肩叩きですか？
A shoulder massage, you say? You know, a shoulder massage. You use your fist, tap on someone's shoulders from behind. It gets rid of tight muscles.
却下、論外です。
Kenji does not like physical touch, thank you. No way, that's out of the question. Huh? How come? My shoulder massage has got a lot of positive reviews. I even gave them to father every
それ
day.
ならなおさら嫌です。そもそも肩なんて凝っていませんし、どうして僕があなたの父上と同じ扱いなんでしょうか？
You're not selling this very well. For starters, my shoulders aren't stiff. And why exactly are you treating me like your father? I didn't mean anything by it. As Kenji stared at me with cold eyes, Otada rolled back to us.
銀次はおっさん扱いしちゃダメだよ。娯楽街で生きていくなら覚えといた方がいい。まあ実際、お庭番の長老ではあるけど。
Leah, you can't treat Kenji like an old man. You should remember that if you want to keep working. Though it is, to be fair, he is the eldest and the only Waban. Ah! Struck by a lightning-fast backhand, Otaru ended up rolling all the way back to the wall. Otaru's advice might not have been wrong. The gambling house owner watched over our interactions with a
最
calm
後はお嬢ちゃ
smile.
んだ。もう一枚決め札を追加するかい？それともこのまま終わらせるか？
The last one's on you, little lady. Do you want another card or do you want to end here?
どうする？
What's your choice? Oh dear. I actually get a choice here? What? That doesn't seem right. Take another card. Kenji like that. Kenji stayed at 2 cards, so there's a high chance that he's got a good hand, which means I can't win with a 6. One more card, please.
いいぜ。ほら。
Alright, here you go. I asked with great gusto, and the owner tossed a card over to me. The card was an 8 on it. No way. 3 8s, which is 24, so my hand is just 4?
よーし、全員出揃ったな。それじゃあ一斉に手札を見せてくれ。
Interesting. All right, everyone, there's your cards. Let's show them all together.
せーの
1, 2, 3. At the owner's cue, everyone displayed their hands. I got a 4.
僕は8ですね。
I have an 8,
6
6.
俺は4と1だな。
And I'm a 4 and then a 1. After we confirmed as much, I turned back to face everyone. So that means Kinji won?
いや、4と1の組み合わせは失品だから、俺の勝ちだな。
Nope, so a combo of 4 and 1 is called a sippin, so it's my game. Sippin?
おいちょ株にはそういう手があるんだよ。失品が出ると問答無用で親の勝ちになっちゃうんだ。
There's a special hand in Ochikabu that if you see a sippin, the dealer wins without question. That's a thing. I could do nothing but be surprised at the appearance of an unexpected Deus Ex Machina. Meanwhile, the owner was in the middle of excitedly collecting all the waged money on the
そ
table.
れじゃあ全員分の掛け金ありがたく頂戴するとして。
I'll be happy to take all your betting money. Thank you very much.
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait a second. But then Kinji placed a hand on the owner's arm. The owner furrowed his brow at Kinji, who was raining on his
な
parade.
んだ今さら仕切り直しとかはなしだぜ。
What's the big deal? No takebacks, pal.
ねそうではありません。ただ、お嬢さんの手、8が3枚で嵐になってませんか？
That's not it. It's just isn't the young lady's hand an arashi with 3 8s? Huh? After Kinji pointed it out, the owner peered at my hand once more. Just as Kinji said, my hand was comprised entirely of 8s. The total was 24, so my hand should have been a mere 4, but... Otada, what's an
お
arashi?
いちょ株にあるもう一つの手だよ。3枚の数字が全部同じ場合、無条件で勝ちになるんだ。
That's another hand in Orochikabu. That when you have 3 cards of the same number in your hand, it's an automatic
子が
win.
出した場合は、親の失品にも勝てるってやつ。
Then they should have known that right away. They should have said she had that. She's never played before. This is not surprise. If a player gets it, then they can even win against a dealer's sippin. Wait, then that means...
あなたの勝ちですよ。
Leah, you win.
やられて
Damn, you got me. As soon as the match was decided, the owner slammed his cards against the tatama. Huh, wait, I'm the winner?
すっげえ！こんな綺麗な勝ち方できるんだな。強い手と手のぶつかり合いじゃん。
Awesome, that was such a clean victory. A strong hand versus a strong hand.
なかなか勝負強いですね、あなた。
You're quite good at ending up on top. Thank you very much. I don't really get it, but it seems like I got lucky.
運が良かったですか。その要素がなかったとは言いませんが、あなたが勝った理由はそれだけではないでしょう。
Got lucky, you say. I can't say that luck wasn't involved, but that wasn't the only reason why you won.
札を取るか取らないか、相手との札の読み合い。勝負にはそういった駆け引きも必要ですから。
Taking a card or leaving a card, trying to read your opponent's hands. Competitions live and die on this sort of strategy. Also, knowing what the cards do and if there's special cards is also kind of important, but we didn't tell you that information early on.
もしかしたらあなた、娯楽街向きなのかもしれませんね。
Perhaps you really are well suited for the entertainment district. Do you think so? A warm happiness bubbled up inside me from Kinji's straightforward phrase. Alright, then we know what that means. We're gonna save here. This is gonna be Kinji. Okay. I'm gonna load and see. This might even not even turn into his route, but we'll see.
どうする
Don't take it. I don't know about Kinji, but Otaro's hand is definitely not good, which means there might not be any need to push it and challenge them. It's fine, I'll stay with 2 cards. The owner nodded as if he was satisfied and looked around in order to confirm everyone's
よ
decision.
し、全員出揃ったな。それじゃあ一斉に手札を見せてくれ。
Everyone has their cards. Let's show them all together.
せ
ーの
1, 2, 3. At the owner's cue, everyone displayed their hands. I got a 6,
僕は
8,
6
6,
俺は4と1だな。
and I have a 4 and a 1. I turned back to face everyone. So that means Kenji
い
won.
や、4。
Got a sip
ボイト株には
in.
そういう手があるんで
Dealer wins. Deus Ex Machina.
それじゃあ全員分の掛け金ありがたく頂戴するとして。
I'll be happy to take all of your betting money. Thank you very
ちょっ
much.
と待った
Hold on. But then Otaru placed a hand on the owner's arm. The owner furrowed his brow.
なんだ
What's the big deal?
今さら仕切り。
そうじゃねえよたださあんたさっき札をすり替えただろ
That's not my issue. You swapped the cards just now, didn't you? Huh?
は
The owner stiffened at the accusation. It was though he hadn't processed what was said to him. He blinked several times while staring at
な
Otaru.
んだって俺がイカサマしたって言いたいのか
What did you say? Are you trying to say I cheated?
そうだよおやすさんが出品の札を揃えてたのこの目でしっかりと見てたんだからな
That's right. I saw how you were collecting the cards for a ship-in. I saw it clearly with my own 2 eyes.
あ
What? Did he ever have a chance to do so? How exactly did he?
可能性はありますね。親の手はずっと伏せられていたので、僕たちも注目していませんでした。
It's possible the dealer's hand was always face down, so we weren't paying attention
な
to
の
it.
で新たな手札を配った直後のようなわずかな隙さえあれば、札のすり替えも可能かと。
There's a brief opening, maybe right after he handed out new cards. It's entirely possible that he switched out his
ん
hand.
な面倒なことするかよ負けたからってそんなイチャモンつけられたらたまったもんじゃないぜ
Why the hell would I go through so much trouble? Talk about being a sore loser. This is
もう彼は
ridiculous.
こっちのもんなんだからさっさと出て
It's my money now, so how about you get out of
じ
my...
ゃあその証拠を見せてやるよ
Fine,
おりゃ
I'll show you proof. Yoink! In that moment, Otaru shoved his hand into the owner's sleeve.
お前何して
What are you? Before answering, Otaru took out the arm that he had shoved into the owner's sleeve. Oh, look at him. He's so pretty. From there, Hanafuda cards started falling out. To my surprise, most of the cards were 4s and 1s. Those were all to make a ship-in hand.
今回はイカサマしてねえはず
But I wasn't cheating this time.
今回は
This time.
お
And so, we left the gambling house without paying.
いやーよかったよかったこれで全員損せずに済んだな
All's well that ends well. We didn't end up losing anything. It would have been awful if he had taken all that money. Thank you, Otaru.
そんなお礼とかいいって俺は当たり前のことをしただけだし
Come on, don't thank me. I just did what anyone else would have done.
大太郎、見逃してあげるのは今回だけですよ。
Otaru, I'm only going to overlook this one time.
何のこと
What could you possibly mean? Otaru answered with his usual attitude in Kenji's warning words. Though his lips were curved into a smile, he was clearly unable to meet Kenji's eyes. What do you mean?
イカサマをしていたのは店の主人ではなくて大太郎だったんですよ。
The owner wasn't the one cheating, it was Otaru. What? Is that true?
先ほどイカサマを指摘した際、大太郎が店の主人の袖の中に手を入れていたでしょ。
When he accused him of cheating earlier, Otaru placed his hand inside the owner's sleeve,
あ
didn't
の
he?
時に出品に必要な4と1の花札を仕込んだんですよ。
That's when he planted the 4 and 1 Hada Furi cards necessary to make a shipment.
店側もイカサマをしているようでしたし、僕も黙っていましたが、今度同じことをしたらお説教ですからね。
It seems that the house was also cheating, so I kept quiet, but if you do that again, I'm going to give you a scolding.
ちぇうまくいったと思ったのにな。
And here I thought it all went
甘い
well.
ですね。僕の目をごまかしたいのなら、もっと腕を磨きなさい。
How naive of you. If you're aiming to pull the wool over my eyes, you best improve your skills first.
へいへい。
Okay, okay. Wataru, why did you cheat?
賭場ならやって当たり前じゃん。それを見抜けなかったら負け。娯楽街はそういうところだよ。
Because we're in the gambling house, of course. If you can't see through a con, you deserve it. That's the kind of place the entertainment district is. Is that so?
まあ、全員が全員そうとは限りませんが、あなたもあまり油断してはいけませんよ。
It's not as though everyone is like that, but you should also keep your guard up, right? If even Kinji was saying that, then it must have been the truth. I still wasn't convinced, but judging from the owner's attitude, it seemed that things like that were a regular occurrence. If I was to work in the entertainment district now, it might be good to have this lesson engraved in my mind. So it was a little unexpected. Otaru isn't just bright and cheery, he can also be pretty shrewd too. People have so many different sides to them. Even vessels who aren't allowed to lie. Up to that point in our conversation, Kenji looked at me as if he was just remembering
ところで
something.
ここまで回ってみてどうでしたか？白石の一族の力で気づいたことがあったら遠慮なく言ってください。
By the way, how were things during the patrol? If there is something you noticed with the power of the Hakuseki clan, do tell me. I thought for a bit before answering that question. I do think that the entertainment district has more emotional imprints compared to the other districts. An emotional imprint is when a person's negative emotions become black threads and stain a part of the land. There were lots of those emotional imprints in the red light district and the gambling house. It's incomparable to Castletown.
そうですか。やはり。
You see, it's as I expected.
ま、人の欲望が表に出やすい商売が多いし、仕方ないんじゃない？
There's a lot of business here that prey on human desires, so there's not much we can do there.
それもそうですね。せっかくお嬢さんに見てもらったんですし、明日は残留思念用の地図でも作成。
I suppose that's true since we have the young lady here. Take a look. Let's make a map of the emotional imprints tomorrow and... Kia! Nekomata, boy. Throw it over there, please. A bandit who broke into Daimyo Mansion to steal and give the money to the poor. Okay. Suddenly, the shrill scream of a woman cut into our conversation. When I turned around in surprise, there was a large number of people gathered and staring up at the sky.
騒がしいですね。
It's so loud. I wonder what's wrong. It seems that everyone's looking up and jumping. Our eyes were drawn to a strange sight. Upon closer inspection, it appeared golden rain was jiggling down on that spot in particular. It was when a large raindrop rolled to my feet that I finally understood what it was. Huh? Is this money? A 1-mon coin, a 4-mon coin, an ichibutkin? This many? I picked up one of them and confirmed that it was money, in fact, unmistakably real, which meant that the citizens around us were engrossed in trying to grab the money falling down upon them. But why is this?
見なさい。あそこに元凶がいますよ。
Look, the culprit is over there. Kenji was calmly pointing at the top of a roof. To my surprise, there was a mysterious figure with a scarf over his head, and he was throwing money that he took out of a small bag. Of course, because of the headscarf, we couldn't see his face at all. Just who is that
彼は
person?
猫又小僧。娯楽街で有名な盗賊ですよ。どこかからお金を盗んでは、毎回こうやって人々に施しをしているんです。
He's the Nekomata boy. He's a famous bandit in the entertainment district. He steals money from somewhere and then hands it out to people like this.
頭巾から伸びる余った布が二股の尻尾に見えることから、猫又小僧と呼ばれるようになったとか。
He's referred to He's referred to as the Nekomata boy because of the extra fabric from the headscarf. Looks like a narrowed eyes of a
も
cat.
う引退したのかと思っていたんですが、最近また出るようになったみたいですね。
I thought that he had already stopped, but it seems that he recently came out of retirement. Retirement? When did the Nekomata boy start being
初めて
active?
目撃されたのは7、8年ほど前です。
He was first witnessed about 7 or 8 years
それから
ago.
数年ほど活動して消えてしまったんですが、ここ最近また出るようになったみたいで。
He was active for several years after that and then disappeared. But he's been appearing more frequently as of late.
どきな、そんなところに突っ立ってると金が拾えないだろ。
Out of the way, how am I supposed to pick up any money with you standing around like that? Even while Kinji was explaining, small fights were breaking out among the citizens. As a result, the black threads being created from the necks were gathering around the Nekomata boy. This is the same feeling as when the Blightfall manifested in the village, right? Kenji Otaro?
御用だ御用だ
Make way! Make way! But at that moment, a new group ran towards us from the other street. Judging from the Goyo lanterns and jite they were holding, these were volunteer police sent by the city commissioner. Jite, a type of weapon used to apprehend criminals. Alright. It seemed that the Nekomata boy had finally finished distributing the money. He tossed the bag aside and started making his escape via the rooftops. But he was quite slow. At that rate, he would only be a matter of time before he was surrounded and captured by the volunteer police. But before that, the black threads attached to the Neko boy became a single mass. The mass of black threads continued to expand as it absorbed the emotional imprints on the surroundings. Oh no, everyone move away!
Huh?
Huh?
一体何が？
Just what is. But my warning was useless because people don't friggin' listen to me. Dun 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 dun. The black threads exploded and from within a pitch black spider was born. From its body that was woven from black threads to its weight that caused the roof to creak. It was undeniably a blightfall.
あれ、良いかじゃん。
Isn't that a
な
blightfall?
るほど。そういうことですか。
I see, so that's how it is. Though the members of the Onryoban were rather calm, the townsfolk were another story. The sudden appearance of a monster caused everyone to scream and run off in all directions. Others fell over from the shock. Even the volunteer police, who had no idea how to deal with a blightfall, fell apart immediately.
こうなっては仕方ありませんね。
Look at his little
Sassato, what a sensei.
knife. They look like they're doing a little dance right now. Interesting. Otaro looks so small. I suppose we have no choice here. Let's finish this quick,
は
Otaro.
よ、任せとけって。
Right, just leave it to me. Kenji and Otaro unsheathed their swords at their waist and started heading towards the Blightfall on the roof. When the Blightfall saw that it seemed to recognize them as enemies, it immediately sent out tentacles to engage them, but the two defiantly cut them down. I need to do something as an Onryoban too. I looked around and saw a large number of citizens who hadn't managed to get away. If this continued, then they might get roped into the fight and end up injured. I had to evacuate them first. It's dangerous there, so we have to move.
腰が抜けて動けねえもうダメだ
My knees won't work and I can't move. It's over for me. What? What? To my dismay, the old man started to sob while still sitting on the ground. What should I do in a situation like this? Should I force him to stand? But I'm not strong enough to. Are you alright? A member of the volunteer police came from the side and carried the man
おや
up.
さんは俺に任せてそこのお嬢ちゃん一緒に皆の避難を手伝ってくれないか
Oh man, let's date this guy. Leave that pops to me. You there, miss. Can you help with evacuating everyone? Yes. That's right. The people of the volunteer police are here too. I'll work hard with everyone together. Meanwhile, it seemed that Kinji and Otaro were forced into a difficult battle.
全然近づけない。屋根の上に居座られると手の出しようがないな。
It's no use. I can't get close at all. If we stay on the roof, then there's nothing we can do.
地の利はあちらにあるようですね。ならこちらから飛んでいくというのはどうでしょう。
It has the high ground. In that case, why don't you... What do you think about jumping towards it from here? After temporarily sheathing his sword, Kinji laced his fingers together and hunched down for Otaru to see.
へえ、いいじゃん。その案乗った。
Sounds cool. Works for me. From there, things move
し
fast.
っかり頼むぜ、キンジ。
I'm counting on you, Kinji.
その言葉
Right back
その
at
ま
you.
まあなたにお返しします。
It's a lot of more words than on the screen. Otaru distanced himself, and then instead of running towards the Blightfall, for some reason he started running straight towards Kinji. It appeared that the Blightfall's attacks couldn't keep up with the sudden change in direction. The tentacle's countless blow failed to connect.
行きなさい。
Go forth! Otaru and Kinji's shadows overlapped, and in that instant, Otaru shot towards the rooftops like an arrow. He used Kinji's cupped hands like a stepping stool, and backed by his unnaturally strong muscles, he jumped high into the sky.
神の見物なんて生意気なんだよ。
Just who do you think you are looking down on us? Oh, man. Though the Blightfall also noticed immediately it was already too late, Otaru's kick managed to knock it off of the roof.
キンジ、あとは任せた。
Kinji, can you handle the rest?
まったくあなたという人は。
You truly are
仕方ありませんね。
unbelievable. I suppose I have no choice. Of course, Kinji was stationed right where the Blightfall was about to land. Ooh, a flash. Ultimately, the Blightfall's mask was sliced in two and it was exterminated. All that was left was to celebrate our victory together. Are you two alright?
ああ、余裕余裕。全く問題な。
Oh, it was a piece of cake. Absolutely no Oh! Just before Otaru could finish his thought, Kinji pinched Otaru's cheek with all his might.
何が問題ないですか。問題点だらけだったでしょ
What do you mean, no problems? There was nothing but
う。最
problems.
後、どうして飛んだ時にそのまま始末しなかったんですか。どう考えてもそちらの方が効率的でしょうに。
At the end, why didn't you finish it off after you jumped down? No matter what, no matter how you look at it, that method would have been the most efficient.
え？なんでってそりゃ、キンジにも見せ場が必要かと思って。
Ah, why did I? Because I thought you needed your time to shine, so...
痛い！
Ow!
へえ、いい度胸ですね。あなたに余計な気を回されるほど落ちぶれた覚えはないのですが。
He's giving Lucas fragile but strong vibes. You have some nerve, don't you? I don't recall becoming so weak and helpless as to require your unwarranted concern.
いらな、ごめん。悪かったって。頬がちぎれるから。
Oh, sorry, I was wrong. You're gonna tear off my cheek.
仕方ないですね。
That's not what he said. Perhaps he was satisfied after seeing the tears in Otaru's eyes. After that conversation, Kinji let go of Otaru's cheek and turned to face the volunteer police behind him.
それよりそこの方、猫又小僧の行方はわかりますか。もう姿が見えないようですが。
More importantly, you over there, do you happen to know where the Nekomatsu boy went? I don't see him anywhere.
いえ、騒ぎに乗じて逃げられてしまったみたいで。
No, it seems he took advantage of the ruckus and ran away.
そうですか。
I see.
化け物退治のご協力ありがとうございました。まさか腕っぷしまで強いなんて。
Thank you for your help exterminating the monster. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting as well. And
たまたま通りかかったのでお手伝いしたまでです。お気になさらず。
oh, I just happened to be passing by, so I lended a hand. Please don't mind me.
大太郎、少々騒がしくなってきましたし、一旦拠点へ戻りますよ。
Otaru, Leah, it's rather noisy. Shall we head back to the base?
了解。
Roger that.
あ、
I wonder what's wrong. Does he want to say something?
何やってるの？ もう行くよ。
Leah, what are you doing? We're gonna head out. Coming. Though there was a lot of things on my mind, the incident that just happened was more important. I feel like there's something on me. That's terrifying. I ran off chasing after Otaru and Kinji. Then we returned to the Onuaban base. Yubuta was lying down in the same place as we set
やっ
off.
と帰ってきたか。
You're finally back.
お待たせしました。無事に娯楽街の案内は終わりましたよ。
I apologize for the wait. We managed to finish our tour of the entertainment
おい
district.
清彦、あんたここでずっとだらけてたのかよ。職務怠慢で京志郎に言いつけてやる。
Kyohiko, were you just lazing about here the whole time? I'm totally telling Kyoshiro that you were just slacking off with that
あ
work.
ほう。これは調べ物をするのに最適だったからこうしているだけだ。お前はもう少し周りを見て発言するんだな。
This was the most effective way to investigate, so I'm lying down. Look around your surroundings a bit more before talking, idiot. Just like he said, there were documents scattered around the room. Though I couldn't quite understand the content based on the meticulous notes on the paper, it seemed true that he was investigating something.
それで何を調べていたんですか？任務に関係することでしたら僕たちもお手伝いしますが。
So then what are you investigating? If it's something related to our mission, then we'll help out as well.
いや、これは自分一人で間に合っている。それより、良いかが出たそうじゃないか。
No, I can do this myself. More importantly, I heard that a Blightfall appeared. It seemed that he had already heard the news. Yobuta sluggishly stood up while urging us to tell him what
その
happened.
件でしたら問題ありません。僕たちで退治してきました。
We had no issues in regards to that. We exterminated it.
出現した場所がちょっと面倒だったけど、強さはいつものやつと変わんなかったな。
The location was a little annoying, but it wasn't any stronger than the usual ones.
お前はどうだ？江戸で良いかを見たのは初めてだろう。
Leah, how about you? That was your first time seeing a Blightfall in Ito, wasn't it?
そういえばあなた、良いかが出現する前に忠告してくれましたね。何か特別なものでも見えたんですか？
Now that I think about it, you warned us before the Blightfall appeared. Did something out of the ordinary happen? At that point, everyone's eyes trained on me. I was a little nervous, but I slowly managed to open my mouth and began recalling what I needed to say. I saw black threads moving in a strange way. When the Neko Mata boy was tossing money, everyone was really excited, right? Because of that, a lot of black threads appeared. I thought that was only when something bad happened. Then they gathered to where the Neko Mata boy was, and as I looked like it was going to explode. So that's how I was able to predict the appearance of a Blightfall.
猫又小僧。
The Neko Mata boy?
今日たまたま来てたんだよ。噂通り、屋根の上から銭を豪快にばらまいてたな。
He showed up today. Coincidentally, just like the rumors say, he really was just blatantly tossing money from the rooftop.
数ヶ月ほど前から再び出るようになったそうです。あなたもご存知かと思っていたのですが。
Apparently, he's been appearing again since a few months ago. I thought you knew about it. Yobuta, is something wrong?
いや、なんでもない。調べ物をして疲労が溜まっただけだ。
No, nothing. I'm just tired from my investigation. Though his expression returned to normal, Yobuta's threads had turned into a complicated combination of red and yellow. This color signifies anger and wariness? Did something happen between Yobuta and the Neko Mata boy?
それにしても、お嬢さんの話はなかなか興味深いですね。
In any
あなたの目には
case,
そんなものが映っていたとは。
what the young lady said was very fascinating. To think that your eyes could see such a thing.
少し伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。黒い糸は、良いかが出現する際、誰かのもとへ集まる習性があるのですか？
May I ask you a question? Do the black threads have a habit of gathering towards a particular person before a Blightfall appears? No, I don't believe they do. When I saw them in my village, it was gathering in the air, so I don't think they necessarily have to gather towards a person.
なるほど。何か法則でもあるんですかね。
I see, so there's some kind of rule involved.
なあ、それって単に騒動の中心に集まってるだけじゃないの？
Come on, isn't that just collecting at the origin of distribution?
故郷の村の
Disturbance?
時は村全体の出来事だから空中で、今回は猫又小僧ありきの出来事だから猫又小僧の元って感じでさ。
Like they gathered in the air at your village because the entire village was in an uproar. This time it was the Nekomatsu boy, so they gravitated towards him.
まあ、ありえなくはないですね。そもそも良いかは人々の悪しき感情に呼び寄せられる存在ですし。
That certainly is possible. To start with, Blightfall are creatures that are drawn to people's negative emotions. So then if the Nekomatsu boy appears again, could Blightfall appear too, just like today?
その可能性は高いと思います。
I think that is a strong possibility. Then do Blightfall also appear along with the Nekomatsu boy in the past?
どうでしょう。意識して見たことがなかったので、はっきりとは言えません。
I wonder. I wasn't looking out for that before, so I can't say for
こ
sure.
んなことになるのなら、猫又小僧に注目しておくべきでしたね。
If I had known this would have happened, I would have paid more attention to the Nekomatsu boy.
俺たち形人と同じで記憶力には自信あるんだ。見てたらちゃんと証言できたのにな。
We're confident in our memories, just like Form Folk. If we'd seen it, we would have reported it for sure. I see.
どうしたんだ急に黙り込んで。
What's wrong? You've gone awfully quiet. No, I was just thinking after seeing today's commotion. Is there a possibility that the Nekomatsu boy made the Blight Paw appear on purpose?
なんだって。
What did you say? I mean, didn't the Nekomatsu boy take advantage of the Blightfall mess to escape? He probably would have been caught if he hadn't happened. So I just was wondering if he used the Blightfall as a decoy. There's no proof, so it's just speculation.
へえ、なかなか面白い考察ですね。
What an interesting hypothesis.
しかしそうなると、猫又小僧が良いか出現の仕組みを把握していることになりませんか？
In that case, wouldn't that mean that the Nekomatsu boy understands how Blightfall
た
appeared?
だの人間がそのような知識を持っているとは考えにくいですが。
I find it difficult to believe a normal human could possess that sort of knowledge.
でも完全に否定もできないんじゃね？仕組み自体は単純なんだしさ。
But you also can't fully deny it either, right? Considering how the Blightfall appear, isn't all that complicated? Considering how the Blightfall appear isn't all that
意図自
complicated.
体は見えなくても銭をまけば変な化け物が出てくるんだってのは何度か繰り返せばわかると思うよ。
Even if you can't see the threads, it shouldn't be too hard to put two and two together if a weird monster appears every time you throw money around. As a result of my statement, Kinji and Otaru went on with their own conversation. But amidst that, Yubura was running his hands roughly through his hair, looking irate.
面倒なことをひらめいてくれたもんだな。
You've really come up with quite a troublesome
良
scenario.
いかおとりにする盗賊だと。そんなものが本当にいたとしたら調べないわけにはいかないだろうに。
A thief that uses Blightfall as a decoy? If that's really the case, then you're giving us no other choice but to investigate. I'm sorry?
いちいち真に受けるな。どちらにせよ、猫又小僧の存在が良いかを呼び寄せているのは事実なんだろ。
Don't take everything I say at face value. In any case, it's true that the Nekomatsu boy's presence is attracting the Blightfalls, right?
そうですね。お嬢さんの目が確かならそうなります。
If what the young woman's eyes saw is true, then that would be the case.
なら明日からは各自その方向で調査をしてくれ。よってお前も今のところは表向きの職を決めなくてもいい。
I want everyone to investigate that starting tomorrow. So Leah, for now, don't worry about finding a cover job.
じ
Understood.
ゃあそういうわけで今日のところは解散。
So with that settled, let's disperse for the day.
なあなあ、それなら清彦も一緒に調査しようぜ。 明日ならそっちの調べ物も終わってるだろ？
In that case, Kyohiko, you should come investigate with us. You'll be done with your own investigation tomorrow, right?
バカを言うな。なんで自分があんなゴミゴミしたところへ行かなきゃならんのだ。
Don't be ridiculous. Why would I go to a squalid place like that?
絶対嫌だ。あそこへ行くくらいなら川屋の掃除でもしていた方がマシだ。
No freaking way. I'd rather clean the bathrooms than go there.
なんでだよ。清彦だって娯楽街組だろ。そうやってダラダラしてると引きこもりになるぞ。
Why not? You're part of the entertainment district team too, aren't you? If you keep lazing around like this, you're gonna become a shut-in.
たわけ。俺は遊んでいたわけじゃない。何度言えばわかるんだ。
Am not. I am not lazing around. How many times do I have to tell you that?
大太郎、後が面倒になるので、清彦さんに絡むのはおやめなさい。
Rotaro, stop messing with Kiyohiko. He'll be annoying to deal with later. So I've been wondering about this for a while. Otaro, you talk really casually to your superiors, don't you?
だって俺たち同じお庭番の仲間だろ。堅苦しいの苦手なんだよ。
I mean, we're all friends here in the Onewa-ban. I'm not really a fan of formalities.
なあなあ清彦、これからも仲良くしような。
Isn't that right, Kyohiko? We're like two peas in a pod.
慣れ慣れしく近寄るな。
God, don't get all buddy-buddy with me.
いいで
Yabuda is throwing a tantrum.
手のかかる後輩と上司を持つと苦労します。
Having a troublesome junior and a superior is such a lot of work.
おい、さらっと自分を含めるな。いいからお前たちはさっさと帰れ。
Don't think I didn't notice you lumping me in with Otaro. Whatever, just go home. And so, as Yabuda's angers reached its peak, our group dispersed. We're like deuces, and we ran away. 4.5 bells later, I was walking down the hallway in the base while trying to hold back a yawn. The rest of the entertainment district team should have gone home already. Even when I focused my ears, I could hear only the sound of bugs. Living in the base might make things easier for me. All I have to do is get ready for bed and I can fall right to sleep. I just have to make sure I wake up early so that I'm not late for our meeting time.
おや、あなたでしたか。
Oh, hello there. But just as I was about to turn at the end of the hallway, I bumped into someone I didn't expect. Kenji? Why are
今日は
you...
もう遅いので、ここに泊めてもらおうと思いまして。今から娯楽街に帰るのも面倒ですしね。
It's already late, so I was thinking that I would spend the night here. It's a lot of work to go back to the entertainment district at this hour. I see. Tomonari mentioned that the people in the Onewa-ban stay at the base sometimes. I was embarrassed that I couldn't guess something as obvious as that. Unlike earlier, Kenji was only wearing a juban, a type of undergarment worn under the kimono. I need a juban. He must have taken off his kimono while preparing for bed. Thanks to that, I could see his figure clearer than usual. Go on, girl, describe it to me. Even though I knew he was a man, there was a certain eroticism that made it difficult to look at him straight on. I don't think she's described any of the guys like this before. I couldn't bear it and had to look away. I thought I knew it would be weird to do
そういえ
so.
ば、今日はお庭番として初仕事でしたね。どうでしたか？
Speaking of which, today was your first day on the job as an Onewa-ban. How was it? It was a slow day.
ぼちぼち。それではまるで商人のようですね。
A slow day? You sound like you're a merchant. Yeah, you're right.
ちなみに明日は歌舞伎の公演があるので、僕は任務に参加できません。あなたと大太郎、二人でお願いしますね。
By the way, I won't be able to participate in tomorrow's mission as I have a kabuki performance. I'll leave it to you and Otaro. Yes, I understand. Even while I was being talked to, I couldn't meet his eyes properly. I knew that Kenji was looking at me, so I felt very bad. And then...
あなた、ちゃんと聞いてるんですか？
Are you even listening to me? To my surprise, Kenji placed a hand on my chin and forced my eyes to meet
相手
his.
と話す際はきちんと目を見なさい。いくら僕がキコだからって失礼です。
When you're talking to someone, you must look into their eyes. Even if I'm a vessel, it's very rude not to. I'm sorry. His face is so close. I can feel his breath. This really is...
謝罪は結構ですので、行動で示してください。顔はこちらを向いているんですから、目を合わせるなんて簡単でしょ？
Save your apologies. Show me with your actions. You're already facing me, so it should be easy to meet my eyes. No? You say that, but...
どんな表情をしているのか見せてくれないと、あなたが何を考えているのかわかりません。これはキコでも人間でも同じですよね。
If you don't show me your face when we're talking, I'm not going to know what you're thinking. That's the same for vessels and humans.
それとも、僕と目を合わせられない理由でもあるんですか？
Unless there's some other reason why you can't meet me eye to eye. Yeah, you're beautiful. Then Kenji drew even closer and began staring into my face. Oh shoot, hang on. Oh gosh. Okay, hang on. Wait, which one? Oh, we're on Otaro's route right now. Otaro is the bottom. She said with a giggle. Alright, this is Otaro. Look at Kenji, tell him the truth. I should be honest and tell him what I was thinking. You look so sensual that I got nervous. I'm sorry. I'll look at you while I'm talking to you from now on. I'm really sorry.
随分と素直ですね。
God, did he change his facial expression? Sometimes I stare at it for so long, I don't know. Oh yeah, he did. He did his mouth. Nope. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's the same. You're quite honest. That was quaintly my fault just now, so...
ま、分かっていただければ結構です。僕も意地の悪いことをしました。
As long as you know it's all right, I was only teasing you. When I oh, he's so cute! Oh my god. Okay. When I apologized sincerely, Kenji immediately let go of me. He even gently patted me on the head as he did. The gesture was kinder than what I expected, and when I looked at him once more, I saw something sparkling.
何ですか?
What is it? Nothing, I just saw the glass ornament in your hairpin reflecting the moonlight. It was really pretty. It's like the color of a clear lake.
ああ、大したものではありませんが、一応気に入っているのでつけているだけです。
Oh, it's nothing special, but I wear it because I like it quite a lot. Because it's what you're made from. That's you. That was you before you wore this. Right? Tell me now. Kenji smiled at me after saying that. Unlike some of the bewitching smiles that he had shown me before, this one harbored a veiled coldness.
では僕はそろそろ行きます。明日はよろしくお願いします。
He doesn't want you to know it's his item, that's why. I should be on my way. Good luck tomorrow. And then Kenji began walking towards a room further inside the base. And for me, I continued watching his back for a long time. Don't blame you. He's got a lovely back. The next day. Alright, we're going to save here. And then we're going to escape and load our other save. I did make one mistake here. I thought this was over. Then after you finished the necessary steps and left the gambling house, the town was just as rowdy as ever. In the middle of it all, we started walking back the way we came.
結局掛け金はこの子のものか。ま、必要なお金は幕府からもらえるし、いっか。
So when all the bets went to Leah, huh? Well, I can get all the money I need from the shogunate, so whatever.
分かっていると思いますが、 その資金はあくまで調査のためのものです。あなたはもう少し有効に使うことを覚えなさい。
I'm sure you understand, but the money is ultimately for investigations. You should learn how to use it more effectively.
それより、お嬢さん。それだけ儲けたのですから、何か買ってみるのはいかがですか？
More importantly, young lady, since you made all the money, why not buy something for yourself? Ah, right. The wallet in my hand was so stuffed full of money from the gambling house that it was practically spilling out. Of course, the money was made up of Otato and Kinji's bets. After looking at it for a while, I quietly handed the money back to the two of them. I'll return this to the two of you.
なんで？せっかく買ったのにいらないの？
Why? You want all that. Why? You don't want it?
まさか、我々に気を使っているのですか？賭け事なんですから勝敗があって当然です。それはあなたの好きになさい。
Don't tell me you're trying to be considerate. It's gambling, dear. Winners and losers are part of the package. You should do as you please with that. You might be right, but I really can't accept this money. I had a wonderful experience today. That was more important than money. Please think of this as my things. Would that be all right? When I tried to tell them my genuine thoughts, the two of them looked at each other in surprise.
あんたって変なやつだな。そういうところ、俺は嫌いじゃないけど。
Yeah, you're so weird. I don't dislike that part of you.
まったく、稀に見るお人よしですね。大太郎、あなた、お嬢さんの爪の赤を煎じて飲んだ方がいいんじゃないですか？
You truly are a rare kind of sweetheart, aren't you? Otato, perhaps you should take a leaf out of the young lady's book.
だからそれ、俺に求める？俺がこの子みたいになったら、すっげえ気持ち悪くない？
Again? Do you really expect something like that from me? If I started acting like her, wouldn't that be super creepy?
それもそうですね。
You're not wrong. So we're just going to agree. With mixed expressions, the two of them accepted the money. Okay, that should be right. Look at Kinji. When Kinji says it, what Kinji says is true. Just because I'm embarrassed doesn't mean I should be acting this way. I'm sorry, I'll be more mindful from now on. I steeled my will and looked directly back at Kinji's face. It's obvious now that I'm looking at him from up close. Kinji is so pretty. I was overwhelmed by his beauty and couldn't help looking away. But I hoped that he would at least acknowledge my courage.
分かっていただければ結構です。僕も不思議に思って聞いただけなので。
Does the rest of us say the same? There's no different dialogue after that? Weird.
分かっていただ
Oh,
けれ
never
ば
mind.
結
Just
構
kidding.
で
There's
す。
some different dialogue there. My
僕
bad.
も不思議に思って聞いただけなので。
It's fine as long as you understand. I was only asking because I was curious. Okay. But the conversation ended there. Even after that, we could do nothing but stare at each other in silence, locked in the same posture. To be honest, I wanted to hurry up and get away, but there was nothing I could do, and my chin was stuck in place. How long do we have to stay like this? It's really awkward. What topic should I... But before, for better or for worse, all I could see was Kinji's beautiful face. If it comes down to this, Kinji, you have a really nice face.
はい。
What? I mean, I just think you have a really nice face.
よく言われます。
I get that a lot.
ついでなので伺っておきますが、どのあたりが綺麗だと思うんです？
Since we're on the topic, I want to ask, what part of my face do you think is nice? Huh? What should I say? I should just say exactly what I'm thinking, right? Well, your skin, maybe it's so clear and beautiful. When I look at it, it reminds me of the snow back home. I was thinking that when people say Snow White skin, they're probably talking about people like you.
それはどうも。
Thank you. And also the ridge of your nose and your chin are narrow, which gives a really cool impression. Your face is sharp, but not too cold, I should say. Like there's a rather androgynistic charm to you.
そうですか。
I see. And your hair is so glossy that it makes me jealous. The hairpin you have in your hair really suits you, and it makes the beauty of your hair stand out. And the glass ornament of the hairpin is the same color as a clear lake. It's lovely. When I look at it like this, I feel like I'm getting sucked in. And
ちょっと待ってください。あなた、いつまで続けるつもりですか？
just a moment. How long do you plan on going on for? Huh, I thought it would be best if I told you as many things as I could think of.
なるほど。素でやっていたんですか。
I see, so you're not doing this on purpose. I'm sorry, I thought it would be better if I was specific. Did I upset you?
別に不快な思いはしていないから安心なさい。
No, it wasn't upsetting. You can
ただ、
relax.
あなたのためを思って助言してあげましょう。今のは他の人にはしない方がいいですよ。
Only I'll give you some advice for your sake. Don't try that, what you did just now on other people.
口
Why?
説かれていると相手を勘違いさせてしまいますから。
Because you'll make them think you're flirting with them. Huh?
あなたの思いはしかと伝わりました。僕からの返事も必要ですか？お望みとあらば、あなたの美点もお教えしますよ。
You've clearly conveyed your thoughts just now. Shall I give you an answer? I can also tell you what makes you beautiful if you wish. I did not mean to press the button that long, my bad.
肌、髪、顔の造形、身につけているもの、あなたが僕にしてくれたように。
Boy, I don't even want to look you in the
一つ
eyes.
一つ
Like, maybe you shouldn't
褒
tell
めてあげ
me
ましょうか。
I look nice. Your skin, hair, face, clothing. Would you like me to praise them one by one, just as you did for me? Saying that, Kenji slowly traced the line of my chin with the tip of his finger. My face flushed at the ticklish sensation brushing against the surface of my skin, and his rather heated gaze. That's fine. I don't think I need that. I then left in such a hurry that I practically threw off Kenji's arm. I felt I would lose my mind if we had continued to stare at each other any longer.
では僕はそろそろ行きます。明日はよろしくお願いしますね。
Then I should be on my way. Good luck tomorrow. And then Kenji began walking towards a room further inside the base. As for me, I continued watching his back for a long time. Dun 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 dun. The next day.
というわけで、今回集められた資料はこれだけだ。
So anyways, these are the only documents we've collected this time. When we met in the same room as yesterday, Yabuda tossed a collection of papers at me. Both Otaro and I were enraptured by the documents handed to us without even a proper greeting. Incidentally, as was mentioned the other day, Kenji was off work today. These are records of Blightfall appearances
猫
and
又小僧の資料。こんなのうちにあったっけ？
documents on the Nekomatsu boy. Did we have these before?
良いかの出現記録はもともとお庭版で作成していたものだ。これには江戸全域の良いか出現場所とその時刻が記されている。
The Onryoban has been keeping records of Blightfall appearances. These have both the location and times of all known Blightfall sightings in the Edo area.
で、こっちの猫又小僧の資料は町奉行所から入手してきたものだ。これには猫又小僧の犯行日時なんかが書いてある。
And the Nekomatsu boy's documents I got from the city commissioner. These have details such as the date and time of his
武
crimes.
漢にも載っていないお前らだとこういうのは借りられないだろう。だから朝一で自分が行ってきたのだ。
Since you two aren't in the samurai directory, you wouldn't be able to borrow these. That's why I went to get them first thing in the morning.
さすが清彦、仕事ができる上役そのものだな。
Kiyohiko, I knew you could do it. You really are the kind of boss that likes getting his hands dirty.
お前、昨日の今日でよくも手のひらを返しすぎてそのうち折れるんじゃないか。いや、むしろ折れてしまえ。
You have some nerve after what you said yesterday. Careful not to flip-flop too much or you'll turn into a fish. Actually, maybe you'd finally shut up.
釣れないこと言うなよ、清彦。昨日は昨日、今日は今日。だろ？そんな細かいこと気にするなって。な。
Don't be like that, Kyohiko. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Don't sweat the small stuff, right? Otaro's attitude was so light-hearted, he was practically glowing. Meanwhile, Yobura glared at him with narrow eyes. I should probably advance the conversation without getting too involved here. These documents are really a big help. We can investigate the connection between the Blightfalls and the Neko Matsuboi now, right, Otaro?
だな。じゃ、早速調べよう。
Yep, let's get a move on and start investigating. And so Otaro and I started carefully reading through each of the documents that were handed to us. As we did so, a certain truth naturally rose. The most recent appearance from the Neko Matsubois are yesterday, 10 days ago, and 14 days ago. How about the Blightfalls in the entertainment district?
こっちの資料で見る限り、該当する日には全部出てるみたいだな。時刻も合ってる。
From what I can tell in these documents, they appeared out at... Oh my gosh. From what I can tell in this document, they appeared all the days you mentioned. The times match up too. So that means...
猫又小僧の犯行が良いか出現のきっかけになっているのは確かなようだな。
It seems there's no doubt that the Neko Matsuboi's crimes are the triggers for Blightfall appearances. Otaro and I both nodded at Yubura's conclusion.
じゃあ、あんたの考えた案、大正解だったな。すげえじゃん。
That means your theory was spot on. That's awesome. That's saying too much. I only noticed because I happened to see the emotional imprints. And there's one more piece of information written here that I'm a little curious about.
言ってみろ。
Tell us. It says that the Neko Matsuboi was arrested once.
そうなの？
Really?
どれどれ？
Let's see here. Both Otaro and Yobura took a closer look at my document.
ほんとだ。5年前に捕まったみたいだな。だから一旦引退したのか？
You're right, he was caught 5 years ago. That's why he retired for a while. But it says he was released. Though why he was released isn't written on here.
それはそうだろう。これは外部用の資料だ。詳しい記載は省いてあるんだろ。
I'm not surprised. These documents are from outside parties. They likely redacted more detailed information.
外部用って。おい、清彦。なんでちゃんとした資料を借りてこなかったんだよ。
Outside parties? Hey, Kyohiko, why didn't you borrow some more improper documents?
たわけ！借りられるわけがないだろ。自分たちは思いっきり部外者なんだぞ。
That would be impossible, moron. We are quite literally the definition of an outside party.
それに、町奉行の奴らにもメンツがある。一度捕まえた下手人がまた同じ悪さしているんだ。自分たちの手で捕まえたいんじゃないか？
And the city commissioner has a reputation to protect a criminal they caught once is out committing the same crimes. They probably want to catch them
下手
again.
に情報を与えて、部外者に手柄を横取りでもされたらたまったもんじゃないだろ。
If they release all their information and an outsider stole their thunder, they'd probably have a fit.
手柄ね。
Steal their thunder? Huh. Wait, isn't that a bit strange though? If he's been caught once, then the city commissioners should already know that Neko Matsuboi's real name and face, right? If they know all that, then it should be easy to find him, so why haven't they caught him yet?
言われてみればそうかも。清彦、なんか聞いてないの？
Now that you mention it, that is weird. Kyohiko, do you know anything?
知るわけないだろ。自分はお庭番の人間だぞ。
How could I? I'm the member of the Oniwa Bond. Our morning meeting ended with Yobura decisively shut us down. There was no point thinking about things we had no way of knowing for sure. I put the question out of my mind for the time being and started walking around Samurai Town with Otaro. Using the documents we received as reference, we were to investigate each location the Nekomata boy stole from.
ここかな。猫又小僧が初仕事で忍び込んだ屋敷。
Is this it? This should be the mansion that the Nekomata boy snuck into for his first job. Wow, this is a gorgeous mansion. The storehouse is so big, I wonder if they're really rich.
ここなら盗みがいありそうだよな。でもこういうところ、普通の盗っ人なら逆に避けそうだけど。
Looks like a place worth stealing from for sure. On the other hand, you'd figure most thieves would avoid places like this. Huh? Why?
そりゃ、忍び込むのに手間がかかるからだよ。捕まる危険も高くなるし。そう考えると、猫又小僧って凄腕だったんだろうな。
It takes a lot of time and effort to sneak in. There's also a higher risk of getting caught. The Nekomata boy must really be good at what he does. That makes sense. I stared at the mansion in front of me once more. The walls were tall and there was an imposing lock on the storehouse. I couldn't even see any windows on the buildings. It was true. You would need an incredible amount of skill to break through this. What other place was the Nekomata boy stolen from?
7、8年前は武家や城下町の豪商からってのが多いかな。で、金をばらまくのは城下町がお決まりだったみたい。
Looks like he targeted samurai families and wealthy merchants in Castletown 7 or 8 years ago. He would distribute the money in Castletown too. Castletown, not the entertainment district?
でも最近は活動拠点を娯楽街に移してる。
Yeah, but recently he moved his activities to entertainment
娯楽
district.
街で盗んで、娯楽街で金をばらまく。当然標的は金持ちじゃないから、盗む額も随分減ってるみたいだな。
So he steals and distributes money in the entertainment district. Of course, his targets aren't rich, so he's been making off with a lot less. It sounds like it's a different
昔
guy.
は千両箱ごと盗んで小判をまいてたのに、今じゃ一文銭混じりの小銭ばっかだってさ。
He used to steal entire 1,000-row boxes and toss gold coins by the dozen, but lately it's only been loose change filled with 1 mon coins. Now that you mention it, the money yesterday was pretty much only small coins. But why did he give it to the entertainment district? It's not very effective, is it?
単純に一回捕まったせいで慎重になっちゃったのかもな。
Maybe it's simple. Maybe he just became more careful after being caught once.
警備ガチガチの武家町や商家に比べたら、娯楽街の庶民から盗んだ方が楽だろ？
Compared to Samurai Town and the merchant's tight security, it's probably easier to steal from the commoners of the entertainment district. I suppose.
でも、娯楽街は娯楽街で物騒な連中が多いから、バレたらとんでもないことになるけどな。なんでそこまでして盗みと施しを続けてるんだろう。
But the entertainment district has its fair share of dangerous people. If he got caught, it wouldn't end well. So why does he keep doing this? I don't really know. Even just talking it out like this, there were countless questionable aspects rising to the surface. But neither I nor Otaru could give a clear answer for any of them. Oh, I just noticed Sleazy made a post, sorry. Even while I held this uncomfortable feeling in my chest, I continued to walk down the unchanging street of Samurai Town when...
やっぱりあなただったのね。
I figured it was you, Mimi. To my surprise, Maharu came walking towards us, shouldering a furoshiki cloth on her back. When she noticed us, Mimi enthusiastically waved her free hand and ran towards us.
こんなところで奇遇ね。まさか武家町で会うなんて思わなかったわ。
What a coincidence to see you here. I never thought I'd find you in Samurai Town. Yeah, me too. Why are you here, Mimi?
私はお店のお使いで茶道の道具を売りに来ていたの。お得意様だからお屋敷まで行かなきゃいけなくて。
I'm here to sell tea ceremony tools as an errand for oh my gosh. I'm here to sell tea ceremony tools as an errand for work. They're a valued customer, so I apparently have to go all the way to their mansion.
そういうあなたはどうして武家町にいるの？
How about you? Why are you in Samurai Town? To tell you the truth, I've been staying with someone from a samurai family.
あら、そうだったの？それはすごいわね。
That's amazing.
なあ、俺のこと忘れてない？てか誰？この人。あんたの知り合い？
Hello! Did you forget about me? Who is this anyway? Someone you know, Leo? Oh, and then Otaru barged in between us. This must have been the first time Mimi noticed Otaru, her eyes widened in slight
こ
surprise.
の子がお世話になっている武家の方じゃないわよね。お友達かしら？
I don't know if you can say that to some without it being rude. What? Who are you? Leah's friend? You don't look like you're from a samurai family.
まあそんな感じ。こんな格好してたら武家には見えないよな。
Yeah, something like that. I guess I wouldn't look like someone from a samurai family when I'm wearing clothes like these, huh? Yeah, no, he's wearing clothes like he's a worker. He's got his kimono sleeves tied up.
あら、ごめんなさいね。そういうつもりじゃなかったんだけど。でも、城下町でもあまり見かけない子よね。
Oh my, I'm sorry. That wasn't what I meant. It's just I haven't ever seen you around
そ
Castletown.
れはそうだよ。だって俺、娯楽街に住んでるから、城下町なんてほとんど行かないよ。
Of course, I live in the entertainment district. I almost never go out to Castletown. Even though they lived in the same Edo, not only was the city quite large, so too was it the city's population. It was no wonder that the two didn't know each other. I have to introduce them properly as their mutual acquaintance. Otaru, let me introduce you. This is Maharu. We used to live together.
昔一緒に？
You still live together? Yeah, but for a bunch of reasons we became separated from each other. I thought that I'd never see her again, but we were reunited by chance in Edo. And Mimi, this is Otaru. I'm working in the entertainment district right now, and he's been looking after me there.
娯楽街ですって？
The entertainment district? When she heard that, Mimi grabbed my shoulder so violently she stopped my explanation. Mimi, what's wrong?
娯楽街でどんな仕事をしてるの？
Oh, this is making me dizzy. Oh, Jesus. What kind of...
その遊郭とかじゃないわよね。
What kind of work do you do in the entertainment district? Tell me all the details. Don't tell me you work in the red light district. Ooh, this is dizzying. And then Mimi started to shake me with all her might. Her slim frame hid an unimaginable strength, and I was simply along for the ride. Wait a second. You got it all wrong. I can't perform a single art, and I'm not suited for a place like that.
でも、あなたの可愛らしさなら、老子だって黙っていないはずだわ。
But you're so adorable. There's no way a brothel owner would not try to recruit
落
you.
ち着けよ、美晴。そもそも遊女になったら遊郭から出られないんだから。こんなところにいるわけないじゃん。
Calm down, Maharu. For starters, if she became a courtesan, then she couldn't leave the entertainment district. There's no way she'd be here.
この子はただ、うちの見せ物小屋を手伝ってくれてるだけだよ。
She's just helping out the show tent I work at.
見せ物小屋のお手伝い？
Helping out at a show tent?
そうだよ。
Yeah, exactly.
そうだったの。
Is that so? The strength slowly left Mimi's fingers at the sudden new information. We managed to trick her thanks to Otaru. In fact, I thought he couldn't lie. He shouldn't be able to say that because that's a lie. He lied. In fact, how they have cover stories, they can't lie. In the end, Mimi had a serene and carefree look on her face, and she released my shoulders.
いや、よかったわ。その、遊郭が悪いってわけじゃないけど、場所が場所だから心配で。
That's good. It's not that the red light district is bad per se, but considering what it is, I was worried. I never knew you were such a worrywart, Mimi.
そんなの当たり前でしょ。あなたは大事な家族なんですもの。心配くらいするわよ。
Why wouldn't I be? You're an important part of my family. Of course I'll worry about you.
家族なあ、さっきから気になってたけど、二人はどういう関係なの？なんで離れ離れになったの？
Family? I've been curious. This whole 5 minutes we've just ran into each other. What kind of relationship do you two have, and why did you become separated? Huh, oh, that's because I gave a brief explanation of the relationship between Mimi and me. And Mimi was my form folk, and that because she was born in a village that banned form folk, she was banished when they found out she was. Upon hearing that, Otaru nodded understandably.
なるほど。じゃあ一緒に暮らしていた期間はそんなに長くないんだ。
I see. Then you weren't living together for too long then? That's right. It was only around 3 years, I think. Pretend that I'm not here. I just wanted to say, Kenji, my husband. The moment I show up in chat, just pretend that I'm not here. Okay. You missed his CG though, but he'll have another one before the end of the game. Or sorry, before the end of the thing. I brought the object Mimi came from 8 years ago. She became a form folk pretty quickly after that. So her time as an object was short too.
じゃあさ、ミハル以外の形人はいなかったの？
It's the
あんた
ribbon,
とお父
right?
さんで二人暮らし？ミハルが生まれる前も？
Does that mean there weren't any form folk other than Miharu? You lived alone with your dad even before Miharu was born? I think so. To be fair, if there was another form folk, they would have been banished immediately.
おー、そっか。
I see.
じゃあミハルに質問。昔のこの子ってどんな感じだったの？今とあんまり変わらない？
Then I'll ask this to Miharu. What was this girl like as a kid? About the same or now as now?
そうね。素直で可愛くて、とってもいい子だったわよ。お手伝いもよくしてくれたし。
Yeah, I suppose. She was cute and honest and just the nicest child. She often helped out too.
そうなんだ。手伝いってどんなことしてたの？
I see. Helped in what way?
そうね。何でもしてくれたけど、一番張り切ってやってたのはお料理ね。
She did basically everything, but the thing she was most excited about was cooking.
最初は包丁が怖かったみたいで、私が使っているのをビクビクしながら見ていたのよ。
She used to be scared of the knife at first. I remember she used to shake like crazy when she was watching me use it.
でも、私が包丁で指を切ってからは、自分が美晴お姉ちゃんを守るんだって率先してお手伝いしてくれるようになったの。
Aw, but after I cut my finger with the knife, she was all, I'm gonna protect you, Mimi, and started being more proactive with helping out.
かわいい。なんか想像つくかも。そういうことしそうだよな。
That's so cute. I can totally see that. She seems the type.
そうでしょ？自慢の妹なのよ。まあ、あの子もちょっと不器用だから、お料理では何度か指切ったりしてたけど。
Right? I'm so proud of my little sister. She's also pretty clumsy and she cuts her fingers a lot while cooking. Mimi, stop that. That's so embarrassing.
でも、ここからがいいところなのに。
But I'm just about to get to the good part. Otaru, you too. Stop asking weird stuff. It's all in the past.
俺あんたの話聞きたいんだけど。ほら、初めてできた後輩だし、仲良くなりたいじゃん。
Huh? But I want to hear about you. I mean, you're the first junior I ever had. So I want to be your friend.
あんたのこともっと知りたいし、他の奴らに先を越されたくないし、独り占めしたいっていうか。
I want to get to know you more, and I don't want others to get ahead of me, and I want to have you for myself or something.
こういうのおかしい？
Is that weird? Huh?
あらあらあらあらあらあら
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Otaru's overly straightforward words threw me into complete disarray. On one hand, Mimi poked at my shoulder without even trying to hide her big smile. Oh my stars, that's hilarious. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
聞いた？この子ったらあなたに興味津々みたいよ。あなたの方はどうなの？
Leah, did you hear that? Looks like this boy here is interested in you. How about you? What do you mean?
ちょっと勘違いすんなよ。俺は別にそういうつもりで質問したわけじゃ。
Wait. Don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't like I was asking those questions because...
今さらごまかそうとしても無駄よ。ああいう内容の話は相手に好意がないと聞かないじゃない？
It's already too late for you to get out of this. You wouldn't ask people questions like that unless you liked them, would
自
you?
分の気持ちには素直になった方がいいわ。この子可愛いし、ついつい好きになっちゃうのもわからなくもない。
You should be honest with your feelings. She's cute, so I can understand accidentally falling
だ
for
か
her.
ら勝手に話進めんなって。
Like I said, don't assume. I was completely left behind in the conversation. Of course, I understood what they were talking about. Not even I was slow on the uptake. Otaru likes me, but it seems Otaru is denying it. So maybe Mimi's just saying things because I take everything at face value. I thought about it for a while, but couldn't come up to a conclusion. Wait, why were we here again? Ah, we were investigating the Nekomate boy.
てなわけだから誤解するなよな。
Oh, he's blushing. So that's why you shouldn't get any weird ideas.
いいわ。そういうことにしておいてあげる。
Alright, if you say so. It seems that their conversation had reached a natural endpoint. It was my chance to cautiously ask Mimi. By the way, Mimi, could we ask you something?
何かしら？あ、色恋のことなら喜んで相談に乗るわよ。
What is it? Oh, if you want love advice, then I'll gladly give it. That's not it. Do you know the Nekomate boy? He's a thief who gives away the money he steals.
もちろん知ってるわよ。城下町で頑張っていた時は私も応援しに行ってたもの。
Of course I know him. I used to cheer him on when he was working in
懐か
Castletown.
しいわね。私が江戸に来たばかりの頃、彼の活躍を見て励まされてたっけ。
What a fond memory. When I first come to Edo, I remember being cheered up when I saw all the work he did. Do you like the Nekomate boy?
ええ、猫又小僧ってすっごい人気だったのよ。悪どいことをして稼いでいる武家や商人からお金を盗んで私たちに戻してくれて。
Yes, the Nekomate boy was very popular. He would steal the ill-gotten gain of samurai families and merchants and give them back to the
彼っ
people.
てかなり凄腕の盗賊で、標的にされた家もお金が盗まれたことにすぐ気づけなかったくらいなんですって。
He was a really skilled thief, so much so that some targeted houses didn't even notice that they'd been
お
robbed.
金をばらまいた後も、岡っ引きに影すら踏ませずに颯爽と逃げ去っていたわね。
Is the Nekomate boy Otaro's original form's person? Like he was a stealthy thief, and Otaro is also a stealthy-ish thief, but he has a dog keychain. Interesting. Even after he handed out the money, he wouldn't make his dashing escape without so much as letting the police step on his shadow.
猫又小僧は間違いなく城下町の風雲児だったわ。今は娯楽街で活躍しているみたいだけど、元気にやっているかしら。
The Nekomate boy was undoubtedly the vigilante of Castletown. I hear he's working in the entertainment district now, but I wonder how he's doing. Then Mimi's eyes closed as if thinking of the past. After we bid farewell to Mimi and went around all of the crime scenes in Samurai Town and Castletown, we continued into the entertainment district. From here on are the recent crime scenes, right?
とりあえず猫又小僧の被害に遭った人たちに話を聞いてみよっか。
For starters, how about we talk about people who've been victimized by the Nekomate boy?
猫又小僧？あいつのせいで最悪だよ。せっかく儲かったってのに、うちの売り上げ全部取りやがってよ。
The Nekomate boy, everything's ruined because of him. I finally made the big bucks, but he stole my entire profit.
猫又小僧に盗まれたせいで次の見せ物を用意できなくなっちゃった。 しばらくは休業かな。
I have nothing new prepared for the show tent now because the Nekomate boy stole everything. I'll probably have to close
あ
down
ん
for
な
a
に儲
while.
けたの初めてだったのに。
It was my first time making so much money too. Seeing a different
ほ
theme
ら、
here.
ここの壁に穴が開いてるだろ。これは猫又小僧が逃げるときにうちのじいさまを突き飛ばしたせいなんだよ。
Do you see that hole in the wall? This was from when the Nekomate boy was running away and shoved my
お
grandfather.
かげでぎっくり腰になっちまったわい。
Strained my back too thanks to him. Aw, dang. After we went around a few houses, we looked at each other with matching befuddlement. What kind of different... That's kind of different from what Mimi told us.
全然風雲児って感じじゃないよな。とりあえず儲かってるところは手当たり次第に狙われるって感じかな。
He doesn't sound like a vigilante at all. It feels more like he's hitting places that make a lot of money without any planning.
多分盛り上がってるのは被害にも遭ってない無関係な人間なんだよ。銭がもらえればいいってだけの。
The people who are so excited about it are probably unconnected and haven't been targeted. People who only care if they get money or not. Though, why is he less skilled now? The other day he was about to trip when he was running away from the volunteer police.
もしかしたら怪我でもしたのかもな。だから守りが固い武家や商家には盗みに行けなくなったとか？
Maybe he got hurt. That's why he probably stopped going to samurai houses and merchant houses with heavy security. As we continued our discussion, we saw a familiar face walking towards us from the outside of the street. I think it's your time to shine, Asia.
おや
Oh, lied to you. I lied
こ
to
ん
you.
にちは。
It's Tatsunosuke. He's the Neko Mata boy. Hello there.
おお、タツさんじゃん。今日もルリコのとこ？
Yo, if it isn't Tatsu, are you going to Ruruko's today?
ええ、先ほどまで一緒だったんです。
I was actually with her just now. Wow, you lied to me. Still not here. Sorry. They said familiar face. There was someone who couldn't be part of the party today because he was working. We're in the place where he works. I thought it was him. It's not like I played this route before. How would I know? Tatsunosuke smiled like he was embarrassed and scratched at the back of his head.
今日はね、身請け後に必要なものがないか話してきたんですよ。嫁入り道具も何もないから、こっちでいろいろ用意しなきゃならないんですよ。
I see. So he's copying the Neko Mate boy because he wants to marry her, and it's really costly to marry her, so he doesn't have enough money. So he's clumsy though, right? Plot twist, you'd have played his route. Yeah, I did. I played it off camera. I just did it in one night. Because if I'm not reading out loud, I read a lot faster if I'm being real. Anyways, my theory, he's doing this because he wants to get his girlfriend because he's got a face. We talked about this. You got a face, you have a story to tell. So he's got a face. He's doing it because he wants to get his girlfriend out of the red light district, but he can't afford to on his money alone. So he's stealing, and maybe he's throwing some of the money back at people so they're like, oh, it's the Nekomate boy, but he's keeping a majority of the money so that he can get her back. I just went to ask her if there was anything necessary for her for when she's freed. Can't get married without at least offering her a trauseus?
タンスとか着物とか、今の時点でもいろいろ買ってはいるんですが。
I've already bought things like dressers and kimonos at this point, but wow, that sounds really fun.
それ、身請けした後に本人と買い物に行くんじゃダメなのか？その方が好みとか反映できそうだけど。
Can't you buy that when you with her after she's freed? It seems like it'd be easier for her to buy things she likes.
それもそうなんですけどね。でも、ルリコが不便な思いをしないように前もって用意してあげたいんです。
That's true, but I want to be prepared for her in advance so Ruriko doesn't feel inconvenienced at all.
それに、少しずつ彼女のものが増えていくと、本当にルリコがうちに来てくれるんだと実感できるじゃないですか。
The more of her things I see around, the more I realize that Ruriko is actually finally coming to live with me.
それだけですごく幸せで。
That alone makes me so happy.
へえ、そういう考え方もあるのか。で、ただののろけ話じゃん。
Huh, I didn't know there was that angle to it. Wait, you're just bragging about your love life. Tatsunosuke's heartwarming story made even us feel content. Though I didn't want to continue hearing such happy stories, we still. Oh, wait, though I did, not didn't, she did want to hear them. I'm like, wow, she's rude. We still had a job to do. I decided to get information from Tatsunosuke just in case. By the way, Tatsunosuke, do you know about the Nekomate boy?
猫又小僧
The Nekomate boy? Cautiously approached the topic, and the moment I did so, Tatsunosuke's eyes
い
sparkled.
やー、あれは粋ですよね。彼の活躍を見ると元気が出ますよ。
Man, he was so suave. Watching him at work energizes me
も
too.
しかしてタツさん、猫又小僧の信奉者だったりする？
Tatsu, you wouldn't happen to be a Nekomate boy worshiper?
ええ、彼のことは尊敬しています。私にとっては救世主みたいなものです。
Yes, I truly respect him. He's basically my savior.
実
Wink,
は
wink,
私、
wink, because he gave me the
昔は
idea.
商売が本当に下手で、悪徳商人にお金を騙し取られたことがあったんですよ。
To tell you the truth, I used to be very bad at being a merchant. One time I lost my money to an underhanded merchant scam.
当時はまだルリコにも出会っていなかったので、生きる意味もなくなってしまって、もう死んでしまおうかとすら考えていました。
Naturally. At the time, I hadn't met Ruriko yet, so I lost my will to live. I was even thinking that I should just go ahead and die.
そんな時ですよ。猫又小僧が助けてくれたのは。彼は九段の悪徳商人の元からお金を盗んで、みんなに分け与えてくれたんです。
It was then that the Nekomate boy saved me. He stole money from that awful merchant and shared it with everyone.
後で聞いた話によると、その商人に騙された人はたくさんいたらしいんですよ。
I heard about this later, but there was a lot of folks who'd been tricked by that merchant.
とにかく、そのおかげで私はもう一度商売の世界に戻れまして、こうして成功を収められたんです。
In any case, I was able to return once more to the world of commerce thanks to that, and now I've become
だか
successful.
ら、今の私があるのも、ルリコと遊郭で出会えたのも、すべて猫又小僧のおかげなんですよ。
The man I am today and the fact that I met Ruriko in the red light district is all thanks to the Nekomate boy.
最近の活動は少し趣を変えているようですが、何にせよ、こうしてまた活動を再開してくれて嬉しいです。
It does seem from his recent activities that his tastes have changed, but either way, I'm glad that he started working again. And then Tatsunosuke hugged the front of his chest like a small child. When he did, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a black shadow deep in his sleeve. It seemed that he had a large bruise on his arm. Tatsunosuke, is your arm all right? My arm? When I pointed it out, Tatsunosuke rolled up his sleeve and checked inside.
これは問題ありません。どこかにぶつけたのか、あざができてしまっただけなので。
Yeah, when I was running away from the police because I'm the fake I don't know, Nekomatsu. Don't worry about it. This is just a bruise from when I bumped into something.
猫又小僧、待ってたぜ
I was gonna disprove my theory already. Nekomate boy, I've been waiting for you. Plot twist, plot twist. All right, at that moment, the cheers of citizens rang out, silencing every other voice. I'm going to pause for just 1 second because I have a missed phone call. I'm going to make sure it's not important because it's work related. Give me 1 second. Must not be important. Okay. At that moment, the cheers of citizens rang out, silencing every other voice. When I turned around in surprise, there was the Nekomate boy once again strewing about money from the rooftop. Or I guess maybe I could have saw this a different... No, I'm not convinced yet. It seems that the volunteer police had not yet arrived and everyone was picking up the money and gold without reserve.
まさかこんなところで会えるなんて。私、ちょっと行ってきます。
To think that I made him a place like this, I'm gonna go for a bit.
タツさん、ちょっと。
Tatsu, wait. Of course, the more people appeared, the more black threads were created. Already, there was several layers of black threads gathering around the Nekomate boy as if to protect him. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before a Blightfall showed up. Otaru, it's coming.
まあ、なんとかなるかな。
As a reminder, Otaru doesn't like to work. I'm sure it'll work out. The Blightfall was born as soon as I warned him. It stationed itself on the rooftop and let out another challenging roar. So the Blightfalls are appearing because of the Nekomate boy, just like we thought, right?
さて、ここはサクッと倒しちゃいますか。
Now then, let's hurry up and defeat it, shall we? Then the battle started. What is that monster? Yeah. Having learnt from the other... Oh, wait a second. What if it's a distraction and then he goes and does... I don't know. There's too many... I have too many theories right now. Having learnt from the other day, Otaru first circled around and got onto the roof without alerting the Blightfall. That, of course, meant the citizens were exposed to danger during that time. Please calm down. Hurry and get away from the monster. God help us. I was doing my best to direct the evacuation, but my voice was drowned out by the screams and cheers. I just started to cough. My eyes. Oh no. There's nothing I can do by myself. I have no choice but to pray that Otaru defeats it quickly.
よっと、到着。
Oof, I made it. While that happened, Otaru finished climbing onto the roof. Ooh, look at that lovely roof. What a roof. At that point, the Blightfall finally noticed Otaru's approach. Aiming to get rid of him, it concentrated on all its tentacles into a volley of strikes.
もう、邪魔だな。
Jeez, leave me alone. Otaru was skillfully parrying each and every attack, but then... In the end, he couldn't keep up and was shoved away by one of the tentacles. And because of where he was standing, he ended up rolling all the way to where I was from the force of the attack. That bastard. Otaru, are you alright? Yeah, just peachy. He was able to break his fall fine. It seemed Otaru stood up in a much better condition than I was expecting.
昨日戦ったやつよりなんか強い気がする。見た目は一緒なんだけどな。
Look at that leg. He's exposing leg. This one feels stronger than the one we fought yesterday. Weird. It looks the same though. Muttering that, Otaru ran off in order to eliminate the Blightfall. I looked around once more. I'm sorry. Are you telling me this little girl hasn't noticed the giant monster next to the Nekomate boy? Sir, Nekomate boy, here. Throw some here too. Nekomate boy, I believe in you. To my surprise, even amidst the chaos, the citizens continued crowding around. Tatsunosuke was having a great time, and the citizens were watching over the Nekomate boy's escape while collecting money. Why? If all the people here were holding on to such strong emotions, it would make sense that the black threads would keep being generated. What Otaru said earlier, maybe the Blightfall becomes stronger the more black threads there are. The black threads are like an accumulation of negative emotions, so it's not impossible That means if we don't do something about the people around us, something bad's going to happen. If we can catch the Nekomate boy who's causing all this, then things might settle down, but...
御用だ御用だ猫又小僧はどこ
Make way, make way! Where's the Nekomate
出
boy?
発すんなお前らはお呼びじゃねえんだよ
Don't get in the way, no one called for you! Fist and rocks flew, people shouted. Even though the volunteer police had finally arrived, they were being hampered by the citizens all the way. Rather than the ruckus settling down, it was only growing more rowdy. Are you alright? When I went to the volunteer police who had been shoved away, the man stood up dumbfounded.
あああれ君は昨日の
Yeah, I saw you yesterday. May I ask a question? What is it? Why doesn't the city magistrate catch the Nekomate boy? You already know where he is, right?
証拠が見つからないんだ相手もそこそこの立場の人間だから強引にしょっぴくこともできないし
We can't find proof. He's also someone of fairly high standing, so we can't even force an arrest.
何をしているんですかあなたたち
Oh, look, there he is. There's that guy you've been waiting for. What are you all doing? Suddenly, Kenji ran over from the back of the main street. He must have heard the riot from all the way inside the theater house. He was already wielding his sword and looking ready to fight.
ケンジ遅いよ俺がおとりしとくから早く倒して
Kenji! Aren't you fashionably late? I'll be the decoy, so hurry up and defeat it.
まったくだらしない子ですね
My word, such a careless boy. From that point, my husband! I totally didn't pretend that I wasn't here! From that point, it was instantaneous. While the Blightfall focused all its attacks on Hotaru, Kenji struck its mask with one blow. Ah! Just from that, the Blightfall raised a death howl and disappeared, like the shimmering mirage of a setting sun. But things aren't going to end well at this rate. The more the Nekomate boy gets hyped up, the stronger the Blightfall that appear. Yeah, where is he? Isn't he still there? They were still shouting Nekomate boy. But the Nekomate boy's crimes continued unabated. It had become a ridiculous situation where every time he offered charity to the citizens, a powerful Blightfall would appear. Hi, Leah. Hi, Eunice. I just got here the moment my husband appeared. Wow, welcome to the stream. That's incredible. Here, I'll pin that. There we go. Welcome. Welcome to the thing. It's so nice to see you today. It had become a ridiculous situation where every time he offered charity to citizens, a powerful Blightfall would appear, which makes no sense at all. Because at some point, you would correlate that. It's kind of like that experiment they did with monkeys and a banana, where like they put the banana and the monkey would get it and they'd shock the monkey. Like you'd realize at some point, wait a second, when this happens, I don't understand. The Nekomate boy also became more active, and he was now appearing every other day. We need to stop his crimes as soon as possible. I literally thought it was Eunice pinging my message. I mean, she might. She's multitasking right now. We needed to stop his crimes. While determined to do just that, we had come to a certain place. Here it is.
よっしゃここが悪の総本山だな
So this is the evil force's headquarters.
違いますよおバカさん
No, it's just stupid. We had come to none other than the city commissioner's office. Between the interference of the citizens and of the Blightfall, it would be almost impossible to apprehend the Nekomate boy at the scene. Hi, Leah. Hi, Asia. Hello, Jay. Welcome to the chat. Did you also just get here? That's crazy. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot Kenji was on the screen just now. After seeing volunteers police in action, we couldn't expect much, which meant that we had no choice but to catch the Nekomate boy in his off hours. And to do so, we needed to know who he was and where he lived.
本当なら清彦さんにきちんとした資料をもらってきてもらうのが一番早いのですがね。
Normally, it'd be faster if we had Kiyohiko to get the proper documents.
清彦、めんどくさがって町奉行の説得してくんねえもんな。
Kiyohiko thought it'd be too much work. Here, let me move. Just so we don't get in the beautiful boy's face too much. I don't know. Is that doing? Okay. It's working. It's working. I was here for a while, but was doing some cleaning. Nice. That's good. Cleaning's good. I do that too sometimes. Not recently, because I'm tired. You thought you saw Asia at another stream earlier for Jack and Jean. What is this? There's other streams that do Otomi games? This is crazy talk. Kiyohiko thought it was too much work and didn't even try to convince the city commissioner.
現場でどうにかしろって言うけど、ヨイカもどんどん強くなってきてるし、そんな無理だっつうの。
He told us to handle it at the scene, but the Blightfire are becoming stronger and stronger. There's no way we could do that. Yeah, you're right. I wonder why Yubuda won't cooperate with
そんな
us.
ことはどうでもいいでしょう。取ってきてしまえば全て解決です。
Words after my own heart? None of that matters, does it? So long as we steal it, all our problems will be solved.
まさか町奉行に潜入する日が来るとは思ってもみませんでしたよ。
Still, I never thought the day would come where we would infiltrate the city commissioner's office. I agree. From there, we secretly watched the city commissioner's office from the shadows of the wall. There were more people than I imagined gathering here. Some were standing guard next to the entrance, others were hurriedly going in and out, and there were those who were relaxing and resting. There's so many people.
猫又小僧のせいでしょう。あれだけ好き勝手されているのですから、町奉行もかなりの人員を割いているはずです。
It's because of the Nekomate boy. He's doing whatever he wants, so the city commissioner is probably gathering quite an array of personnel. I was in a Jack and Jean stream. Cyrus stream? Did I say it right?
この様子では、人目を盗んで侵入するのは難しそうですね。
From the looks of it, it'll be difficult to sneak in while avoiding notice, especially with your outfits. Oh, that's right! Otaru is a thief. He's a little sneaky sneak. He can do it. Otaru was observing the city commissioner's office with eyes as wide as saucers. From the looks of it, he was looking over each and every member of the volunteer police gathered there.
おとりできるかも。
I might be able to serve as a decoy. How?
まあこっちは任せとけって。あんたたちもうまくやれよ。
Just leave it to me. You guys better do your job properly too. I thought I recognized your unique name. Nice, nice. Look, you're finding other Otomi streams together. It's a story. It's a fun story. But wait, Otaru? Otaru energetically raced out in front without even paying attention to us. He then called out towards the volunteer police standing guard.
よ、ご無沙汰ちゃん。元気してた？最近うちの店に来てくれないから心配してたんだぞ。
Hey, and there's long time no see. How you been? We haven't seen you around the store recently. I was worried.
おお、大太郎じゃないか。全然顔出せなくて悪いな。なんせ最近仕事が忙しくてよ。
I'll always be in Cyrus's... Oh gosh, I did it wrong. Jack and Jean and Radiant Tell streams. I'm gonna assume Cyrus is a person, and that because Jack and Jean and Radiant Tell are two different Otomi games. And not a specific route in those. Alright. If it isn't Otaru, sorry I haven't been able to visit. It's just been so busy at work
そうなの
lately.
か。あんたも大変なんだな。
Yeah, thank you. Is that right? You have it tough?
でも次の見せ物はちょっと無理してでも来た方がいいぜ。実はさ、 人馬の演者たちが来るんだよ。
But you should really make time to come see our next exhibit. In fact, we're going to have Hitoma acrobats come. Ooh, a type of acrobats where one person sprints while another person stands on their shoulders. Using this momentum, that person on top springs into the air, allowing them to clear tall obstacles. Fancy.
人馬
Acrobats?
そうなんだよ。しかもめっちゃ有名な人。今日の方から来てもらう予定だから、今回を逃したら一生見られないかもしんない。
I know where to find Asia. She's in Atomi streams. I'll go find other Atomi streams. Be like, Asia, I'm streaming now. Come, no, just kidding. Come over here. On top of that, they're super famous. We're having them visit from Kyo, so if you miss this chance, you might never see them again. Honestly, maybe I should watch Jack and Jean streams. Maybe that'll help me actually play my
そ
game.
れはぜひとも見ておかないとな。
Well, if you insist, then I have to see them.
なんだなんだ、どうした？
Hold on, what's going on here? More and more people were gathering around Otaru and his promotions. All the volunteer police scattered around had now become a single group.
あちらは問題なさそうですね。行きますよ。
I watched so many Atomi streams. He seems to have this handled. Let's go, Leah. Yes. This must have been his plan. Are you sure? You think that was his plan? You crazy. We managed to sneak into the city commissioner's office while the volunteer police's attention was focused on him. While avoiding people's gaze, we continued on deeper and deeper into the building. We checked all the rooms we passed by and even checked inside drawers. But even so, we couldn't find anything resembling
止まって
documents.
ください。
Please wait a second. We were advancing at a steady pace when Kinji used an arm to stop me in his path. I wondered what was wrong, but when I peered past the corner, I saw several members of the volunteer police standing in front of a room. They were having a leisurely chat, and it didn't seem they were going to move immediately. With that many people there, it'd be difficult to pass by undetected.
迂回をするか陽動するかは二つに一つでしょう。
Which means we'll need to circle around or use a diversion, one or the other. Kenji whispered casually. After I heard that, I thought about it for a bit before I gave my opinion. Oh no, I gotta save. I have to save a third time because I don't know which... Well, actually, that's fine. Wait, which route am I on? Oh gosh. Who likes me more? Kenji. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna say... Kenji whispered cautiously after I heard that. I thought about it for a bit before I gave my opinion. He straight up said, we need to. Kenji, my husband, I miss you. He's gonna be the next route if we get to a route. Alright, we're gonna circle around because he said to. Yeah, he liked that answer. Kenji, I think it'd be best if we circled around. And he's like, yeah, that's what I said. We don't know where the documents are, and it would be safer if we circled around and checked the other rooms on the way. They may leave while we're in the other rooms. It wouldn't be too late to investigate that room after they leave.
それもそうですね。僕もその意見には賛成です。
You have a point. I agree with your decision. I explained my sensible reasoning, and he accepted my proposal more easily than I thought he would. Then Kenji observed his surroundings for a little bit before turning his gaze to a door right next to us.
では、一旦あの戸から裏庭へ出ましょう。ある程度進んだところで、また別の戸から侵入します。
Let's use that door for now and go out to the backyard. We'll walk for a bit and enter from the
町
another
の業者の
side.
周囲には塀があるので、誰かに見られる心配はありません。安全に移動できるでしょう。
There are walls around the city commissioner's office, so there's no need to worry someone will see us. We should be able to move safely. Understood. I felt a little proud of my plan, that my plan was being used. Carefully, Carefully, Kinji silently opened the door and I snuck around and followed him after. As a result, we were able to get to the backyard without any issue. After this, all we had to do was use this same route to get back into the office and would be able to keep on going without any problems.
お待ちなさい。
Wait. Huh? Just before that, Kinji once again struck his arm out. Stuck, not struck. I did not, but there was an R, there was not, and blocked my path. And then...
さすがに働き続けて疲れちまったぜ。
It's weird because they're called volunteer police. Like, are they getting paid or are they volunteers? Those are two different things, by the way. Sigh, I've been working non-stop. I'm beat, man.
ならちょいとここいらで休もうぜ。ちょっとくらいなら許されるだろう。
Let's rest for a bit then. Shouldn't be a problem if it's only for a bit, right? Yeah, why not? To my surprise, someone was walking towards us from further in the backyard. Judging from their conversation, it seems that the volunteer police were going to take a break here. They were facing each other in conversation, so they hadn't noticed us yet, but if we stayed here, it was only a matter of time before we'd be discovered. If we stay here, then we'll bump into them. We have to hide somewhere. Unfortunately, it was a cramped backyard and there was nowhere to hide. Kinji, what should we do?
仕方ないですね。こちらに来なさい。
I suppose we have no choice. Come here. Huh? Here? Isn't this between the walls?
いいから早くなさい。
Hurry up and come here. Whoa. Kinji forcefully grabbed my arm and shoved me in between the walls. Soon after, Kinji himself also entered the gap as if to close it off.
見せ物小屋には絶対行こうぜ。息抜きでもしないとやってらんねえだろう。
Let's definitely go to the show tent, though. I'm not gonna last if I don't get at least some
だ
recreation.
な。本業もあるってのに、俺たちってば真面目に頑張りすぎだっての。
Yeah, see, considering we have our own real jobs to take care of, we worked way too hard. Sounds like they need more volunteers. Luckily, they didn't seem to see us. The volunteer police casually sat down on the ground and started smoking some tobacco. Normally, I'd continue to observe them, but Kinji's so close. It's like, look it up. Oh my god, he's so cute. There was no way I could think about them in a situation like this. I was completely enveloped by Kinji from behind. Was the best way to describe my predicament. I could feel his warmth on my back and Kinji's arms were wrapped around my shoulders. I was in complete
若
shock.
っぴきたち、さっさとどこかへ行ってくれませんかね。
Why won't those volunteer police hurry up and leave? Her face looks so round and cute. Yeah, this is probably one of the preciousest looks. Even though she's like hecka embarrassed. Oh my god. She's almost chippy. Gulp. And on top of that, his breath even brushed against my ear. She's so adorable. Let me be her at this moment. Aw. There's no Komame even right now to be like jealous of. He wasn't doing it on purpose, but it was way too much for me.
どうしたんです？
Leah, what's wrong? She's like over here flailing. Nothing?
ですが、体がこわばっていませんか？何かあるのならはっきり。
But you're all tensed up. If there's something wrong, then simply say, nothing's wrong.
ん？
This is fine. I'm fine with the situation. Everything's good. I argued back in as loud a voice as I could in this situation, and Kinji immediately fell silent. But even during that, he never loosened the arms that were wrapped around me. Your comments getting pinned again. I love him. I love him too. This is one of the routes I was looking forward to. While I did my best to endure that, Kinji moved his face even closer to my
もしかして
ear.
あなた、
Are you
この体
perhaps
勢が恥ずかしいのですか？
embarrassed by how we're standing? This time, he blew air into my ear on purpose and my body jerked. My body had become sensitive to the unfamiliar stimulation. Dude, my body jerks too with the debt because I hate it. There's no way I could answer him in this state. Perhaps because he knew that too, Kinji continued his pursuit.
おやおや、図星ですか。耳が真っ赤になっているのがここからでもよく見えます。
You look so cute. Oh my, was I right? I can see it from here that your ears have become all red.
今、あなたがどんな表情をしているのかも容易に想像できる。
I can oh so easily imagine what kind of expression you're making right now. Then Kinji squeezed the arms that he still had around my shoulders. It was like he was hugging me towards him, and my body reacted, becoming warmer and warmer. I could no longer distinguish between my body heat and
不思
Kinji's.
議です。背中越しだというのに鼓動はこうも伝わってくるものなんですね。どんどん速くなっているようですが。
He's a tease. Oh my god, he knows. He knows. Even though I'm behind you, I can feel your heartbeat. It seems to be beating faster and faster. Is something the matter? Even though it's your
返
fault.
事をしなさい。
Oh my god.
あなたが僕を無視するのならこちらにも考えがあります。
Leah, answer me. If you're going to ignore me, then I have a trick up my sleeve. Kenji's voice was becoming more and more sensuous. If I kept being quiet, just what would he do next? I'm going to pause for just a second because my eye's watering, but I'm not going to turn off the video for you guys. I'm just going to turn my camera off for a second. Okay, let me scoot back up. Yeah, my eye was just watering really bad suddenly. I'm like, I'm not doing this again. Alright, sometimes I want to fight him. In what way? If I kept being quiet, just what would he do to me? Do you want to find out? The heat had gotten to my brain and I could no longer think straight. I can't anymore. Or so I thought.
そろそろいい頃合いでしょう。
He's such a tease! Seems like the time is right. Can she suddenly like going backed away from me? Oh my goodness. The warm embrace of his arm that I had been feeling up until now disappeared suddenly. What a jerk. It was like I had imagined it. Huh?
何をほうけた顔をしているんです。もう岡っ引きはいません。さっさと仕事に戻りますよ。
He's a tease. He's such a tease. Oh my goodness. What's that blank expression? The volunteer police are gone. Let's get back to work. I looked around the backyard. The volunteer police had already disappeared. Had they returned to work after they finished their break? Freed from the confusing sense of anxiety, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
まったくあの程度でだらしがないですね。
Oh my, how embarrassing, and from so little. Anyone would be surprised at
そ
that.
れを未熟だと言っているんです。ですが、いい暇つぶしにはなりました。気が向いたらまた相手してあげますよ。
And I'm saying that makes you immature. I'll admit it was a good way to pass the time. If I ever feel like it, we should do that again. I'll pass. It seemed that he had been teasing me. I shook my head vehemently, and Kenji watched me with satisfaction on his face. Wow. Wow, this is the route I've been wanting. This is the one I wanted. He's flirting, but like in a what kind of way? After we overcame those many troubles, we finally arrived at what looked like a reference room. Everywhere we looked, there were books and scrolls that looked like documents. If we search in here, we might be able to find what we're looking for.
ええ、おそらくは。もたもたしていると誰かと鉢合わせます。早く済ませ
Yes, most likely. If we take too much time, we might run into someone. Let's hurry and...
え?
Huh? But at that moment, yet another member of the volunteer police entered the room. He likely never imagined that we would be in here. His threads were dyed with shock. It's over. There's no way we can talk our way out of this. Perhaps sensing the failure of the mission, Kenji slowly raised his arms for combat. Was he going to defeat the enemy in one blow? I could feel the mounting pressure just by standing next to him. On the other hand, the threads of the volunteer police standing in front of us changed to a light pink. That's... Wait a second, Kenji? We should wait and see what happens.
邪魔しないでください。今なら急所を狙えます。
Please don't get in my way. If I attack now, I can hit his vitals.
役者の錦さんですよね。
You're Kenji, the actor, right? See, even like random people have crushes on this guy. The volunteer police's brave words stopped Kenji dead in his tracks before he could dole out a karate chop. The straightforward question managed to lower Kenji's guard just a little bit.
そうですが。
Yes, that's right.
ですよね。
I knew it.
よかったら髪の毛を一本いただけないでしょうか。
If it's alright, could I have a strand of your hair?
はい。
What?
俺、あなたにずっと憧れていて、公園にも毎回行ってるし。
Let's go back to the day where keeping someone's hair was considered a sign of affection. It's creepy a little bit, but like, always think of Lord of the Rings. The way I was so annoyed about this, you were annoyed that he wanted the hair? Why? It's so creepy. It's creepy, but in a sweet. It's a statement of its time. Like, think of it this way. Like, it's a strand of the hair of the person you love. Like, keep it in a glass bottle. It's no different than like keeping blood from the person you love. That's not weird, right? That's not strange. Voodoo. Yeah, then you can curse them. You need something that belongs to them, something close to them. Their hair is perfect. All right, anyways. I don't know what you're so concerned. Like, it's sweet. It's a sweet gesture. Leah, no? Oh, Leah, LOL. Just kidding. Oh, perfect. So yeah, you agree with me. This is fine. Dead? It always looked up to you. I always go to your performances, and I have all of your Yukiyo portraits. Oh, you don't agree? Come on, think about it. What a strange request, right? In this day and age, this is the Edo period. It's probably different. It's kind of like Lord of the Rings. It's one of those things where, like, what's something I can have that belongs to this person that will remind me of them? That isn't a picture, because pictures weren't very common. Keisha, can I have a strands of your hair? Yeah, how sweet. Look how sweet that is. What a sweet comment.
この間現場で見かけた時にお願いしようか迷ったんですけど勇気が出なくて。
I was thinking of asking when I saw you at the crime scene recently, but I just couldn't summon the courage. But now that you're breaking and entering, I got no comment. You've no... Aw.
そのこうしてここで会えたのも縁だと思うんです。記念に髪の毛を一本いただけないでしょうか。
Can I... She loves me? I think it's fate that we're meeting here like this. Could I have a strand of your hair to remember this moment? Honestly, she's reacting very similar to Kinji right now. While we're standing still unsure of his intentions, the volunteer police talk to us with a quivering voice not unlike a village girl. I'm dying here? That's not good. Oh yeah, we met him before. I don't need a flashback to remember the last scene. Yeah.
そうです。いえ、大太郎。
了解。
Yep, we went back to the base and he's over going, I see now. Back then he wanted to ask about Kinji's hair.
どうでしょうか。髪の毛一本だけでいいんです。お願いし
That's
ま
all,
す。
all I ask for is one strand. Just one strand. Please. Then an enchanting smile appeared on Kinji's
嫌
face.
です。
No. Whoa, that's brutal.
そんな。
I have been given half a cookie. Two people killing me right now. Now, YouTube, please save me. How will YouTube save you? Oh, man. The man lowered his head at Kinji's unyielding answer.
そもそも、髪の毛なんてもらってどうするつもりなんです？こんなもの、ただのゴミでしかないでしょうに。
I thought I could eat a piece of cookie. I did not. I did not plan well. It's like carrot cake, though. Just what exactly do you plan on doing with my hair anyways? It'll be nothing more than
いや
garbage.
いや、ゴミなわけないですよ。俺、もしいただけたなら、掛け軸に貼り付けて床の間に飾るつもりでした。
No. How could it be garbage? If I could get a strand, I'll press it into a wall scroll and display it in my alcove.
呪われそうですね。
Sounds cursed. He's not wrong.
ああ、でもこうしてあなたと会えただけで幸せです。
But I'm happy just to meet you like this.
舞台の上で見るよりも顔が小さい。なんかもう全身キラキラしてる。よくわからないけど、いい匂いがする。
I was gonna take it, eat my cookie, but oh my god, what? I think I just got lightheaded from that. Oh my stars. Your face is a lot smaller than when I see you on stage. Your entire body's like sparkling. I'm not too sure why, but you smell so good. Perhaps because he was excited being in front of his idol, that the man didn't seem to care at all that two outsiders were standing in the reference room. During all that, Kinji turned to face me with a tired expression. It was like his eyes were urging me to hurry up and finish the job. In the end, we're able to obtain documents related to the Nekomata boy. This is the third time I've seen a random character ask for hair from a love interest or a main character. This is the first time I've seen it. Who's the other two you've seen this from? I don't know. It's a thing of its time. I think it's funny you have a different... I'm like, oh man, remember back in the day when you're like, a lock of your hair to remind me of you. And I'm like, how sweet. And you're over going like, this is the creepiest thing I've ever heard. Sometimes you just need a lock of the hair of the person you love. It's an old thing from people used to Mel. Remember Mel? Now it's all just spam. Even back to the entrance of the city commissioner's office, Otaru was smiling while waving at us. Had probably been waiting the entire time.
二人ともお帰り。なんか普通に奉行所から出てきたけど、大丈夫だった？
Welcome back. Looks like everything went out without a hitch. Did you get it?
ええ、まあ。
Yes, of course. I never thought that he would see us off all the way to the entrance. Errant Kingdom asked MC to get hair from a love interest, and Crimson Flower, that divide, asked MC to cut her hair and give the hair. Errant Kingdom, is that already on my list? Did you tell me about that last time we talked? I'll put all the hair ones together. Why not? Hair's fun. I took a photo so I'd have it in case I need to look it up later. It's like, remember that time? Remember that time I asked for your hair? The hair collection? Oh my god. Just the episodes, they'll have like its own little collection on YouTube. Like, instead of like a subgenre, it'll be like a genre that's like hair. And it's just those ones. Clip all. Clip all. Perfect. Remember the time. It's about 3 hours into the stream. Hair was mentioned. I never thought that he would see us off all the way to the entrance. That must be what they meant by love is blind. The officer was so purely devoted that even I felt bad for Kinji. If I see one more character ask for hair in a visual novel, I mean, we haven't played Biru Shihana? That one might have that. That's also the time where you kept like a lock of a hair. Oh well. Anyways, are those documents really records of the Nekomata boy? Yes. There's no mistaking it. It even says so on the cover. Note to self, write a visual novel and have this specifically asked. Perfect. Maybe Hugo can animate it. It'll be great. It'll be a great visual novel. The hair will have to be like, oh, I just pictured Corpse showing a single piece of his hair. Inspired by. There's no mistaking it. It even says so on the cover. What is Shihana? Oh, I guess it doesn't happen in Brew Shihana since you're showing a One Piece level eyes. As I explained, we moved into the shadow of the wall where no one could see us.
ここならオカッピキたちの目も大丈夫ですね。資料の紛失がバレる前にざっと中身を確認してしまいましょう。
We shouldn't have to worry about the volunteer police seeing us here. Let's hurry and go through them before they find out that the documents are missing.
さてさて、猫又小僧の正体は誰かな？
Not gonna lie, I don't remember. Well, we're gonna find out next month. That's my January stream game. Unless I decide to just play Jack and Jean the whole month. I don't know. Jack and Jean is so weird to me. I'm too used to this style. I feel like I don't like change. That's how I feel when I play Jack and Jean. Who is this Nekomata boy? We nervously flipped through each page of the documents. The first few were the same as the ones for the public, full of information of the Nekomata crime scenes, but when we opened up a certain page, we saw something new. Here it is, information on the Nekomata boy himself, a whole page
言
dedicated
われ
to
な
it.
くても僕たちも見ているんですから分かっていますよ。少し落ち着きなさい。
Kenji, I love you, but kinda hate you right now? What? You don't have to tell us. We can see it with ourselves. Calm down a little. Kenji sighed like he was exasperated, but even so, he leaned in closer.
どうやら猫又小僧は武家町に住んでいるようですね。ということは、
It seems the
武家の出
Nekomata
身なんで
boy
しょうか。
is living in Samurai Town, so I suppose that means he's from a samurai
し
family.
かし、この屋敷の場所、見覚えがありますね。
Nevertheless, this mansion does seem quite familiar.
屋敷なんてみんな似たようなものだし、気のせいじゃない？それより名前を見た方が。
That's how I feel about cars. Mansions are all the same. They probably just your mind playing tricks on you. More importantly, you should look at the name. Jack and Gene is different. It's one of those games that you should take a break after a long route so you don't get burnt out. I'm on the first route. I'm still just trying to get the first guy in that game, and because of it doesn't play like a normal game, like, I get to decide what it's too many choices. I have too many choices in Jack and Gene, this is why I'm having such a hard time with it. I can make too many choices. Like, I get to decide what I do each day, what am I learning, what am I da-da-da, and then I get random scenes based on where I go over the weekend, like, too many choices, it's killing me. Just had my second performance. Huh? When we got there in the document, everyone immediately stopped talking. The reason for our silence was a very familiar name inscribed in the space where the Nekomatsu boy's name.
薮清彦
Kiyohiko Yabuda? Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's the guy. You want to know why? Because the new guy isn't him at all. Upon seeing a familiar superior's name, we stood silent for a while. That's why it was blocked out when he gave us the paperwork. And then we immediately returned to base and we're
おい
like,
想像しいぞ。今日は3人揃ってどこへ行っていた？
keep it down over there. Where did the three of you go today? When we entered the usual room, Yobuda welcomed us in the same relaxed posture he was in the other day.
まあいい。それより、今のところ、猫又小僧に関する情報は
Well, whatever. More importantly, how the investigation into the Nekomate boy.
その前にここに書かれていることについて説明していただけますか？
Before that, could you explain what is written here? Kenji interrupted Yobuda and immediately held out the document. I just realized we need to save again. Hang on, we're gonna save again. Go back. Load this one. Do that. Chase away the volunteer police. I think we should chase them away. We've checked a lot of rooms up to this point, right? Odds are we should find what we're looking for soon. There's no point circling around. Rather that would be a waste of time. I tried to convince him with all my conviction, and Kenji furrowed his brow
本
dubiously.
当にそうでしょうか？
Do you really think that? Yes, this must be the right
では
room.
その根拠は何ですか？
Then what is your proof? I don't have any. You don't have to look at me like that. For starters, weren't you the one that suggested a diversion? Please, take responsibility for your own
言って
words.
くれますね、あなた。
You have some nerve saying that. I'm sorry.
まあいいでしょう。そこまで言うのでしたら、やってあげないこともありません。
If you insist, then there's no harm in giving it a try. Thank you very much. Though he did seem reluctant, I was over the moon at having my suggestion accepted. We absolutely have to succeed.
さて、そうと決まれば、どうやって人払いしましょうか。追い払えてもすぐに戻ってこられるようでは意味がないですし。
Now then, since we've decided what we'll do, how should we chase them away? There'd be no use if they came back right after we have them leave. How about making a commotion outside? If there's a loud noise out front, then they'll definitely leave the area, right? And if they go outside, it would take time for them to come back here.
なるほど。一理ありますね。採用しましょう。
I see, that does make sense. We'll use that plan. Kenji nodded in agreement and started to look around us. At last, his gaze turned to the door right next to us.
では、一旦あそこの戸から外へ出ますよ。物音はそこで立てましょうか。
Let's go outside from that door for now. We'll make the sound from there. Yes. Now that we'd made our decision, we were quick to take action. Carefully, Kenji silently opened the door and I snuck around and followed around after him.
あ、
But, oh.
お
Oh. As soon as we entered the backyard, we ran into some other members of the volunteer police. Why were volunteer police here? At the unexpected turn of events, both of us and the volunteer police completely froze up. However, they only lasted a few seconds. First off, we went outside last time. An intruder? Come quickly, it's an intruder! Upon hearing their screams, the volunteer police stationed in the hallway also came over. At this point, whether we accepted our mission or not was no longer an issue.
逃げますよ。
Leah, let's run. Right. We spun on our heels and ran off as fast as we could. Then, in the middle of our escape, Kinchi entered a gap in between the wall.
こちらに来なさい。
Leah, come here. Yes, I understand. What? Is this about right? Yeah, I figured. Then, in the same action, hit by shoving me deeper. They could have been the Nekomata boy. Catch him quickly. Luckily, the volunteer police didn't notice we had hidden away. They continued to pass on by like a
行った
storm.
ようですね。
Seems they're gone. But as for me, I was squished in between Kinji and the wall, my face twisted out of shape.
ああ、すみません。急いでいたのでつい。
I apologize. I was in a hurry, so I accidentally...
おや潰れまんじゅうのようですね。
My goodness, you look like a squash dumpling. Not the right time. And so, how sad. You don't get that cute interaction if you do it that way. Though we did take some risks, we managed to successfully draw the volunteer police away from the door. Did it. Look at us go. But unfortunately, after all the trouble, it turned out that it was a completely ordinary reception room.
何か言うことはありませんか？
Is there something you'd like to say? I offer my sincerest apologies. After we overcame those many troubles, we finally arrived at what looked like a reference room. Everywhere we looked, there were books and scrolls. Okay, this should be the right part now. You look like a squash dumpling. That's me. Kinji interrupted Yabuda and immediately held out the documents. The page it was open to was, of course, the one that had information on Yabuda.
なんだ、やぶから棒に。
What's with all
黙って
this?
読んでください。
Be quiet and read it. And then Yabuda, though looking annoyed, sat himself up and started to look through the papers. The color of his thread shows that he was angry, but his hands that flipped through the documents were steady. And then, after what felt like forever, Yabuda finished looking through everything and returned the papers back to us. He just looked at MC and be like, so what was you saying? I know, right? She's like, look, I have a perfect plan, okay? We're gonna get in that room. That's gotta be the room. And you know this because I don't know this.
お前ら、これをどこで手に入れた？
Where did you lot get this?
町奉行所からちょっと拝借してきたんだよ。そうでもしないと調査が進展しないだろ。
We borrowed it from the city commissioner. The investigation wouldn't have gone anywhere without it, right? This can't be true. You can't be the Nekomata boy. Right, sir? You're too serious all the time. You're angry. You care about the rules. You don't like going outside. Yabuda could only silently run his fingers through his hair. His panic clearly showed through his fierce actions, as if trying to calm down emotions that had nowhere else to go.
なあ、教えてくれよ、
I'm
清
the
彦。
Nekomata boy.
猫又小僧の調査に協力的じゃなかったの。
So
こ
tell
れが
us,
原因なわけ。
Kiyohiko, was this why you were uncooperative on the Nekomata boy's case?
資料が外部向けのものしか入手できないと言っていたのも嘘だったんですか？
Were you lying when you said you could only obtain documents available to the public?
詳しい資料を見られたら正体がすぐにバレてしまうから。
Because if we saw the more detailed report, we would have immediately known you really were.
自分を疑っているのか？
Am I a suspect? And the two took turns asking him questions. As the two took turns asking him questions, Yabuta glared back at us
こんな
coldly.
ちっぽけな資料だけでもう犯人扱いか。長年お庭番として共に働いてきたが、信頼関係も何もあったもんじゃないな。
Just a few pathetic documents and suddenly I'm guilty. I've worked with you for years at the Onuaban, but I suppose trust doesn't mean anything now. Oh, says the guy that's like, let's terminate this guy instantly every single time. So quick to be like, kill it, it's a tool. F you. F you. Oh, you're gonna like try and make me feel bad because like, oh, you guys don't trust me now? Yeah, you didn't trust anybody when they get their memories back, you rude monster.
だからキコは嫌いなんだ。
Anyways, that was my
どいつも
tangent
こいつも
today.
情緒もへったくれもない。一方的に事実だけを押し付けてくる。
That's why I hate vessels. Okay, first off, now you're going a step further. Now you're throwing names out. They go off facts. They follow facts. None of you have any emotions. All you do is push the truth onto people without taking anything into consideration.
非情な奴らめ。
Heartless bastards. You need to hold up a mirror, sir.
キコがどうとかって今は関係ないじゃん。それに今回はこの子だって作戦に参加してるんだよ。
Vessel or not, that doesn't matter right now, and this time, Leah also participated in this mission. Upon hearing Otaro's point that out, Yabuta turned his gaze to me. His eyes, which were already narrower than the average person, were so thin that I couldn't even see his irises. Was he angry?
そうかそうか。今はお前もいたんだったな。
Leah, right. You're here now too.
お前も早速キコの仲間入りか。白石の一族の力を宿す者も、所詮は情なんて持ち合わせていないんだな。
Yabuta, you need to take a step back. You are just full of rage and anger and you're throwing out accusations. We're here for explanations. You're not even explaining anything. You're just screaming at everybody. No wonder nobody likes you, Yabuta, okay? You fight everyone all the time. It's ridiculous. You're siding with the vessels too. Figures. I suppose those with the power of the Hakuseki clan don't have any emotions either. That's not it. We just want to hear what you had to...
ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。なぜ自分がこんな薄情な奴らと仕事せねばならんのだ。
Why do I have to work with these cold-hearted bastards?
こんなことな
Yabuta,
ら
you're two steps away from getting your voice
配
actor
置換えして
muted.
もらうべきだった。
If I had known this would happen, I would have just asked for a change of post.
話をそらさないでください。
Don't change the subject, please. Kenji grabbed Yabuta's arm to forcefully stop his incessant complaining. Thank you, Kenji. Though Kenji hadn't done much, it was the first time Yabuta's threads were colored with
あまり
anxiety.
手荒な真似はしたくないので、落ち着いて聞きなさい。
I don't want this to be anything too rough for you, so please listen calmly.
今問題にしているのは、あなたが猫又小僧かどうかです。
I sneezed. The problem right now is whether or not you are the Nekomata boy.
知っていますよね。江戸で罪を犯した者は腕に入れ墨をされるんですよ。
Yabuta, you got no reason to be mad that we found you sus, but yet you was suspicious of my boys during their routes. We just doing our job, right? We're doing our job. We're researching. We're getting information. We're getting the information you said you couldn't provide for us. And now you're mad at us for getting it. And you're throwing out names and insults and not just answering questions like a normal person. Like, wow. Exactly. We'll keep talking about Yabuta. Like, I'm sure you're aware, yes, those who commit crimes in Edo are marked with a tattoo on their
も
arm.
しあなたの腕にそれがなければ、無実の証明になるでしょう。
If you don't have that on your arm, then it'll be proof that you are innocent.
おい、やめ。
Wait, stop. Yuba frantically tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Wait a second. Hola. Is that real? Is that a real thing? Is that why Sakuna, my husband, has so many little black marks on his body and I didn't know? Is this a tattoo they give criminals? Hang on. I retract my statements. He's hot now. God. No way. I'll ruin his career. I'll burn down his house. We'll ruin his career. Kenji rolled his sleeve up, and under it was the unmistakable mark of a criminal. Was that also the mark up our friend's sleeve that said it was just a bruise? I missed the words, didn't I? I got too distracted. Oh no, we'll never know what happened there. He's hot, so we forgive him. Oh man. Classic in forgiving people. Yabuda didn't own up to his crimes. In the end, Yabuda didn't own up to his crimes. Though we tried asking him about it later, he cut off our conversation with a one-sided "there's no need to talk about it." But that be as that it may, oh my gosh, I can speak, but like only ever so slightly. My ears being squished by my microphone, my ear thingy. Be that as it may be, we still had our suspicions. We'd reported this incident to the upper brass, and Kenji ended up watching over Yabuda day and night. Kenji? Wow. By now, the two of them should be back home. Oh. Remembering the talk we had during the day, I lowered my head alone on the veranda. What should I have done back then? Should I have talked more calmly instead of jumping to conclusions of my own? The only reason you weren't talking calmly is because the person you were talking to started yelling and you were just mirroring his energy, which turned into a straight up brawl almost. But since the tattoos and documents exist, it's certain that Yabuda is the Nekomate boy, the original Nekomate boy. Are we really not gonna take into the legit consideration that he is the original, not the sequel? Here you are. Otaro? When did he come over? I raised my head and found Otaro was standing in the back of the veranda. When he saw that it was me, Otaro walked over with a smile on his face. Didn't you go back home? Not gonna lie, I will punch Yabuda. You will not yell at us. It's just crazy that he has such, I don't know, rude thoughts about vessels, and yet he's in this position. It seems strange. I was a little worried, he muttered while sitting down next to me, as if it was expected. Worried about Yabuda? Nope, about you. I thought you'd probably be feeling really down the dumps right about now. He declared it so out of the blue that I couldn't immediately react. He was worried about me? That's right, because he's got his feelings. Because he's a mole. But I didn't know how to answer. As I racked my brain over how to reply, Otaro peered into my face worriedly. YouTube, remember this. Violence is not the answer, but it is a solution? Okay, I'll make sure the YouTube knows. Which I think, by the way, not today. Was it today? Today, the last route, the 12-hour stream, basically, the second part went up today on YouTube. Because I had to break that one into two because it couldn't be longer than 12 hours. And it didn't tell me until it reached that point, which is kind of wild that it was so mean. And then I had to go and edit it. You're really feeling upset because Kiyohiko was the Nekomate boy? I only punch Yabuda to keep him quiet. Don't you have any thoughts about that too, Otaro? You were with Yabuda for so long. That's true. I've known Kiyohiko for a while. Yeah, for a long time. Nodding to himself, Otaru looked up at the sky in one natural movement. His eyes were so clear that it seemed like they were reflecting the night sky.
清彦ってさ、なんだかんだ言って真面目なやつなんだぜ。
For all he says, Kiyohiko actually is a really serious guy.
いつもだらけてるのも、寝る間を惜しんで一人で任務を進めてるからなんだ。全然俺たちを頼らないのはどうかと思うけど。
He's always listless because he's doing missions on his own time without getting any help. I do have some words about how he never relies on us though, because he doesn't trust y'all
やっ
boys.
ぱ、吉宗様が大好きなんだろうな。だから負担の大きい娯楽街でも文句言いながら頑張ってる。
He must really like Lord Yoshimun. That's why after all the complaining, he still works hard in the taxing entertainment district.
正直すげえめんどくさいし、うるさいって思う時もあるけど、俺、清彦のことは嫌いじゃないよ。
There are times I think he's totally annoying and super naggy, but I don't hate Kiyohiko. You're friends.
当たり前だろ。
Duh, of course.
でも、それだけかな。今回の件で傷ついたかと言われると、そうでもないし。
Otaru, you better than me? Don't worry, we haven't done his route yet. You're gonna find out that he's not that much better than you. Just kidding. He's gonna be like the opposite. He's gonna be terrible. I hope. I mean, they really are keeping him a secret from me. What if I'm wrong this whole time? What if he's not a bad guy? What if all his disappearing has not been bad this entire time and he's actually secretly a good guy? What if I've misassumed? We could find out in 3 routes. I wonder if that's it. If you asked me, I was hurt. If you asked me if I was hurt by all this, I don't think I was. Why?
確かに驚きはした。清彦が猫又小僧だったなんて想像もしてなかったからさ。
He's got this like suede little collar. I wonder if I could make one. I could probably figure this out. I could probably make a little collar. He's a puppy, right? That's his totem is the puppy. I was surprised. I never imagined that Kikohiko was the Neko Matsu boy.
でもなんか、俺とは関係ないっていうか、人事って感じがしちゃって。
But like, it feels like it doesn't matter to me, you know? Or like it's someone else's problem. Exactly, judging my beautiful boy. First off, he's the route I'm like most excited about. Calm down. I think he's beautiful. Beautiful can be evil. Ibuki was evil and I loved him. Ibuki. Someone was commenting on one of my Paradigm Paradox things that they really liked the route the person in the route I always talk about I don't like. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I got a better idea. Leah is the true villain and the MC in this game, love and interest have to fight Leah. Yeah, imagine in the final route, she turns into a Blightfall and they all have to fight her because she has, I don't know, all the darkness inside her. She's the cause of all of it. And that's the real reason that evil guy in the last route was trying to take over Ito and kill everyone. It was actually because Leah caused him to feel that way. She's the opposite of manifesting good energy. She does the opposite. Not gonna lie, I would love that. I mean, it's not gonna happen, unfortunately, but I think it'd be an interesting turn of events where in the bad endings, for the true ending, it's just, by the way, Leah was evil the whole time and you just didn't know it because she didn't know herself. But like, it feels like that doesn't matter to me, you know?
今はどっちかっていうと、事件を早く解決しなきゃっていう気持ちの方が強いかもな。
Why is that, Otaro? More than anything, I guess I just wanted this whole case to be over quickly. Saying that Otaro stared indifferently at the moon floating in the sky. I get it now. One of the benefits of being a vessel probably lies in things like this. No matter what obstacle stands in their way, they can keep on thinking calmly about what they must do. That's so lonely. It seems like he has some wonderful memories with Kiyohiko, but to think that he can't have any fondness or special feelings about him. It's like he's just a tool. He is just a tool. What do you mean? I thought of that. I lowered my head, feeling guilty, because the thought was just too rude to Otaro.
どうしたの？なんでまた落ち込んじゃってるわけ？
What's wrong? Why are you all sad again? Nothing's wrong. Oh, which reminds me, he's strawberry mochi. I think we came to that conclusion. He's strawberry mochi. Everyone has their own food and or beverage. And I just suddenly forgot Kenji is plum sake. Nothing's wrong.
その顔は何でもないわけないでしょ
That face doesn't look like nothing's wrong.
う。あ、もしかして、俺たちの心配してくれたとか？キコだから傷つく心もないんだって。
Were you worried about us? Like I'm a vessel, so I don't even have a heart that could be broken? Something like that? I didn't think that he would be able to hit the nail on the head. I felt so awkward that I could neither agree nor disagree, and Otaro started to laugh quietly.
そんな必要ないのにな。あんたからすると変かもしれないけど、このおかげで俺たちは存在できるんだ。
There's no need. It might be weird for you, but we're able to exist thanks to that fact.
みんなの役に立ててるならそれでいいじゃん。違う？
If we can help everyone, then that's all that matters, right? And then Otaro gently placed his hand on my back as if urging for me to agree. But I just couldn't accept his kindness. I can't decide something like that. Objectively speaking, it makes sense to agree, but I also don't think it's right to accept something that's based on you being a sacrifice for everyone else. Sorry. I told him my honest feelings and Otari blinked in
あん
surprise.
たって本当に優しいんだな。
You're a really kind person. That's not true. I have my own negative thoughts too.
でも、心の中で思うだけだろ？表に出さないんだったら、やっぱ優しいってことになるじゃん。
But you just keep them to yourself, right? If you don't show it on the outside, then doesn't that still mean you're kind? Thanks, Otaro. This is probably a hint that he has negative thoughts and he doesn't like to share them, because who hasn't had that negative thought in their life about wanting to hit somebody with a car, or I don't know, fight someone and beat them up and set their house on fire earlier today. Yabuda.
それに俺は、キコのことを考えて、親身になってくれたあんたにそう思ったんだ。だから、何も問題ないよ。
Besides, I felt that way about you because you care about vessels and empathize with us, so it's no problem. Look at this guy's pecs. Like, what's happening? Aw, she looks so happy, actually. Like, what a cute little moment between these guys. Like, what? After he quietly murmured that, Otaro moved his arm that was touching my back and hugged my shoulders closer to him. Otaro? There was no way that I wouldn't be surprised after suddenly being touched in such a way. From the arm around my shoulder and the body against my side, I could feel Otaro's warmth.
俺でよければ。
I think I need to go back through Castle
あ
Town,
ん
not
たに
Castle.
悲しそうな顔されると、変な感じがするし。
Samurai Town's route and do the same thing where I give all the options opposite, because I accidentally ended up on Tomonari's route without realizing this, because we didn't have the cute CG because we didn't make the right choices on the other story, and that doesn't pop up in their character one, which is weird. So I could have missed a picture there too. Thanks to games, I don't have negative thoughts. Well, depending on the game. Thanks to games, I don't have negative thoughts in real life. I just have them in games. You can lean on me at any time if you're all right with me. It feels weird when I see you making a sad
だから
face.
あんたが元気になるまではこのままでいいよ。
So, Leah, until you feel better, how about we stay like this for a while? What if he's made from something that belonged to her mom, and then the medicine thing is made from something that belonged to her dad? And that's why they both like her so much, because they technically know her. As the words whispered against my ear, I... Oh shoot, hang on, which rod am I on? Did I mess something up? Not load. As the words whispered against my ear, I stay like this a while. Didn't seem to like that. Next year, Persona 3 Reloaded, like a Dragon 8, and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth gonna ruin my thoughts. I'm gonna be depressed for months? But then I noticed something. Wait a second. Otaro's a vessel, so did he do this because it was most effective way to cheer me up? Before, when Yoichi told me about vessels, that's what he said. Honestly, I'm excited for the Peach game. I don't know if I'm allowed to stream that, but I will if I can. See, if I add Yakuza to the list of games I want to play, I'll probably die. There's so many Yakuza games. As soon as I thought of that, I was consumed with an indescribable emotion. At the same time, I hated myself for thinking in such a cynical way. Someone like me has no right to accept Otaru's kindness. When I realized that conclusion, I immediately left Otaru's arm. I'm sorry for making you worry, but I'm fine now.
そう？あんたが大丈夫なら構わないけど。
Yeah? It's okay as long as you're fine now.
こういうの嫌いだった。
Did you not like that? That's not it, but...
じゃあ、俺に慣れ慣れしくされるのが嫌だったとか。
Is it because I was getting too close to you? That's not it. That's not it. How should I put this? It's hard to explain. If I tell him the reason straight, it'll be way too rude. That's definitely something I want to avoid.
ふーん、変なの。
You're so weird. And then Otaro placed his hand against his mouth like he was holding back laughter. When he makes such a natural expression, I really can't tell the difference between him and a human. Including Judgment series, same universe as Yakuza. Yeah, you're gonna suffer. Yeah, that's why I don't want to put it on my list. And I don't know, you don't have to play Judgment to play Yakuza. They're not like the same. But Yakuza had so much going on. He had a little adopted child. He got a baby from adopted child. I don't know. There's so much going on in that game. Maybe I'm worrying too much about it. I should try not to think about it so much.
清彦のことだけど。
Hey,
き
it'll
っと
work
なんとか
out
なるよ。
with Kiyohiko.
金次がつきっきりで見張ってるし、いつか事情を話してくれるって。だから、そんな心配しないで大丈夫だよ。
Kinchi's keeping track of him without any rest, and he'll tell us his reasons someday, so try not to worry so much. Yeah, I hope that's true. And together we watch the moon glow bright in the sky. A little while after that, I once again faced Otaru, who continued to sit beside me. Thank you, Otaru. If you hadn't came, I think I would have just kept anguishing about it alone.
役に立てたならよかった。 これからも何かあったら遠慮なく頼ってくれよな。
Glad I could help. If anything happens in the future, don't hesitate to count on me. Thank you. When I saw Otaru's bright smile, I felt like he was raising my spirits, my saddened heart, and me. Backlog's gonna continue every day. Gaming God spare us. I know, because I'm like, there's so many games I've already bought that I need to play. And then I'm like, ooh, new game, shiny. And it's me. That's just me. I still want to play Radiant Tell. I feel like if I had Radiant Tell, I'd start playing it, even though I got like several games over here and 2 more downloaded. Not to mention the ones I have downloaded on Steam. I have so many games right now. As the two of us smiled and stared at each other,
ここにいましたか。
here you are. Suddenly, Kenji ran out of the veranda with some ferocity that I thought he might break the sliding door. I looked at him in shock and unusually, Kenji's hair was messy. And he was a little out of breath. Looks the same. What's wrong? It's the middle of the night.
あれ、清彦はどうしたの？一緒にいるんじゃないの？
What's up with Kiyohiko? Aren't you supposed to be with
逃
him?
げられました。
He ran away. What? I couldn't help but shout at the unexpected turn of events. But on the other hand, Otaru only widened his eyes slightly and was casually talking to Kinji.
意外かも。金次もそういう失態するんだ。
Wow, wild. Didn't know Kinji could make those kind of mistakes.
したくてしたわけじゃありません。少し目を離した隙に姿を消してしまって。まったく困ったも
It's
ので
not
す。
that I wanted to. I looked away for a moment and he just up and vanished. It's quite troubling.
とにかく上にも報告しなければなりません。僕は清彦さんがいそうなところを探しますので、頼んでもよろしいでしょうか。
In any case, we have to report this to our superiors, and I'll go look in places where Kiyohiko might be. So, could I ask you two to do that? Yes.
ああ、困ったことになっちゃったな。
Man, this is such a pain. We hurriedly chased after Kinji, who once again ran towards the foyer.
という経緯により、清彦が逃走しました。その行方は依然分かっていません。
And that is how Kiyohiko escaped. We still do not know his whereabouts.
なるほど。
I see. Half a bell after we discovered Yabura's escape, surprisingly, for some reason, we had an audience with Lord Yoshimun. In the room was the entertainment district team along with Kyoshido and Miyagi. If this were a normal case, we would discuss the countermeasures we would take going forth with these two, but there was a certain reason why we'd skipped that step and had come straight to Lord Yoshimun.
殿、清彦が猫又小僧というのは誠なのでしょうか。
My lordship, is it true that Kiyohiko is the Neko boy? Let's go with Neko boy. Lord Yoshimun kept his mouth closed while maintaining a calm expression. In contrast to the bewildered Miyagi, Lord Yoshimun's threads were as beautiful green as ever. Even under these circumstances, Lord Yoshimun didn't appear too shaken. If only you could date Lord Yoshimun with his beautiful green threads.
殿、恐れながら申し上げます。
My lord, with all due respect.
お庭番の人間は基本紀州藩時代からの進化で構成されていますが、清彦だけは5年前、江戸で迎え入れられました。
The people of the Onyoban generally consist of your subjects from Kishu province. However, Kiyohiko was the only one who joined 5 years ago in Edo.
それもすべて殿のご推薦があったからなされたことです。
This was all due to your recommendation.
清彦がどこの誰なのか、これまで何をしてきた人間なのか、そんな基本的な事柄すら俺たちは存じ上げません。
We haven't the slightest idea who Kiyohiko is. We don't know where he is from or what he's done up to this point.
今こそ彼を幕府に引き入れた理由をお聞かせ願えますか。
So I plead to you, Lord, your Lord, tell us the reason why you recruited him into the shogunate. That's right. This was the reason why we'd suddenly visited Lord Yoshimun. Neither Kyoshiro nor Miyagi knew any specific details about Yubuta's circumstances. If that was the case, then there was no other option than to ask Lord Yoshimun himself. He must have... Ooh, I hit a button. He must have understood that as well. Lord Yoshimun looked at each of our faces and then quietly nodded. Very well. Very well. Now that things have come to this, then I can no longer remain silent. I shall tell you the story of my strange meeting with Kiyohiko.
清彦と出会ったのは5年ほど前のことであった。市中で悪さをしている猫又小僧をついに捕らえたと町奉行に報告されたのだ。
I met Kiyohiko around 5 years ago. It was reported to the city magistrate that someone had finally caught the Neko boy red-handed.
当時の猫又小僧といえば悪徳商人たちから金を盗み、民に金を恵むという酔狂な義賊だった。
At the time, the Neko boy was an eccentric yet chivalrous bandit who stole money from immoral merchants and gave them to the people.
そんなものが市中引き回しの獄門に処されると聞いたので、前日に会いに行ってみたのだ。
For his crimes, he was to receive the punishment of having his head paraded around the city, so I went to meet him the day before. A punishment where the criminal sentenced to death is tied up with rope and taken to their execution by horse with a sign describing their charges to make an example out of them.
そなたたちも想像している通り、その猫又小僧が清彦だ。
As you all imagine, the Neko boy was Kiyohiko.
驚いたものよ。時の将軍が会いに来たというのに、清彦は動揺一つしていなかった。
I was astonished. I, the shogun of his time, was there to meet him, but Kiyohiko didn't waver a
それ
one
どころ
bit.
か、俺の祭りごとに文句を言ってきてな。ケチな俺の代わりに自分が金を循環させてやったのだから感謝しろ。とな。
Rather, he complained to me about my own government. He said that I was stingy and that I should have been thanking him for circulating money in my
なかな
stead.
か面白いやつだろ。このまま死なせてやるのはもったいない。
Sounds like quite the character, does he not? It would have been a waste to let him die that way.
だから俺は言うてやったのよ。そこまで豪語するのなら、幕府の俺の駒となり世を変えてみせよとな。
I mean, does he do that though? Did he? I told him, if you're gonna boast that much, become a pawn of the shogunate, serve under me, and try to change the world yourself.
それが俺と清彦の出会いだ。
That's how I first met Kiyohiko. After finishing up his entire story, Lord Yoshimun closed his mouth. Yubuta really was the Neko boy. I'm not surprised that he's the Neko boy. That's not the point. And I don't know why it isn't obvious enough to these guys that just because he is the Neko boy doesn't mean that the person currently doing these crimes is still the Neko boy, because they've already established that he's acting different. God. Trying to write a text message and I forgot how to spell words suddenly. That's not good. Alright, the tattoo on his arm must have been inked there when he was caught earlier.
知らなかった。二人にそんなことがあったなんて。
Well, yeah, you guys just clearly stated you didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know what happened between the two of
清
you.
彦は吉宗様に命を救われたからこそ幕府に忠誠を誓ったのだろう。
Kyohiko pledged loyalty to the shogunate precisely because his life was spared by Lord Yoshimon. But why would someone like that repeat his crimes again? Are we serious?
確かにな。今までの努力が全部無駄になっちゃうし。
That's so true. All of his efforts up until now have been complete waste.
まず考えられるとしたら単純に心変わりかな。あとは
The first thing that comes to my mind is simply change of heart. There's also
良い
that
かになっ
in
ているという可能性もある。人間が良いかになった場合は擬態することもあるからな。
there's also the possibility that he's become a Blightfall. Humans who turn into Blightfall are also capable of camouflage.
それなら猫又小僧としての行動も納得できるだろう。
That would explain his behaviors as the Neko Boy. Their statements cut to the heart of the matter, and we couldn't help but look around at each other and not even for a moment surmise that maybe it's not the Neko Boy at all. What if the Neko Boy is a different guy pretending to be the Neko Boy, but yet no one would consider this at all, because why would they? Putting together all the information we gathered up to that point, it was obvious answer, but I felt that if I affirmed it, then it would be the end of everything I knew.
それは今考えるべきではないだろう。清彦が心変わりしたにせよ、良いかになったにせよ、逃亡したという事実に変わりはない。
That is not what we should be thinking about right now, regardless of if he had a change of heart, or if he becomes a Blightfall. It doesn't change that he ran away.
何にせよ、鬼屋番としてやれることは一つである。
At any rate, the Onryoban have a job, do they not? We nodded in unison at Lord Yoshimun's reprimand. That's right. The only way to solve this disturbance is to stop Yubura.
しかしどうやって捕まえましょうか。先ほど彼が足を運びそうな場所を覗いてみましたが、どこにもいませんでしたよ。
How shall we catch him? I popped my head into some of the places he might be, but I did not see him anywhere.
清彦のことだ。完璧に潜伏しているのだろう。
It's Kyohiko. He must have hid himself away perfectly. We need some sort of plan.
いきなりそう言われても。
But to come up with one out of the blue?
はいはい。それなら一ついい案があるんだけど。
Ooh, pick me. If it's a plan you're looking for, I got a good one. As that happened, Otaru raised his hand high in the air so everyone could see him. His eyes were sparkling like a child who had thought of a prank. Oh, goody. We would initiate the plan the day after tomorrow.
さあ、寄ってらっしゃい、見てらっしゃい。
Here, come and see, come and look.
今日の目玉は人馬の達人。脇に控えるは玉乗りや刀の刃渡りの名人。こんなに豪華な見せ物はなかなかないですよ。
Dang it, no one's on Yobuta's side. I don't feel bad for him. I just don't understand this all or nothing that they keep throwing at us. Like no one even cast a little bit of doubt. We have all these people, all these voices, and they all come to the same conclusion. There's no one that's like, or what if it's not him? What if, like, the person's masked? They're acting like you can see his face. It's a masked individual. There is such a thing as copycat crimes. And the guy hasn't caused any crime since, and no one even went as far as to go, like, can anyone vouch for him not being out on the street during those times? Has he been acting strange lately? Today's special feature is this master acrobat. Next to him are experts in ball balancing and blade walking. You'll be hard pressed to find a show as grand as this.
なんだ
こんなところに見せ物小屋なんてあったか。花火まであげるなんてえらい盛り上がりようだな。
What's going on? Was this show tent here before? It's so rowdy. They're even setting off
ジンバなんて
fireworks.
見たことない。あんたちょっと行ってみようよ。
I've never seen an acrobat before. Hey, let's go check it
それ
out.
もそうだね。ここ入場
Yeah,
料は
what's the entrance fee?
33問です。
33 mon. That day, a barker was calling in a huge crowd in a corner of the entertainment district. The advertisement was incredibly effective as more and more people walked down the main street or pulled inside of the show tent. Everyone seemed to accept the new show tent that appeared in the corner of the entertainment district without any suspicion. All the while, we silently watched over the tent from the shadows. It's amazing how many customers are coming in. We're also getting more and more money from the entrance fee we're collecting.
これなら清彦さんも現れるかもしれませんね。しかし、売り上げを盗みやすいところに置くのはあからさますぎませんか。
Literally still so convinced that we're catching this dude. With this level of excitement, Kiyohiko may appear soon, but it's not too obvious to place the proceeds in such a stealable location.
そうか？まあ大丈夫だって。
Is it? We'll be fine. The strategy that Otaru suggested was a truly simple one. Earn enough money to draw out the Neko Boy. From his pattern of behavior up until this point, the Neko Boy often carelessly stole money from stores that were making a profit. That being the case, if we became well known and made money, then he would show up. That was what we predicted.
しかし大太郎も考えましたね。
And something we could have
まさ
done
か新たな見せ物小屋を作
before
って
now
しまうと
because he
は。
was robbing people like every other day. Otaru, you really thought things through to think you would make a whole new show tent.
だろだろ。いつも働いてる見せ物小屋だと警戒されるからな。もっと褒めてくれていいんだぜ。
I know, right? He'd be on guard if it was a show tent I usually work at. You can praise me more if you like. But aren't those performers the ones who were supposed to show up to the show tent you work at? I remember Otaru advertising them when we snuck into the city commissioner's office.
それはさ、上と話し合って公演権を譲ってもらったんだよ。すっげえ金が必要だったけど。
I talked it out with my boss and had them hand me the performance rights, though I did need to fork over a ton of money.
今回の作戦、辰之助さんの協力がなかったら難しかったでしょうね。
If we didn't have Tatsunosuke's cooperation for this strategy, it would have been quite difficult. He's even doing the barking himself. He seemed to have noticed us watching him. Tatsunosuke, who was shouting out in the front, waved his hands while smiling. Of course, in order to carry out this plan, the Onuwa band had prepared the bare minimum of the money necessary. But Tatsunosuke was the only reason why we were able to advertise in such a gratuitous way. Though we initially planned on just getting advice as a result of telling him the situation, he decided to provide his help in more ways than one, because we told the intruder the answers.
よくわかりませんが、猫又小僧を止めない限り、あの化け物が出続けるんですよね。
I don't quite understand it, but you're saying that if we don't stop the Neko Boy, the monsters will keep on appearing, right?
彼の活躍が見れなくなるのは寂しいですが、江戸の民を犠牲にしてまで見たいとは思いません。それに、彼の身も心配ですしね。
It's sad that I won't be able to see him in action anymore, but not enough to sacrifice the citizens of Ito. Besides, I'm worried about him as well.
さあ、そうと決まったら、どんな宣伝をするのか考えましょう。花火を上げるのもいいかもしれませんね。
Alright, now that we've decided, let's think about what kind of advertising we'll do. It might even be good to set off some
どうせ
fireworks.
一夜限りの見せ物小屋です。刹那で消える花火のごとく、華々しく行こうじゃないですか。
In the end, it's a show tent for one night only. Let's make it spectacular, like a firework that lights up for only a heartbeat. That was what Tatsunosuke had said when we asked him for help. In fact, Tatsunosuke's advertising was super effective. Even as we were conversing, crowds of people continued to enter the show tent. During this, the Onyoban that were in charge of the other districts were patrolling the entire entertainment district for us. So all that was left is to wait for the Neko boy to take the bait. I don't know why he would. And then we continue to hide in the shadows and guard the proceeds. If everything went well, then Yubura would come to steal it away.
失礼します。
Unless Tatsunosuke takes it first, excuse me. But immediately following that, the situation changed. Tatsunosuke had been working as the barker came to put away new earnings. He carefully placed the money into a cloth bag that was left in the corner. And without saying a word to us, he returned to the front. A mysterious person came in after he left. Because he was hiding his face with a kerchief, we couldn't tell who it was. The person suspiciously looked around the surroundings and then he took the cloth bag's earnings and all and dashed off in a full speed. There was no mistaking it. He was a thief.
そこのあなた、待ちなさい。
You there, halt! At that moment, Kenji shot out from the shadows.
行くよ。
Let's go! Right. Following Kenji, Otaru and I also chased after him, however. When we caught him, Kenji had already slammed the thief into the ground.
ケンジ、大丈夫か？
Kenji, are you alright?
見ればわかるでしょ。さっさと手を貸しなさい。
See for yourself, now hurry up and help me.
あなたもいい加減無駄な抵抗はおやめなさい。頭巾を外して顔を見せたらどうですか？
Stop with your useless resistance, take off your kerchief, and show me your face. Why don't you? At that point, Kenji roughly took off the piece of cloth, however.
悪かったよ。ちょっと魔が差しただけなんだ。あれだけ儲けてるの見ちまったから。
I'm not saying that this is the Neko boy, but I am saying their fact that they're unaccepting that this could still be the Neko boy is a little wild. Wait, it was the thief? I didn't know it at all. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I'm sorry, it was a spur of the moment decision. I saw how much money you guys were making, and no matter how you looked at it, the face underneath the thin piece of cloth was not Yobuta's.
誰？
Who's this? He isn't Yobuta, is he? Be it his voice or his appearance, I couldn't spot a single thing that looked like Yobuta. We were completely taken aback at the unexpected turn of events.
もしかすると変装をしているのかもしれません。化粧で顔はかなり変わりますから。
Perhaps this is a disguise. You can change your face quite a bit with makeup. Muttering as if trying to convince himself, Kenji used the sleeve of his kimono to rub the thief's face. But no matter how much he rubbed, there was no change to the thief's features. It was his real face.
なんだ？よくわかんないけど、ここは見逃してくれ。
I mean, he should still get arrested. He still stole. Like, just because you get caught doesn't mean you should, like, no. Just me. I tried my best. That's all I can say. I don't know what's going on, but please let me go just this
その前にい
once.
くつか質問をさせてください。あなた、このお金を盗んでどうするつもりだったんです？
Before that, let me ask you some questions. What did you plan on doing with the money you stole?
そりゃ借金の返済に使おうと。
I planned on using it to pay off my
全部
debts.
ですか？
All of it.
どうだろう。余ったら娯楽街でパーッとやろうかな。最近遊郭もご無沙汰だしよ。
I don't know if there's extra. Maybe I'll spend it all at the entertainment district. I haven't been to the red light district in a while. We were completely off the mark. Not a hint of any generosity towards the town folks, which was the Neko boy's biggest trademark. As he himself said earlier, it seemed that a normal citizen had simply snuck on a whim.
岡っ引きを呼んできてください。こんなボンプに関わっている暇はありません。
Leah, go to the volunteer police, please. We don't have time to deal with this average Joe. Yes. In the end, a few strange people came in to steal from us, but ultimately none of them were the Neko boy. A temptingly easy target, and an even more tempting amount of money ripe for the taking was simply proved that so long as you prepare those two conditions, people will give in to temptation and commit crimes. The entertainment district really is a dangerous place.
ま、それはもともとだし。ちなみにさっき中の様子を見たけど、もう見せ物は目玉のジンバが終わっちゃってたぜ。
It's always been like this. By the way, I checked inside just now and it looks like the special feature acrobat dude is finished.
困りましたね。これで人の出入りが少なくなると、猫又小僧も忍び込みづらくなるかもしれません。
How troubling. If there are less people, then it may be more difficult for the Neko boy to sneak in.
大変ですよ。
Oh no, no. Then Tatsunosuke ran in with such speed that he practically blew everyone away. It seemed that he was panicking for some reason, and he tried to approach us even as he almost tripped and fell on the things lying
どうした
around.
んですか？そんな騒がれては作戦が。
What's the matter? If you make that much noise, our plan.
それどころじゃないんです。たった今、錦さんの芝居小屋、キクリアに猫又小僧が盗みに入ったんですよ。
There's no time for that. Just now, the Neko boy went to steal from the theater that you work at, Kenji. From Kikuriya.
今、キクリアの方々が話しているのを聞きました。ここに来ている座長を探しに来たみたいで。
I heard the people of Kikurita talking about it. The leader of the troop is here, and they've come to find him. We immediately ran out to the front. We got the details from the leader of the Kikuhiya, and it seemed that the Neko Mata boy really had stolen from the theater. After we put away the show's tense Ernie, we headed to Kikuhiya at top speed. But why did Yubota target Kikuhiya and think he'd avoid it since it's Kinji's place and there's a high chance he'd be captured?
それは本人に聞いてみないとわかりません。もしかしたらこちらの作戦が筒抜けで裏をかかれた可能性も。
Or there's the third option, which is it's not him. We won't know until we ask him. There's also the possibility that he saw through our plan and outsmarted us.
つか、なんでタツさんまで来てるの？見せ物小屋に残っててもよかったのに。
Hey, why are you coming with us, Tatsu? You could have stayed behind at the show tent.
いえ、私にも行かせてください。これが猫又小僧に会える最後の機会なら、この目に焼き付けておきたいんです。
Please let me accompany you. If this is going to be my last chance to meet the Neko Mata boy, I want it to burn his image into my retinas. As we talked, we eventually saw the exterior of Kikuriya. Though it was a distance, we caught sight of the Neko boy in his usual outfit standing on the roof with his arms crossed. It seems that the information was true. Of course, the Neko boy zealots were waiting below.
猫又小僧、待ってたぜ。こっちに銭投げてくれ。
Neko boy, I've been waiting. Throw some coins this way. But there was a smaller audience than the past appearance. Only a few people, enough that I could count them with both hands, had gathered. So 10 or less. But so long as there were people who wished for the Neko boy, there was a possibility that a Blightfall would appear.
行きますよ、大太郎。
Let's go, Otaro.
間に合うかな。
Will we even make it? After they saw him, Kinji and Otaru run towards the Neko boy with single-minded focus. There was quite a distance between them, so it would be difficult to throw Otaru like before. All the while, the Neko boy was slowly opening the cloth bag with the money inside.
このままではまずいんじゃ。
Leah, isn't this bad? Is there anything I can do? Right, we're not in his route, right? We're on Did I mess up my saves? This has Kinji and Otaru rising. Okay, wait a second. Oh, I might have just messed that up just now. Just kidding. There we go. Stop him by force. Did I do it right that time? Did I? Okay, great. We have to stop him, even if it means using force. Is there anything I can use? I hurriedly looked around me and saw a small rock that would be easy to hold sitting right next to me on the ground. Right, I'll use this. Leah, what are you? It's alright. Please just watch. There's no way I can make it even if I run, but if I throw this... As I made my decision, I swung back my arm that was holding the small rock. Yeah! The small rock flew from my hand. It made a wobbly, pathetic arc, but managed to just barely make it to the rooftop wreck next to Yabuda, the Neko boy. You don't know it's the Neko boy. Really, I'd meant to hit Yabuda himself, but it seems that the rock had enough of an effect. Yabuda's body twitched at the small rock that landed from out of nowhere. Leah, nice! While he was distracted, Kinji and Otaru climbed onto the roof. They were still within the range to capture Yabuda. When Yabuda saw that, he turned away and prepared to run, but... his foot got caught on a bump. Wait a second. Neko boy sounds very feminine. His foot got caught on a bump on the roof and he fell right into his face. That voice just now, but before I could get an answer to my question, the cloth bag rolled out of Yabuda's hands. Stop saying Yabuda. A coin and coins scattered from the roof like rain. Hooray, it's money. I'm gonna pick up a lot today. Elated by the dream-like scene, the citizens started to gather up the money. And naturally, more and more black threads were being created. Oh no, if this goes on, then a blight fall. Then, contrary to my expectations, the black threads floated in the air and then attached themselves to the building around us. Before they gathered themselves around the Neko boy, but it seemed the threads had completely separated this time. Maybe it's because they're a smaller audience. There isn't enough black threads being gathered to summon a blightfall. One of the likely reasons was that people were more concentrated at the show tents. Not only was the Neko boy unable to gather people, he was likely unable to control the black threads due to people's lack of enthusiasm. Though the strategy to call the Neko boy to the show tents failed, it turned out it was useful in another way. That's enough. Before we knew it, Yabuda was apprehended. Oh my gosh. Stop calling it Yabuda! Kinji and Otaru held him down on the roof so much that he couldn't move an inch. He resisted by frantically moving his arms and legs, but it was nowhere near enough strength to escape from the powerful hands of the vessels. Yohiko, you're really causing a lot of trouble. Everyone's worried about you, you know? He's not even listening.
いいでしょう。それならこちらにも考えがあります。
That's fine. We have ways to make him talk. While muttering that threateningly, Kinji stretched his hand out to Yabuda's head. I wonder what he would do. But it looked like he was trying to untie Neko boy's iconic kerchief. Of course, Yabuda fought back harder, but they forcefully held him down. Huh? You're... I don't know, probably the girl. However, when they removed the cloth, a startling truth made itself clear.
Ruriko?
Ruriko? The person we thought was Yabuda was actually Ruriko. Though she wasn't wearing an elegant outfit as she had been in the red light district, there was no mistaking her unique iridescent lipstick. What does this mean? Why are you the Neko boy, Ruriko?
いえ、でもそれなら納得できます。
Actually, everything clicks into
瑠璃子
place.
さんだったからこそ見せ物小屋から金を取らなかったんですよ。愛する達之助さんが客引きしている店だったから。
The Neko boy didn't take money from the show tent because they were Ruriko and it was her beloved Tatsunosuke who was working at the Barker there. She ruined my theory when I saw this. How did she ruin your theory? Honestly, I thought it was him trying to get her out. So, and then I was like, oh, maybe they're working in tandem when he was still screaming for it.
ルリコ、本当に君なのか？君が猫又小僧だったのか？
Ruriko, is it really you? Were you the Neko boy?
それ
That's... When Tatsunosuke said her name, Ruriko lowered her gaze as if pained. I thought it was Tatsunosuke. I mean, I thought it was too. It made the most sense because he wanted her out. And again, this goes back hand in hand with I'm taking what they say at face value. They said she couldn't leave the red light district because she had a contract. So you tell me she can't leave the red light district, I assume she can't leave the red light district. So how'd she leave? And she can sneak out, sure, that's an option, but you're gonna go to the most logical conclusion, especially since he kept talking about how expensive it was to pay to get her out. The crowd around us, not understanding the situation, watched over them while mumbling amongst themselves. But among them, there was a single man walking leisurely towards us. Damn, I didn't make it in time. It was Yabuda. While scratching his head, he walked over next to us nonchalantly as if he was taking a stroll. The person he had been searching for this entire time had shown up so easily that we were taken aback.
できればお前らに見つかる前に肩をつけたかったんだが。
I'd hoped, if possible, to find everything before you guys could find us. Oh, wait, is she his form fae? Like she was created by something he had? I don't even know.
どういうことです？そもそも何をしていたんですか？
What is this all about? What were you doing this whole time?
猫又小僧を自分自身の力で捕まえたかった。ただそれだけだ。
I wanted to catch the Neko boy on my own. That's all there is to it.
清彦は猫又小僧じゃないの？つか、なんでルリ子がやってるんだよ。
Aren't you the Neko boy, Kiyohiko? Hold up. Why is Ruriko doing it? Otaro's genuine question was on everyone's mind. After letting out an irritated sigh, Yabuda pointed between himself and Ruriko.
簡単に言えば、自分が初代猫又小僧で、そっちの小娘が2代目だ。
To put it in the plainest words possible for you literal idiots, I was the first Neko boy, and that girl there is the second one.
それってつまり
So that means, is she your apprentice?
違う。そいつが勝手にやってるだけだ。自分は殿に命を救われたあの日に、もう猫又小僧の名は捨てたんだよ。
No, she took it upon herself to do it. I already threw away the title of Neko boy the day the shogun saved my life.
でも、ここ最近になって、猫又小僧の名を語る奴が現れるようになった。
But then, recently, someone pretending to be the Neko boy started to
だが
appear.
町奉行からすれば、俺が猫又小僧なのは疑いようのない事実だ。なぜなら以前、捕まえた経験があるからな。
However, from the city commissioner's perspective, I am, without a doubt, the Neko boy. They believe that because they caught me
し
before.
かし幸い、二代目猫又小僧の犯行時に、自分は大体誰かと一緒にいた。
Thankfully, though, each time the Neko boy was committing crimes, I was usually with someone, and yet we didn't question that for a second.
そのおかげもあって、すぐに疑いは晴れたが、こっちとしては気分が悪い。
Thanks to that, their suspicions were lifted immediately, but on my end, it wasn't any
このまま
consolation.
放っておけば、殿の迷惑になるかもしれないし、早急に解決しようと思ったのだ。
If I let it continue, it would cause trouble for the shogun, so I decided to solve the case as soon as
なるほど。
possible.
だからここ最近の猫又小僧は娯楽街で活動していたんですね。腕が下がっていたのも別人なら納得です。
That's why the Neko boy was working in the entertainment district lately, and it also explains why their skills
じゃあ
devolved.
なんで逃げたんだよ。俺たちに正体がバレた時、全部打ち明ければ早かったんじゃない？
Then why did you run? Wouldn't it have been faster if you had told us everything when we uncovered who you were? Exactly. If you just told us what was going on, we would have.
嘘つけ！お前ら、自分を犯人だと決めつけていただろう。そんな奴らに本当のことなんて話せるか？
This is such a lie. You never told them the truth. You lied. They had no chance. You gave them no chance. They couldn't. I don't think they would have doubted you. Been like, yeah, I was the Neko boy. I'm not the Neko boy now. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad either. He straight up started like being a bitch. Like he was the problem. Liars. You lot immediately jumped to the conclusions that I was the culprit because you hid it from us. How could I have told the truth to people like that?
己の胸に手を当てて、あの時自分に言った言葉を思い出してみろ。このドアホども。
Put a hand to your chest and remember all the things you said back that, you imbeciles. Sorry?
否定
No.
しないけど。
I can't argue with
合理
that.
的に物事を考えるのも少し改めた方がいいかもしれませんね。
No, don't apologize. He didn't give you a chance. Maybe we should reassess how logically we think about things. We completely accepted Yabuda's slightly desperate judgment. But in that case, the wrongdoer wasn't Yabuda, but the second Neko boy, Ruriko. My goodness.
ルリコ、どうして君が
Ruriko, why did you? Still unable to believe it, Tatsunosuke stumbled unsteadily to underneath the rooftop. But Ruriko didn't even attempt to turn around at his call. He should have said something earlier. He got no right to be mad that they were doing their job. He would do the same thing too, and he has in multiple times. I don't understand. Like, the moment they said Neko boy to him, he should have been like, sus. The moment they said, like, who's the Neko boy? And he's like, look, I was the Neko boy, but this is not me. And they would have probably believed him. They had no reason to doubt him.
このままじゃ拉致が開かないな。清彦は知らないの？ルリコが2代目やってる理由。
We're not getting anywhere like this. Kiyohiko, do you know why Ruriko is the second Neko boy?
知らん。そもそもこんな小娘、初めて会った。
No clue. For the record, this is the first time I've actually met this woman.
では、ルリコさんの口から聞かないことにはどうしようもないですね。
And we can't do anything until we hear from Ruriko herself. Ruriko, if you could you tell us about your situation? I understand it's difficult to talk about. But Ruriko wouldn't answer me. Perhaps she wasn't listening to us at all, for her eyes were still staring out into space. Otaru must have become impatient at that. He placed both his hands on Ruriko's shoulders.
ねえ、聞いてる？いろいろ答えてほしいんだけど。
Hello? Are you listening? We want you to answer a few questions. At that moment, Ruriko's eyes widened. The reaction seemed too extreme for just simple surprise.
ありゃ、どうしちゃった？
Got it. So she's being influenced by her lipstick? Is that literally going to be the reason? Are we going, okay. I thought her lipstick was surprisingly dark, and I was like, huh, like a blight fall, but like I didn't think it would matter. What's wrong?
ルリコ
Ruriko? I'm not listening to her shout. Suddenly, Ruriko began shouting incomprehensibly. Clearly, something was wrong. Her wide eyes were bloodshot, and her entire body was shaking uncontrollably like a broken toy. Not only that, but a large number of black threads were beginning produced from her neck, and gradually Ruriko became hidden from view. Oh no, that black thread!
なんですって。
What did you say? A blightfall's coming. I managed to give out a warning, and in that moment, Ruriko transformed into a massive pitch black spider. Classic turning into a spider when you got caught stealing money. There was no mistaking it. It was a Blightfall.
ルリコ、これは一体。
Ruriko? Just what in the world?
素人は下がってろ。死にたいのか。
Step down, amateur. You trying to get yourself killed? This guy looks like Kristoff from Frozen to me. I don't know. Yabuda hurriedly grabbed Tatsunosuke's scruff when he tried to shakily approach Ruriko. Upon seeing the monster, the crowd around us scattered in all directions. Kinji and Otaru also managed to get away from the Blightfall and maintained a perfect distance.
あれルリコって形人だろなんで良いかに
Wait a minute. Ruriko's a form folk, right? How did she become a
よく
Blightfall?
わかりませんが、倒すべき相手なのは間違いありませんね。
I don't quite understand, but it's no question that she's an enemy we must
し
defeat.
かし、猫又小僧らしい終わり方ですね。良いかを何度も何度も呼び続けて、最後には、己も良いかと化しましたか。
What a fitting end for the Neko boy, summoning the Blightfall again and again, and in the end she turns into one.
こうなったらもうやるしかないな
If it comes down to this, I guess we have no other choice. Here they are, back to parrying together. Look how cute they are. So the duo unsheathed their swords in unison.
君たち、ルリコをどうするつもりなんです？まさか殺すつもりじゃ。
What are you two planning to do to Ruriko? Don't tell me you plan on
そ
killing
れはや
her.
ってみないとわかりません。いけますよ。
We won't know until we try. Let's go, Otaru. Bye. Alrighty. And then Kinji unhesitantly rushed towards the Blightfall. But the enemy already expected that and immediately extended several tentacles from its body and intercepted them.
なるほど。戦法自体は普通の良いかと変わらないようだな。となれば、突破するのは時間の問題か。
Its strategies are no different from a usual Blightfall, which means it's only a matter of time before we defeat it. Yabuda, you aren't joining the fight?
今は必要ないだろう。こういう時はキコに任せるのが一番いいんだ。下手に人間が混じると足手まといになる。
There's no need right now. In times like this, it's best to leave it to the vessels. If humans get involved carelessly, we end up being a
そん
burden.
なことをするくらいなら、あいつらが時間稼ぎをしている間に、良いかを観察して助言した方がいい。
I'd much rather observe the Blightfall while they're buying time and help give advice.
あらよった
Bang! While they were talking, Otaru closed the distance and slashed at the Blightfall's mask. On the other hand, the tentacles that served as its only hope of defense was tangled up in Kinji's sword. In that moment, that should have been the final blow to the Blightfall, but...
あれ
As soon as the mask was split into, a new mask appeared from within. Otaru slashed it again with a follow-up swing, but it ended up resulting the same way.
なんだこれ面が弱点なんじゃないの
What's going on? Isn't the mask supposed to be the weak point?
形人の良いかだからでしょうか。勝手が違うようですね。これはなかなか骨が折れそうです。
Maybe it's because it's a Blightfall of a form folk. It appears that we need a different strategy. We have our work cut out for us.
面を切り続ければいつか倒せるのか。
We'll be able to defeat it.
別の弱点を探す必要があ
Kinji,
る
I'm
のか。
talking. It's my turn to talk, Kinji. You've talked, it's my turn. Will we be able to defeat it if we keep on slicing its mask, or do we need to find yet another weak point? So loud! On top of that, as if to pour salt in the wound, the Blightfall let out an ear-piercing scream. The sound was so loud it felt like my eardrums were about to burst, and I could feel pinpricks against the surface of my skin. Of course, once it saw we were vulnerable, the Blightfall continued assaulting its assault on the Onoaban. Though the duo were managing to parry attack at the last minute, they were definitely moving slower than before.
おいおい、ああいう芸当もできるのか。
You even do that too. What a pain. You felt your body get zapped just now, right? How can it fight against an opponent like that?
ルリコ、ルリコ、
Uriko,
お願いだからやめてくれ。
I'm begging you to stop this now. In the midst of that, Tatsunosuke leaned out and tried to appeal to Ruriko. But even then, the Blightfall didn't react. It continued to exchange attacks with its tentacles against Otaru and Kinji. What's that now? A certain scene, invisible to normal eyes, was appearing before my
ダメ
eyes.
です。私の声すら届かない。
It's no use, my voice isn't even reaching her. No, that's not true.
なんだって
Did you say? Just now, when you called out Uriko, I saw black threads tear away from the Blightfall just a little bit. I don't quite understand, but that means that Uriko is reacting to Tatsunosuke's voice, right? That means Uriko's consciousness still remains inside the Blightfall.
本当ですか？
Is that true?
使えるかもしれんな。
We might be able to use that. As soon as he heard that, Yobuda slapped Tatsunosuke's
おい
shoulder.
お前、ちょっとここであの小娘の気を引く発言をしてみせろ。
Say something that'll get the girl's attention.
今の状況を分かっていないのか？このままでは決定打を与えられないだろう。隙を生み出せと言っているんだ。
Do you not understand what's going on? We can't deal the final blow if this keeps up. I'm asking you to create an opening for
そう
us.
すればあいつらもあの良いかにとどめを刺す方法が分かるかもしれない。
Do that and they might be able to figure out a way to defeat that Blightfall.
化け物にとどめって。その場合、ヌリコは
Defeat the monster, but then Uriko?
運が良ければ生き残る。運が悪ければ死ぬ。それだけだ。
She's lucky if she survives. If not, she'll die. That's all there is to it.
そんな。
How could that be? Tatsunosuke bit his lip at Yubuda's merciless words. But even while the two were talking, it seemed that Kinji and Hotaru were starting to get exhausted. At this rate, it was a war of attrition. And if we were to lose, then there was the possibility that the Blightfall would escape the entire entertainment district and wreak havoc around Ito. Tatsunosuke, can you please call out Toriko? It's for her sake too. When you call out Toriko, it said that the black threads making up the monster's body tore away, right? I think it means that thanks to your words, Toriko is trying to regain her sanity. She's trying to return to normal. Toriko will only suffer if she stays in that form, so isn't it better to take a gamble on something that just might save her? Even when I tried to convince him with my words, Tatsunosuke's head remained bowed. It was no surprise. Even if there was a chance that she would survive, aiding in the death of his loved one was never an easy task. I could understand that feeling to a painful degree.
これだから素人は。
This is why you don't bring amateurs. Yobuda, let's think of another method. There must be other ways. Regardless, there was no way we could use this method without Tatsunosuke's cooperation. In order to come up with a new plan, we focused our gaze on the two fighting and... Ruriko! Suddenly, Tatsunosuke cried out. His voice rung out with so much force that it muffled all the other sounds in the area. Not just us, but Kinji and Otaru, even the Blightfall, reacted in surprise. But Tatsunosuke didn't care, and he took another step forward.
ルリコ、一体君にどんな事情があって猫又小僧を演じていたのかなんて私にはわからない。
Ruriko, I don't know your situation or why you're acting like the Neko
で
boy.
も君がたとえ猫又小僧でも化け物になってしまっても私の愛は決して揺るがない。
But even if you're the Neko boy, and even if you turn out to be a monster, my love for you will never
だって
waver.
君と出会って私の人生はより輝かしいものになったんだ。生きる意味ができたんだよ。
Because my life became so much more beautiful after I met you, I found a reason to live.
身請けができたら私と行きたいところややりたいことがたくさんあるって君も私と生きる未来を望んでくれたじゃないか。
You said that after I free you, you wanted to go places and do lots of things together. We chose to spend the rest of our lives
ルリコ
together.
だから今すぐそんな重苦しい姿を脱ぎ去って元の美しい君に戻ってくれ
Ruriko, please cast away that dreary appearance and return to your beautiful self.
愛しているんだこの世の誰よりも
I love you more than anything in this world. Tatsunosuke made the declaration from the bottom of his heart, and his yelling seemed to reach Ruriko. As evidence, the black threads that were entangled around her body disappeared into the air one by one. That's... In an instant, something different from the black threads appeared from within the Blightfall's body. It was a wooden tablet. Oddly enough, the wooden tablet that hung from Ruriko's neck when she was a form folk was exposed. A wooden tablet appeared from the Blightfall's body. As soon as I pointed at it, Kinji and Otaru immediately directed their visions at it.
寄付だか。切っても退治はできないかもしれないけど、実体化は解除できるかも。
Wooden tablet, we might not be able to exterminate the monster by cutting it, but we might be able to get rid of the materialization.
それなら試してみるしかないでしょう。
We have no choice but to test it. In an instant, Kinji slashed cleanly split the wood tablet into two. As the broken wood tablet flew into the air, the black threads expanding from the Blightfall's body, it slowly lost its shape and melted away, disappearing into the darkness of the night. It was as if Ruriko's malice incarnated was being purified. Strangely, Ruriko, back to herself, appeared, was finally left alone on the rooftop. Even though they cut the wood tablet, she still maintained her appearance as a form folk.
Ruriko!
Ruriko! Tatsunosuke suddenly ran towards Ruriko with such speed that his shoes practically flew off. Of course, Yobuda and I followed behind.
大太郎、ルリコさんを下へ運びますよ。皆をここまで登らせるわけにもいきません。
Otaru will carry Ruriko down. We can't have anyone climb up here.
Hey!
Okay! We met up with the two right after Ruriko was taken down from the roof. There's lots of things we don't understand, but case closed, I guess. But I sobered up from my senses of relief as soon as I saw Ruriko lying on the ground. Her body was still hidden underneath black threads. On top of that, the wooden tablet we thought had been slashed was fine. For some reason, it was slightly blackened. Was it proof that she had been infected by Blightfall?
Ruriko! Ruriko! どうして目を覚ましてくれないんだ
Ruriko, won't you open your eyes?
そもそも木札を切ったのに、なぜ彼女は形人のままなんでしょうか。木札も無事なようですし。
Before that, how is she still a form folk when we cut her wooden tablet? Her wooden tablet looks fine.
よくわからないけど、良いかになるといろいろ条件が変わるんじゃない？
I don't really get it, but maybe the conditions kind of change when you become a
でも
Blightfall.
今のルリコの状態は人間と一緒でしょ。人間でも精神汚染されすぎると、注ぎしても意識すら戻らなくなるじゃん。
But even if Ruriko were human, if her mind is too corrupted, not even the snow sacrament is going to bring her consciousness back.
お前の目から見てどうだ
Leah, how does it look from your eyes? It's still no use. There are black threads tangled up all around Ruriko's body. It seems that the last blow wasn't able to fully purify her. There's no point in lying about it. I told him the truth, though it pained my heart, and we looked at each other as if to confirm what we were
そういう
saying.
ことなら、ここで息の根を止めてあげましょう。元の道具を破壊すればできるはずです。
If that's the case, let us end her suffering right here. We should be able to do so if we destroy the tool she formed from. Huh?
何を言うんですか
What are you saying?
その方が彼女のためになるからです。
It's for her own good.
だな。このままだとまた良いかになっちゃうかもしれないし、そうなったら逆にかわいそうだろ。
That's true. At this rate, she might become a Blightfall again, and if that happens, it'll be even sadder for
てなわ
her.
けでタツさん、ルリコの元になった道具を教えてよ。
Alright, Tatsu, tell us what tool Ruriko's made from.
でもルリコはまだ生きています
But Ruriko's still alive.
どう
Please
かルリコ
help
を助けてや
her.
ってくだ特効薬はないんですか
お金ならいくらでも払います。足りないなら借金だって。だから。
Isn't there some sort of medicine? I'll pay anything you want. If that's not enough, then I'll even take on debt, so please.
諦めろ。こうなったらもう二度と元には戻れない。
Give it up. Now it's come to this. Now that it's come to this, she'll never return to
残
normal.
念ですが、もう死を与えることでしか救ってあげることはできないんです。
Unfortunately, there's no longer any way to rescue her other than granting her death.
そんな。
No. To us, Onyoban, it was a logical choice, was it? Girl, speak. The snow sacrament can only destroy Blightfall. Even if Ruriko was a unique formfolk Blightfall, how we dealt with her would not change. Ruriko. Tatsunosuke covered Rikugo's body and started to cry, unable to take in the reality. He had just reconfirmed his love for her earlier. It wasn't something that he could easily accept. At that painful sight, I couldn't help but pick up the hand opposite of mine to check on Ruriko's pulse. He's right, she's still alive. Even when she's in this state, Ruriko's body is trying to live. And Tatsunosuke was just about to free her too. She seemed so happy back then. Then in the moment of soft light started to spill from where my hand touched Ruriko. Huh? The light started out small, and as the time passed, it started getting brighter and brighter. Along with that, the black threads that covered Ruriko's body disappeared little by little.
黒い糸が。
The black threads? Taru can see them? Perhaps I can save Ruriko then? As I became aware of the possibility, the light emitting from my hand grew even brighter. Finally, Ruriko even regained consciousness.
Ruriko!
Ruriko?
あれ、タッチさん、どうして私
Tatsu?
死
Why?
んだはずじゃ。
Aren't I supposed to be dead?
Ruriko! よかった。
Ruriko, I'm so glad. Tatsunosuke hugged Ruriko, so moved to tears. So moved that tears were in his eyes.
タッチさん、今日は甘えん坊さんなの？
Tatsu, aren't you acting needy today? Though she didn't know what was going on, Ruriko hugged him anyways. The wooden tablet hanging from her neck had already turned to its normal color.
これは一体どういうことなんだ。お前、何をした？
What the hell just happened? What did you do? I'm sorry, I don't really know.
今の注ぎの光と一緒だったよな。つまり白石の一族の注ぎは人や形人の命も救える
And
わけ。
vessels, I'm assuming. Don't worry, Otaru, we're gonna find that out soon. The light just now, it was the same as the snow sacrament. So if it's performed by the Hakuseki clan, it can also save the lives of humans and form folk?
まさかそんなことが。
There's no way that can be. It seemed that this case was the first of its kind. Everyone exchanged confused looks as they couldn't register the reality before them.
皆さん、ありがとうございます。ルリコの命を救ってくださって。
Thank you everyone for saving Ruriko's
よ
life.
くわからないけど、迷惑かけちゃったみたいでごめんなさい。
I don't really understand, but it seems that I've caused everyone great trouble. I apologize. But things like that didn't matter to those outside the Onuaban. After pulling away regretfully, the couple gazed up at us. This was when we came back to our senses and remembered that we came here for, that we were here right now to solve the Neko Boy case, an incident where Ruriko hid her identity, stealing cash from around the entertainment district and giving it away at the second coming of Neko Boy.
お前、ルリコと言ったか。どうして猫又小僧の真似事なんてやってたんだ？
Ruriko, why were you acting like the
聞い
Neko
た
Boy?
話によれば、身請けも決まってたし、金には困ってなかったんだろう？
From what I heard, your freedom was pretty much secured, and it's not like you had financial issues, did you?
それは
That's...
ルリコ、全部正直に言うんだ。
Ruriko, tell the whole truth. Tatsunosuke gently admonished Ruriko, who looked away awkwardly. For a second, Ruriko puffed out her cheeks in a pout, but she immediately lowered her head meekly.
私タツさんのために猫又小僧をやってたの。
I was performing as the Neko boy for Tatsu.
なんだって？
What?
タツさんって猫又小僧が大好きでしょ。猫又小僧のおかげで人生が変わったって毎日のように言ってたし。
Tatsu, you love Neko boy, right? Every day you told me that you turned your life around
で
thanks
も
to him.
本物の猫又小僧はもういなくなっちゃったみたいだし、二度と見られないじゃない。
But the real Neko boy wasn't around anymore, so you'd never be able to see him
だから
again.
私が代わりに猫又小僧をやろうと思ったの。
So I thought I could be the Neko boy in his place.
そうすればタツさんも喜んでくれるし、やる気が出れば仕事もうまくいって身請けの時期が早まるかもって。
If I did that, I thought you would be happy, and if you were motivated, you'd work went well, then my freedom would come sooner.
そんなことしなくてもよかったのに。
You didn't have to do
でも
that.
やってあげたかったの。
But I wanted to do that for
じゃあ
you.
遊郭はどうやって抜け出していたの？あそこって切手がないと女の人は出られないでしょ？
How'd you sneak out of the red light district when we can't get out without a stamp?
それはその辺の人から取って。
I stole it from a random person.
でもお金をばらまき終わったら毎回ちゃんと返してあげてたよ。だから人を不幸にしてるわけじゃない。
But I give it back as soon as I was done handing out money. I wasn't making anyone unhappy.
大したやつだな。見よう見まねでも猫又小僧ができてたんだから、盗みの素質自体はあったんだろうが。
That's impressive. You learned how to imitate the Neko boy just by watching him. You probably have an innate talent for thievery.
私だって好きでこうなったわけじゃない。生きていくために仕方なく身につけただけで。
It's not like I enjoyed being like this. If I wanted to survive, I had no choice but to learn how to. Tatsunosuke stared at Ruriko with a contemplative expression as she openly confessed her crimes. While they were close enough that he was going to free her, this was perhaps the first time that he was seeing the side of Ruriko.
御用だ御用だ!
Make way! Moments later, a large number of volunteer police arrived after hearing the commotion. Among them was the volunteer police, who was Kinji's fan, who had helped us in the city commissioner.
錦さん、奇遇ですね。ここに猫又小僧が出たと聞いたんですが。
Kinji, what a surprise! I heard the Neko boy appeared around here. That is... Kinji gave Ruriko a quick glance. If this was a normal case, then it would have been best to hand her over to the volunteer police according to procedure, but this time simply too many things had happened. In order to conduct a full investigation, I felt that it would be best if the Onuwa band took Ruriko into custody. Besides, if Ruriko get caught, then Tatsunosuke...
それなら、ここの女がそうだって言ってたぜ。
If that's who you're looking for, they said that this woman here was one.
そうそう、私も見てたよ。桐前の主人お気に入りの遊女さ。さっき変な告白ごっこしてたのを聞いたよ。
Hey, back off. They weren't asking you. Yeah, that's right. I saw it too. She was the favorite courtesan of Kirima exchange manager. I heard her giving a weird confession just now. On cue, the audience around us started giving the volunteer police all the information. The romantic confession that helped to solve the case had ironically revealed Ruriko's identity.
猫又小僧は女だったのか。そこらお前、さっさと来い。
The Neko boy was a woman? Alright, come with us.
いや、ちょっと
Wait! In the meantime, Ruriko was tied up by the volunteer police. Tatsu, Ruriko turned around reluctantly, but Tatsunosuke, still with the scowl on his face, quietly shook his head. Tatsu?
ルリコ
Ruriko, I.
私は
In the end, Tatsunosuke didn't attempt to say anything more than that. I didn't know what sort of anguish was in Tatsunosuke's heart at this time, but in the end, the two were separated without so much as a word spoken between them. Dang. Okay. The Neko boy. That was the name of a certain chivalrous thief who boasted immense popularity among the citizens. He stole money from the corrupt officials and businessmen and spread the money to the people. Though his true identity was shrouded in mystery, he was considered something of a savior to the general public that was struggling in poverty. But on one certain day, a truly earth-shattering event occurred. Surprising, someone proclaimed their love for the Neko boy appeared. The word of love that echoed throughout Edo carried a spiritual power that transformed the Neko boy into a woman. Because of that, the Neko boy was unable to escape and was easily arrested. At least that's how the citizens told the tale. Sometime after the case was solved, the entertainment district team was gathered in the room of the liquor store.
よーし、それじゃあみんな、お疲れ
Right, everyone, cheers!
お疲れ様です
Cheers. On Otaru's signal, everyone raised their cups full of alcohol. We had more or less finished cleaning up the aftermath of the incident, so we were having a party together. Cup still in hand, I looked all around at the store, which I'd never been in before. So this is a pub. There's so many people here, so it's really lively.
あんた、ここに来るのは初めてだもんな。
Well, yeah, it's your first time here.
結局娯楽街の見学も最初しかできませんでしたね
In the end, we weren't able to show you around after you first
こ
arrived.
の店お酒がなかなか美味しいんですよ濃くて上品な味が楽しめますから心ゆくまで味わってみてください
The liquor at this store is quite delicious. Please enjoy the strong yet elegant flavor and drink to your heart content. You're right, the aroma is really strong. When I brought my face to the cup in my hand, a soft and sweet scent tickled my nose. It was a sensation that I'd never felt before from anything I'd ever eaten or drank. Feels like a drink for adults.
にしても、今回の事件は大変だったね。結局清彦に振り回されたって感じだけど。
But seriously, this case sure was a lot of work. In the end, it felt like Kiyohiko led us on a wild goose chase.
だからそれはお前たちが自分を信用しなかったせいだろう。こっちは当然のことをしたまでだ。
Yeah, because you didn't give us a reason to trust you. Imagine saying nobody believes me before you even said I didn't do anything wrong. Like I said, that's because you guys didn't trust me. All I did was what was expected of me. Same. I apologize for that. I don't. Seeing Yabudu pop snacks into his mouth and face the other direction, I felt my guilt triggered once more. At the same time, Kenji seemed lost in his
で
thoughts.
すが今思えばあなたが最初から事情を話していればこんな面倒なことにはならなかったのでは
Yeah, Kenji. What about that? Now that I think about it, if you simply told us everything from the start, it wouldn't have become so troublesome, no?
はあ、だからその機会はお前たち自身が潰しただけで。
Like I said, you guys were the ones who destroyed that chance.
僕が言っているのはそれより前のことです猫又小僧の調査が決まった瞬間に言えば僕たちだって疑いませんでしたよ
I'm talking about before that. If you had said it as soon as we decided to investigate the Neko boy, we wouldn't have
そう
suspected
すれ
you.
ば最初から二代目猫又小僧探しに絞れたはずでしたし
Then we could have focused on our attention on finding the second Neko boy from the start.
ああ、言われてみればそうかも。あの時教えてくれれば、いろいろと短縮できたのに。
Now that you mention it, if you had told us back then, you would have saved us so much hassle. Thank you, Kenji. Yeah, right?
つうか、吉宗様にはもともと正体がバレてたんだから、お庭番に入った時点で言えばよかったじゃん。
As a matter of fact, if Lord Yoshima knew from the start, why didn't you just say it as soon as you entered the Oniwaban?
おやそうですね
My, you're right.
うるさいうるさいうるさい。大事な秘密をそうそう他人に打ち明けてたまるか。
Shut up. How could I in the world could I easily confess such an important secret to other people?
お前らキコと違ってな、人間ってのはいろいろ考えることがあるんだよ。そもそも効率重視で生きてないんだ。
Unlike you vessels, humans have a lot to think about. For starters, efficiency isn't the only thing we have to live for.
くそ、やってられるか。
Damn it, I can't stand this. Yobuda then chugged down the alcohol that was in his cup. Both of them do this to have a point. I guess this is a difference between vessels and humans. Also, I feel like there's still more going on with that guy because he had a bruise randomly. We never got through that one. Kenji and Otaru seemed to understand and they didn't continue to probe Yobuda. For a while, only the sound of everyone eating and drinking could be heard. Sometimes I wish Otome Games got an option to punch any annoying side characters. I mean, if you play Baldur's Gate, you can kick this one guy in the nuts anytime you feel like it. Pretty much.
でもまあ、お前らがいなかったら、自分の疑いが晴れなかったのも事実だ。
Still, the fact that if you guys weren't there, I wouldn't have been cleared of suspicion.
それと、次にこういう機会があったらちゃんと相談する。悪かったな。
How many other crimes have you committed, Yobuda? Next time something like this comes up, I'll discuss everything properly. My bad. Yobuda! Though his gaze was still averted, it was more than enough for Yobuda's feelings to come across. I'd figured it out from my time working with him up to this point, but in a way, Yobuda was a very honest person. It was just that a part of him couldn't fully trust others, and it would take him a while to open up.
おやおや、清彦さんがこんなに素直だなんて。明日は雨ですかね。傘の用意をしておかなくては。
My, Kiyohiko is being honest. I wonder if it's going to rain tomorrow. I shall have to prepare an umbrella.
そういえば俺、この間すっげえ粋な和傘買ってさ、明日見せてやるよ。
Speaking of which, I bought this super nice paper umbrella the other day. I'll show it to you tomorrow.
ついでに清彦も見る？どうせ暇だろ？
Hey, Kiyohiko, you want to look at it too? You got nothing better to do?
暇なわけあるか。お前らのそういうところが自分は嫌いだ。
I've got plenty to do. Thank you very much. This is the thing about you guys I hate. And Kenji and Hotaru didn't seem affected, and Yobuda turned his back to them like he was pouting. The two of them stared at his back while grinning. It seemed that the conversation just now was a common interaction among the entertainment team.
それにしても、瑠璃子さんには驚かされましたね。まさか、形人が良いかになるとは。
I was surprised by Ruriko to think that a form folk could become a blightfall.
結局、なんで瑠璃子が良いかになったのか分かったの？あと、木札を切ったのに無事だったとか、元の道具に戻らないとか、意味わかんないんだけど。
So in the end, did we figure out why Ruriko became a blightfall? Also, I don't get how the wooden tablet was fine, or why she didn't turn back into a tool.
それなら先ほど、お庭番お抱えの陰陽師から聞きました。あれからいろいろと調べてくれたみたいで。
Why didn't we have a meeting about this? I heard about that from the Onyaban soothsayer earlier. It seems they looked into it.
まず、瑠璃子さんが良いかになった理由は不明です。他の形人と違う点はなかったようですし、
Firstly, it's
人間
unknown
の良い
why.
かと似たような感じなのかもしれませんね。
It's unknown why Ruriko became a blightfall. She's no different from other form folk. It may be similar to human blightfall
そして、
transformations.
木札の件についてですが、
And in regards to the wooden
良いか
tablet,
になっていた瑠璃子さんの木札が黒く染まっていたでしょう。形人が良いかになると、木札に邪気が宿るようですね。
Ruriko's tablet was stained black when she was a blightfall. It seems that when a form folk become a blightfall, evil energy dwells in the
その
wooden
状態
tablet.
の木札を木子である僕たちが切ると、木札に宿っている邪気を滅することができるようです。
If we vessel slash a wooden tablet in that condition, then we can apparently eliminate the evil
邪気
energy.
を切っただけなので木札も無事ですし、瑠璃子さんとしての姿も保ったままだったというのが彼らの見解です。
We merely cut through the evil energy, so the tablet itself is fine, and Ruriko was able to maintain her form. At least was their hypothesis. So from now on, if a form folk become a Blightfall, we just need to cut their wooden tablets. Yes? Like how we cut the mask for a normal Blightfall?
そういうことです。まあ、元の道具を破壊するという形でも対応はできるかもしれないとのことですが。
Precisely, though, we can also deal with them by destroying the tool that they used to be.
でもそうなると、形人は死んじゃうよな。情報を聞くためにも、なるべく木札を切る方がいいかもしんない。
But if we do that, then the form folk will die, so we should probably try to cut the wooden tablet in order to get more intel out of them.
そうですね。
That's right.
それより今回は、あんたにびっくりしたんだけど、ルリコを直しちゃったの、白石の一族の力だろ？あれどうやってやったんだ？
Leah surprised me this time. You cured Ruriko with the power of the Hakuseki clan, right? How did you do that? I don't know. When I thought of Ruriko and Tatsunosuke, it just happened.
なるほど。あなたの力については、これからも慎重に調べる必要がありそうですね。
Interesting. It seems that going forward, we'll need to carefully investigate your powers as well.
でも白石の一族の力って便利だよな。そもそも残留思念のことを教えてもらえなかったら、猫又小僧の調査自体始まらなかったし。
But the power of the Hakuseki clan sure is convenient. We wouldn't have even investigated the Neko boy if you hadn't told us about the emotional imprint.
あんたのおかげで、どんどん江戸が平和になりそうだな。
Thanks to you, Ito's growing more and more peaceful every day, Leah.
そうですね。これからもその調子で頑張ってください。
You're right. Please keep up the good work. I will. Now that I'd helped to solve the case, it seemed that everyone acknowledged my abilities. I felt like I'd finally found where I belonged, and happiness slowly washed over me. But at the same time, there was something that I was concerned about. By the way, what happened to Ruriko in the end? I haven't heard anything about her since she was taken away.
それは末端の僕たちには知らされていませんね。
That's not something they've told underlings like us.
清彦、いつまでいじけてるんだよ。かわいい後輩の質問に答えてあげなって。
Kiyohiko, how long are you gonna keep sulking now? Answer your pretty and adorable junior's question.
たわけ、何がかわいい後輩だ。
Idiot, I don't see any cute juniors here. That's when Yobuda finally turned back to face us. It seemed that he had been throwing back the drinks while we had been looking away. His face was bright red in spite of his mood.
あの小娘なら、とりあえず今は牢屋敷に捕らえてある。今後の処遇についてはこれから決める予定だ。
That girl, she's locked up in the jailhouse for now. They're going to decide how to punish her after this.
形人が良いかになった初の事例だからな。お庭番としても、ここは慎重に調べたい。
She's the first example of a form folk becoming a Blightfall. From the Onioban's perspective, we want to investigate that thoroughly. And nothing's going to happen to Ruriko in the immediate future. Phew!
辰之助さんはどうしているんです？あれから変わらずですか？
How's Tatsunosuke doing? Is he still the same as when we last saw him?
たまに会うけど、だいたいしょんぼりしてるかな。
I meet him sometimes, but he usually looks down in the dumps.
商売はちゃんとやってるみたいだけど、遊郭どころか娯楽街にもあんま来なくなっちゃってる。
He's still running his business, but he hasn't visited the entertainment district much, let alone the red light district. Well, he was essentially going to the red light district to meet Ruriko.
ちょっとかわいそうだよな。
I feel bad for the guy. Otaru tossed back his alcohol and nodded in sympathy. Kinji watched over us, peering curiously at my hands.
先ほどからお酒が進んでいませんが、口に合いませんでしたか？
Leah, you haven't been drinking for a while. Does the alcohol not suit your taste? Kinji's gaze was trained on the cup in my hand. As he pointed out, the inside of my cup hadn't lessened at all since they poured it for me. Oh no, that's not it. It's just I was satisfied sipping simply from the aroma. Also, I've never had alcohol before, so I was just wondering if I should even drink.
今時珍しいですね。お酒なんて幼子でもたしなんでいるものですが。
What a rare sight. Nowadays, even children will sample alcohol. Children? Younger than me?
江戸ではお酒を飲むのに年齢制限はありませんからね。
It's not like there's an age restriction to drink alcohol in Edo.
いい機会じゃん。試しに一口だけでも飲んでみたら意外といけるかもよ。
This is a good chance. Once you take a sip, you might actually like it. I probably won't. Alright, then just a sip. Since they were recommending it that much, I suddenly felt a surge of interest in the drink. I placed my lips against the cup, which had been poured to the brim, and held the liquor in my mouth. It's delicious. It's a lot easier to drink than I imagined, and she's a liar. I was surprised at how extraordinarily good it tasted was. I wondered if it was a trick of my mind, but even when I took a second and third sip, my impression didn't change. Alcohol is delicious.
おや、いける口でしたか。
Oh my, you were a drinker all along. I like this taste and the feeling of the soft sweetness and dryness spreading over my tongue. I should have drank it earlier. If it really was this delicious.
それなら今からでも遅くないよ。好きなだけたくさん飲んじゃえ。
It's not too late to catch up. Drink as much as you like. Okay.
ほほう。もっと飲みたいと。
You want to drink more? Yabuda, who had been watching silently, leaned forward with a bottle in his hand.
なら、いっそのこと、飲み勝負いっとくか。
Better yet, do you want to have a drinking contest? Drinking contest?
読んで字のごとくですよ。お酒をたくさん飲んで潰れなかった人が勝ちというちょっとしたお遊びです。
It's exactly as the name suggests, a little game where the person who drinks the most and doesn't pass out wins.
手っ取り早く酔えますし、己の限界も知れるので、あなたも試してみてはいかがですか？
Y'all are bad influences. You guys made her go gambling. You took her to the red light district and paraded her around like, look at all these women who can't leave. Let's go gamble. You can get drunk quickly as well as find out your own limits, so why not give it a shot? Here's the thing, right? You don't know your limit right away. Taking alcohol in, you need a minute. Yabuda, you will lose to me even though I don't drink. I barely drink. I love when they're like, how often do you drink? That thing for me is like once a year, sometimes twice. Depends on if I'm going to parties with my friends. I rarely drink. And even at parties with my friends, I don't always drink. I don't drink that much. It took me quite a few years to learn. I like plum wine because I didn't drink so often because I hate the taste of alcohol. I literally will go to anytime I order a drink at a bar, I'm like, make it the sweetest tasting vodka drink you can, please. Like, I don't want to taste alcohol. I want to be like, oh, this is dangerous because like it tastes like something else. That's it. I didn't know that was a thing. A challenge was suddenly put in front of me. I felt my heart beat faster. However, I'm new at drinking, so I'm not sure if I...
そうそう。普通に飲んでる方が良くない？人によって飲んでて楽しい量って違うんだし、そういう発想自体がおっさん臭いっていうか。
Wouldn't it be better if you drank normally? We all enjoy drinking in different ways, and drinking contests are like an old guy thing.
は？
は？
今、なんと。
What did you say just now? That's right, those two are older than us.
だから、飲み勝負なんておっさんの遊びでしかな。
Like I said, drinking contests are just about old men trying to. Are they both gonna hit him? Hit. In that moment, Kenji poked Otaru's head so fast that I couldn't even follow his movement.
あ、痛い。後から来た。痛みが後からじわじわ来た。
He died. It was delayed. A very sharp pain gradually hitting me. The attack was so fast it seemed Wataru's pain receptors hadn't reacted immediately. He cradled his head a few seconds later. I should really avoid angering Kenji. If Kenji hits you in your route, he stops being my favorite boy. That's all there is to it.
せっかく場を盛り上げてやろうと思ったのに、これだから気候は。
I was just trying to make things more fun, you damn vessels.
はいはい。清彦さんには僕が付き合いますから、好きなだけ飲みましょうね。
Alright, Kyohiko. I'll play along with you. Let's drink as much as you please.
痛みが全然収まらない。俺たちはのんびり飲もうぜ。
The pain's not going away. Leah, let's take it easy. Sure. It looks like the conflict was resolved peacefully as long as everyone was drinking happily. I guess it didn't matter. Otaru and I poured each other drinks with bright smiles and placed our lips against the cup. After half a bell later...
殿は今回の件許してくれたが、やっぱり自分に失望しただろうか。したよな。きっとしないはずがない。本当だったら自分一人で解決する予定だったのに全部失敗。
The Shogun forgave me this time, but is he disappointed? He must be. There's no way he wouldn't be. I wanted to solve everything by myself, but I
自
failed.
分はなんてダメな人間なんだ。いいところなど一つもない。むしろ一番面倒なのは自分だと分かってる。自分はこの仕事が向いているのかよく分からなくなって。
I'm such a waste of a human. There's nothing good about me. In fact, I know that I caused the most trouble. I don't even know if I'm fit for this job.
相変わらずジメジメした人ですね。そのうちキノコでも生えてくるんじゃないで
He's
すか。
put quite a damper on as usual. Any damper and we'll start seeing mushrooms growing off him. Mushrooms? On your Buddha? Mushrooms growing from his bushy hair? Hey! Someone's got their arm around somebody's back! Mushrooms! Your Buddha mushrooms!
なんだと？キノコとはなんだ？松茸か椎茸かそれともしめじか？何にせよ、キノコ様に失礼だろうが！
What'd you say? What do you mean by mushroom? Matusake? Shiitake? Shimeji? No matter which kind, stop being rude to mushrooms. This is a really, like, I'm so confused. I just don't understand why it looks like Otaru's been like photoshopped into this, like he wasn't meant to be there.
おい、何言ってるんだよ。清彦酒弱すぎだろ。っていうか、キノコの何がそんなにいいんだ？
What are you talking about, buddy? Kiyohiko, you're such a lightweight. What's so great about mushrooms anyways?
キノコ様は出汁も取れる上栄養たっぷり。どんな料理にも合う万能食材だぞ。
I do like that they each get like these group photos in their little subdivisions. Idiot! You can extract broth from mushrooms. They're healthy. They're a universal ingredient that tastes good with any dish. I would die for mushrooms. Honestly, mushrooms are one of my favorite foods. So I feel this vibe quite well. I used to go to a buffet when we were young. When we were young. It doesn't exist anymore. / it was in a different state because I moved. It was called Furs. And they had a Salisbury steak and mushrooms. And like we would get so much mushroom. All the mushrooms. Eat all the mushrooms. And then my favorite food right now from like Texas Roadhouse is roadkill. And it comes with mushrooms on it. If I get a burger, I always ask that they have mushrooms for the burger. Mushrooms are always on my pizza. I love mushrooms. Love them. They're great. So I feel this guy's vibe. A mushroom samurai serving mushrooms.
ほら、慌てて飲まないで。せっかくの美味しいお酒なんですから。
Leah, here, don't drink too fast. This alcohol's too good to waste. Gulp, gulp, gulp.
しかし意外だな。清彦がこうなるのはいつものことだけど、この子がここまで笑い上手だとは。
This is so wild. Kyohiko's always gets this way, but I never expected Leah to be such a happy drunk.
箸が転んでもおかしいお年頃とは言いますからね。むしろ可愛らしくていいではありませんか。
She's at that age where even chopsticks falling would be funny. As they say, personally, I think it's cute.
ほら見なさい。ここに空の酒瓶がコロコロコロと。
Yeah, here, looky over there. There's an empty bottle tumbling.
おや、割れてしまいました。
Why it broke. The bottle? The bottle spun!
おや、そんなに面白かったのですか？ならいくらでも割ってあげましょう。
Oh dear, was that funny? Then let's break as many as you want.
あ、金次もちょっと酔ってんな、これ。
Kinji's a little drunk too.
そういうお前はどうなんだ？あ？さっきからちびちび酒飲んで、なんでお前は酔わないんだ？あ？
How about you then, huh? Huh? You're the only one who's had little teeny weeny sips the whole time. Why won't you get drunk, huh?
そんなこと言われても、俺ちゃんと飲んでるし。
I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm drinking
じゃあお
properly.
前、ザルなのか？ザルのキコか？ザルが元になってるから飲んでも酔わないってか？
Then
おい、
what?
そうなんだろ、ザル太郎。
He's so energetic right now. Then what? You're a strong drinker? It just passes through. You're a vessel made out of a shveen. Then? Huh? Ain't that right? Maybe you should call you Shivataro.
やだ。絡み酒までしてきた。めちゃくちゃめんどくさい。
Ah, great. You even get argumentative when you're drunk. What a pain in the ass.
どこだ？どこにザルを隠してる？頭か？腹か？分かった。胸だろ。自分が確認してやるから今すぐ出せ！
Where did you hide the sheave? Your head? Your stomach? I got it. Your chest. I'll check. Show it to me.
やだよ。てか俺ザル太郎じゃないし。金次、なんとかし。
No way. Also, don't call me Shivataro. Kenji, can't you?
ねんねんころりよおころりよぼやはよい子だ
What's happening?
しな
He's like patting her on the back too. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetops. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock.
ツッコミはいないの？ここ。
You're not gonna say anything after that? This poor guy. It's what apparently happened during the party. Otaro told us all about it the next day, but no one believed him. Otaro, hi! Hi, my boy, my sweet angel baby. Alright. Monologues? Nice, okay. I don't know if there was a choice right there. Actually, there might have been one. But I might do Otaro just to get the bad ending, because you get the bad ending when you do the route first. So I might just see what that bad ending looks like before getting the good one. But we'll see, we'll see. I'm just getting the routes. It's almost midnight. We're gonna, as soon as I get his route done, we're gonna call it. Did I mess up and not make a choice for like 2 rounds on his? Maybe that's why I got so confused. Alright, stay like this for a while. Thanks, Otaru. I decided to stay like that for a while. I felt bad that I was letting Otaru worry, but seeing him be so considerate made me happy. So just for a little while, I wanted to enjoy this situation for a little while longer. As I rested my weight on him, Otaru put a bit more strength into his arm around my shoulder.
なんだろうな。俺、あんたに頼られると嬉しいかも。キコだからそう思うようにできてるのかな。
So weird. It's like I'm happy whenever you depend on me. Am I made to think that way because I'm a vessel? That's not true. When it comes to thinking of others, it doesn't matter if you're a vessel or a human. And I think you've always been kind. When I first met you, you saved me like it was nothing special. So that feeling is your own. It's not anyone else's. And then Otaru suddenly fell silent. Confused, I raised my head and Otaru's cheeks were flushed. Why was this not the right answer for him? What? This is so sweet. As soon as our eyes met, Otaru rushed to cover his mouth with his other free hand. Otaru?
ごめん。俺変な顔してる。あんたの言葉が嬉しくて。
Why didn't this count? This seems like a good choice. This is so much cuter than the other choice. What the hell? I look like a weirdo. Your words just made me so
本
happy.
当は俺が励ましてあげたかったのに。こっちばっか嬉しくなっちゃってるな。悪い。
I really wanted to cheer you up, but now I'm the only one who's getting all happy. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Oh, it's fine. I don't know why I said that. If you're happy, then I'm happy too. Like I said, I did feel a certain joy. Even though he was a vessel, Otaru really had the ability to accept other people's feelings. Learning that alone was a big step forward.
あのさ、清彦のことだけど、きっとなんとかなるよ。
The workout with Kiyohiko, that is the part that I remember.
あのさ、
Apparently I'm
金
not
次が
right.
つきっきりで見張ってるし。
Keeping track of him, don't worry. Hope that's true. And then we rested our heads on each other like it was meant to be. This is the cutest choice I've ever seen, and it didn't count as a flower? That was freaking precious. What the heck? And you're telling me that why is this not working? I quietly moved away from Otaru and faced him again. I wish this would just make my life easier. Thank you. If you hadn't come, I think I would have just been anguishing that all
役
alone.
に立てたならよかった。これからも何かあったら遠慮なく頼ってくれよな。
Don't hesitate to count on me. When can I get past this? There we go. There it is. More than anything, I have to stop him from spreading that money. That alone could create a blight fall. As soon as I made that decision, I called out to the Neko boy, to Yabuda. Yabuda, please stop this. He turned towards me. Maybe I'll be able to convince him. Yabuda, you and I both know that if you distribute the money, then blight falls will appear. If that happens, everyone here will be put in danger. Are you okay with that? Lord Yoshimon managed to save your life, so why are you doing this?
よく言いましたね。
Well said, Leah. Kenji, running out far in the front, raised his voice in
清
agreement.
彦さん、はっきり言って僕はあなたが何を考えているのかなんて興味ありません。事件解決のためには必要ありませんから。
Kiyohiko, frankly, I'm not interested in what you're thinking. It's not necessary for solving the case
です。
after all.
分かっているんですか？この後始末はあなたがするんですよ。
But you do understand that you're the one that's going to have to clean up this mess.
他の誰でもない。お庭番娯楽街組の長であるあなたが。
Aw man, you just revealed exactly your secret organization and someone's position in it. I think you have to be discommunicated now, Kinji. Not everyone else. You are the leader of the Oniwaban Entertainment District team. Upon hearing that, I was quite surprised. Kinji still hadn't given up on Yubara. Yabuda. I changed his name. Though Yabuda had ran away without any explanation, Kinji was genuinely praying for his return. I never thought that Kinji would say such warm words. But even hearing that call, Yabuda remained his unresponsive attitude. That must be Yabuda's answer. Somehow I felt like Kinji's side profile also gave off a strong sense of defeat. MC and love interest. Hey, Yabuda! Neko boy, I am not Yabuda though? Oh my god. It's like when you first realized Lucas was friggin' goddamn Burrow, and I'm like, yeah, there's Lucas. They kept switching between Burrow and Lucas. Just call him one or the other. But
猫又小僧、お願いです。
Neko
これ以
boy,
上罪を重ねないでください。
please don't add to your crimes. Oddly, Yabuda jumped in, surprised at Tatsunosuke's voice, even though he was supposed to be another one of his zealots. From the gap in the headcloth, I could see that his eyes opened wide and surprised, huh? Were Yabuda's eyes that color?
そこだ、スキアリ。
There's an opening. Did we do it?
そこだ。
I tried. As soon as that question appeared in my mind, Otaru had been running ahead, leaped at Yabuda's legs. It seemed that they had been approaching him while the Neko boy was distracted by us. Surprised by that, Yabuda accidentally dropped a cloth bag. Coins fell out.
お金よ。
Yay, money. Elated by the dreamlike scene, the citizens started to gather up the money. And naturally, more of the threads created. Oh no, if this goes, there's going to be a blightfall. Turns out there's a blightfall. Come on, guys, we can do this. Otaro told us that's what happened. Yeah, Kenji! We did it! We're on Kenji's route too. Okay, perfect. Perfect. We got both our routes now. Kenji! Yes, we're gonna do Kenji. Then we're gonna go back into the past. And go back to Tomonari. And then we're going to do... Shush, I've already done your route. I don't care about your route. And then we're gonna do... Otaru's route. Okay, so let's... Oh, we got all these ones now. I loved this. I loved like them doing like the group photos and stuff. This one was surprising. Like there was so many different versions of this one. Like how the hell do I switch between the pictures in that set? I don't even know. No, that had... Oh, it was this one. This was the one that had multiple photos in it. Like, that was wild. That was so many. It makes it hard because I don't know if I'm missing stuff. I don't even... Let him be so close to me. We gotta get his. We got 3 routes to go. He only has 15 and 13 photos? Like, what? Or do we have that little extras for them now because we're on their routes? Or does it not pop until you beat the route? You don't get till you finish the route. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, we did it. We did it. We got the routes. Alright, so we are going to continue this super fun adventure. I might stream tomorrow after work because I have no clue. I just have no clue. It might not be tomorrow. At the latest, it'll be Wednesday because I'm not off on Tuesday, but I can play on Wednesday morning to get started. So, possibly Wednesday morning and then Thursday. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me, Asia. Thank you for hanging out with me, Jay, Sleazy, Eunice, who is contractually obligated to hang out with me because they're related to me. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching and keeping me company. It makes this a lot more enjoyable for me and I appreciate it so much. And if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to see my newer stuff, you can catch me out on Twitch. If you're checking this out on Twitch and you like to see my older stuff, you can visit my YouTube channel. I'll upload all the VODs on there from every stream that I do, even when I mute myself for the entire game. Okay, bye! Have a lovely night. Thank you so much. Bye, 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 bye!